Chapter 1. The Dying Valiant and the Betrayed Immortal. Dyne Valiant limped as he walked. The floor behind him had a lot of blood. He was only able to move due to sheer will as the blood from him continued to drip. He had served the army and returned home a war hero. But the politics and corruption that caused the death of his family urged him to take matters into his own hands and live as a vigilante. The total body count of the enemies he killed numbered over 300. Though he had been shot and would probably be unable to survive, he at least managed to claim vengeance at his father's death. The primary killer had been slain. His only regret was that he could not destroy the crime syndicate that killed his siblings and mother. "I guess this is it," he sighed. He slowly tried to stand up. The sirens could be heard in the distance. But this wasn't beneficial for Dyne since the criminals had the police in their pockets. And while several good cops roamed the street, all the leaders had determined that Dyne would be shot on sight. He slowly lifted his battered body and walked. "Worst comes to worst, I'll just shoot myself," he mused. He walked out of the building and was staggering in his steps. Luckily, the rain would wash away the blood that trickled down his body. He slowly staggered and walked deeper into the depths of the darkness. An odd sight befell him as a man with strange clothing was sitting out the corner with blood also appearing in his body. As Dyne passed by him, he noticed that the man had wounds far worse than he had. At the end of the alley, he could see the cops already arriving. He glanced behind him, and he could see that several unmarked cars had come on the other end. With the last remaining strength, he forced himself to jump down towards the strange man and sat next to him. The garbage bins and various barrels blocked them from sight. The two peacefully relaxed as their backs were supported by the wall. In an odd twist of fate, both were now seated together and both were dying. "It is a good day to die." Dyne quoted one of the old-school games he used to play as a kid. "I guess you'll die ahead of me." "What's your name, pal?" Dyne asked with a strange expression. "Why aren't you going to a hospital?" "The memory I received from my master states that wounds like that could be treated at a hospital." The strange man frowned. "Okay," Dyne laughed. He was also surprised that despite the grave wounds, this man seemed to be further from death than Dyne was. "You must be some foreigner? Did you got caught in the crossfire of my fight?" "I'm sorry, but right now I don't have a choice." "Wait a sec." Dyne then fiddled in his pocket and pressed a small detonator. Boom! The floor several stories above exploded. Suddenly, the police and the gang members who went inside the building. Soon after, gunshots were heard, and it created a commotion as the gang and the cops started to shoot each other. The fitting end. With that, both groups will start shooting each other. Dyne laughed as his plan succeeded. "You were saying? I see now that this world is not as easy as my master imparted on me. Going to a hospital should have doctors that would immediately kill you. Am I correct?" "Righto. I made a lot of enemies. I need to go to a hospital or back to my little lair to get patched up. But right now I'm too wounded, and those cops will definitely kill me. And the hospitals would only let my enemies know where I am." Dyne smiled. "What are cops?" The police." Of course. Now that term I do know. I'm sorry. The memories I received from my master are somewhat limited. I both know of things and yet will fail in understanding the simplest of terms. For example, that word. I didn't know that those are the same," the man stated. What an odd conversation to have right before dying. But enough about me. What about you? You have worse injuries than me, but you seem all right. These physical wounds mean nothing to me. The real threat is the poison in my soul. Much like your situation, I also fled from an adversary beyond my capacity. And like you, I am destined to die. Oh, bummer. The man then gave a strange look at Dyne. What offense has these men caused that they need to repay with their blood? I just wanted revenge. They killed my family and my old pop. My dad's a detective. He did everything in his power to protect this city. But corruption won in the end. I'm a soldier, so while I was sent off to war, I didn't know that things were getting bad here. After protecting my country, I went home only to find that the reason I wanted to protect my country was already killed." "I see." The man gave a melancholic laugh. "What about you?" Dyne asked. "I am a disciple of a rather powerful and influential person. She was the most powerful person in the place where I came from." "Was?" You mean she isn't anymore? Indeed, the same could be said about your situation. The greed of men and the desire for power was the reason that led to my master's downfall. It seems that your condition is worsening, the strange man then noticed. Dyne's vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. It's all right, it's just how it is. I can't believe that I'll die ahead of you. Dyne laughed. The man gazed at the rainy stars above as if considering something. Here, the man gave a strange red pill. Will I get out of Matrix if I eat this? Dyne laughed. What? The man asked in confusion. Never mind. Dyne took the pill and swallowed it. Almost instantly, Dyne felt a strange sensation within him. What was that? I feel better. Dyne turned to the man, but the man continued to look up. Dyne was confused. Thank you for granting me this. The man sincerely spoke to the skies. Oh, Kay. You're not part of some strange cult, are you? No. It's just that the sovereign of this world allowed me to have a companion to chat with as I fall into my death. The strange man smiled. Oh, so that pill can't save me? It could give you enough time to head for the hospital. Or whichever adobe you prefer to hide and tend to your wounds. Thanks. But I don't think it's possible now. The cops and the syndicate that I just attacked are both here. Both will try to kill me. So even if I can walk, I'm still a dead man. That drug you gave me made me recover a lot of blood. But my wounds are still too critical. I guess that my destiny is indeed to die talking to a weirdo. What's this weirdo that you address me as? A man with exquisite taste and, language. Dyne smiled. I see. Forgive me. I am someone who does not belong here. Do you have any alcohol with you? No. A pity. I wanted to taste the alcohol that this world has. Then perhaps it would be wise that we drink mine. I originally prepared this for my own toast in the success. But I guess the best way to use this is to share it with another who has befallen the same fate as me. Suddenly, a bottle of wine appeared out of thin air and was hovering in the air. Dude, this is like magic. Dyne was amazed. 2 cups also appeared and settled on their hands. Bruh, I never took drugs because my dad really indoctrinated it on me. But dude, this is amazing. Dyne laughed. It seems that the sovereign is very kind. To think he even let me do this. The man laughed. With all your tricks, can't you try to heal yourself? That is the one trick I am unable to perform. You see, the poison in me is basically incurable. On my desperate straits, I took all of the medicinal pills, herbs, and fruits that my world has to offer, the very best of them. And yet, I am only able to prolong the agony for so long. I should have saved some for you. At least you'd survive. But alas, such is our fate. The man laughed. Welp, now that we have time, tell me more about your world. I belong to a world where gods exist, but not like the god presiding here. He's infinitely more powerful as he is a real god. As for our world, we were only humans like you who were granted abilities, accessories, and tools to become gods. Your god told us to ignore this world and this universe for that matter. But I was in such a desperate circumstance that I forced those godly artifacts to breach the dimensions and bring me here. The strange man sighed. Nice. I was hoping for something related to black magic. But a fantasy another world thing. That's also in my fave. Dyne laughed. The strange man simply smiled. What a tale. So the dying valiant meets the betrayed immortal. So in this world of yours you were some big shot god. No. The title of God was bestowed to my master. She was given the task of ensuring that the world would remain in check. You see, she was to ensure that the various kingdoms of that world of ours would not use their powers to oppress the weaker. She had the power to destroy kingdoms with the artifacts that the god here bestowed on her. What artifact? The Imaginarium Bond. The man revealed a strange bracelet with several bright jewels. Chapter 2. The Mighty and the Mediocre. Nice bracelet. This is not an ordinary bracelet. This device has a great power that would shock your world. Instilled in this bracelet is the power of creation. It is similar to the power that the god here used to create the many worlds and dimensions. Dyne's amused expression slowly turned strange. It was then he realized that the man before him was seriously talking. Is he insane? Dyne wondered. All right, So you were forced to enter this world because you were chased, but right before you reached this world, you got poisoned. Yes, right before I crossed the boundaries and barriers that divided both worlds, I was hit. Are your enemies refusing to chase you because of the god here? No, they can't chase me. I used the energy in the Imaginarium Bond to get here. I imploded one of the worlds of the Imaginarium and killed trillions and trillions to create that energy. I intended to recuperate here and return once I have sorted out all the weapons that my master has left me with. But I was poisoned. Oh, so you can't get your revenge now? Kinda like me, I guess. Yes, my regret was that I wish I just used the Imaginarium Bond and fought them. By imploding all the worlds, I would have killed a lot of them. The man gave a sad chuckle as tears filled his eyes. Dyne paused in silence. He could tell the deep regrets of the man beside him. Dyne took the alcohol and forced the strange lid off the bottle. Cheers. At least, they would never acquire those weapons of your master. Dyne poured wine into their glasses. Dyne went ahead and drank. The moment his lips touched the glass, an incredible taste that he couldn't understand surfaced. This is amazing. Dyne reacted with a bewildered expression. Of course, this is known as the best wine in my world. The man raised his cup and then pointed to the heavens and drank. Dyne was covering the glass so that the raindrops wouldn't contaminate the unusual mixture before him. Don't worry, a little rain won't change the deep taste of my drink. It is magical after all. The man laughed. What of you, warrior? What are your regrets? You have yet to complete your revenge after all. Truth be told, that's not what I regret the most. I've always been a lazy kid. Back when I was little, my dad made the greatest mistake of his life. Did he enraged someone he shouldn't have? No. Dyne shook his head as a very melancholic expression surfaced. Did he betray the covenant to his wife? What? No. Did he kill someone in power? No. He bought me a PlayStation console. The man had a peculiar expression on his face. The memories my master bestowed upon me is very limited. I'm unaware of what that is. It's an old gaming console, an ancient relic of the gaming era. I used to play a lot of games. It changed me when I was young. I got so addicted to it that I became antisocial and became a mediocre student. You are regretting being unable to play games? Yup, truth be told, if I were to choose between becoming as strong as I am now or being mediocre, I'd pick becoming a mediocre student. You know, I just simply became average or below average. I'd only study just enough to pass. In the world that I am, you can't afford to become mediocre. The man chuckled. In this world, you can. But besides, I may be mediocre here, but in that world, I was amazing. Dyne reminisced. That world. The strange man was stunned. In the world of those games, of course. Of course, my dad tried all that he could to get me to stop gaming. He said that he made me an addict. That was why he made me take a path full of hardship and pushed me to serve in the military. So, that's how you became so mighty in this world? Yeah, I'm sure you have made your father proud. You destroyed his foes and brought them justice. This is a good way to die. I don't know about making my dad proud. I originally wanted to get my revenge and disappear. I dreamt of buying a lot of games and play the hell out of all of them. The man was stunned. You do realize that that plan could possibly be the worst way of honoring your father's memory. Hey, as I said, my dad realized his mistake and forced me to get into the military. If I killed those guys, I have to live a life for myself. And that means games, man. The strange man laughed. His laugh was strong and loud. What irony. Here I am, regretting all my mistakes and how I should have used those times cultivating. And yet, next to me is someone at least my equal in terms of the power relative to our own worlds. And your regret is you wanted to waste your time playing games? Oh fate, the regrets of two mighty men. One is that he wishes he was mightier. The other that he was mediocre. The strange man laughed again. Huh? So I'm your equal? Yes. If you were born in my world, you would have been like me given your talent and strength. I count 77 kills tonight. 286 within the past 2 days. That's how many kills you've accomplished. Am I correct? Dyne was surprised. Whoa, how did you know? I count my kills because it's the only game I can play now. You got the number, right? Such talent in this powerless world. I just can't understand how you would be so regretful of not being mediocre while I regret being mediocre. The man laughed. I get what you're saying. I don't regret not being able to accomplish my mission because I had already done my part. My dad's killer is dead. That organization is ruined. Of course, those that control this organization lives on. But to me, it's enough. I still dealt a huge blow to them. I just went above and beyond here and started to take action against the big boys. My cousin betrayed me, but I also killed him. Although I'm going to die, there's no one else in this world where I can honestly pin my anger. So why not wish for games? Is playing games really that fun? I pity that you didn't have the time. I only played a few games on PlayStation 1. Just PS1. Do you know what model has been released already? I would have had more than a decade worth of games and consoles to play. I wanted to catch up, but I can't, because I'm going to die. The strange man gave a loud laugh. What was that? One of the cops slowly entered the alley. The sound of the gunshots was growing wilder, and even some grenade explosions were happening. The police were on the retreat, but the laughter of the strange man drew his attention. Dyne frowned. He readied his gun and placed a silencer. No need to fight. Here, the strange man took out a strange charm, and it gave a bright purple glow. Suddenly, Dyne could feel a peculiar wind enveloping him. He was stunned and glanced at the area around him. Various armed men passed by him, and some were even looking at their direction. Still, the group simply ignored it all and continued to move towards the area in front. It's the cops. A cry from the other end was heard as several gang members detected the approaching police and opened fire. Bullets were flying, but for some strange reason, even with the barrage of bullets, none would hit Dyne and the funny man. A transparent green-like frame surrounded the two. It was then that Dyne realized it was the figure and form of one of the large trash cans. But this one was bulletproof. Whoa, these are but the simplest artifacts that we have. Truthfully, I can do this myself if I wasn't poisoned. Our world has more powerful charms than this. By the way, the man smirked. Amazing, so you weren't lying. You're like Harry Potter combined with the Jedi and some Eastern cultivator story all mixed into one. If I had one of those small weapons, I could have finished my revenge. Dyne was stunned. I would have happily aided you if we met a few minutes earlier. The man laughed. Oh, what if you gave me one of those charms? Maybe I can go and finish my enemies. I thought that isn't one of your regrets? It isn't, but it does make me uncomfortable. My dad always told me to finish what I started. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. I told you the god of this world is so strong. He could easily kill me and even kill all those enemies who chased me with a flick of his finger. His word is law. And he gave us a stern warning to avoid this place and even disallowed us to mingle with this in any way. That's why I was surprised that he left me alive when I gave you the blood-replenishing pill. The strange man then began to drink. Oh, I get that part. But right now, isn't there a charm you just used? And isn't it protecting us? What exactly does our god want? The man immediately trembled and almost spat out the amazing wine he was drinking. The man was silent, and that had a strange look in his eyes. He then glanced at Dyne with a peculiar expression. Although he had been very casual when talking to Dyne, his expression now has dramatically changed. Chapter 3. A chance to play. You are right. Why am I dead yet? Is this Providence? The man pondered. Providence? What is your name, warrior? I am Dyne Valiant, son of Richer Valiant. Dyne copied the man's way of talking. I am Strafe of the Four Elements, a disciple to the Weaver, the sovereign goddess of Allos Vasilis. It seems the sovereign of this universe has willed this meeting. I'm sorry. You do not understand how strict the instructions of the sovereign is. He will not tolerate any interference with this world. Our kings and gods, and the strongest warriors that have emerged in our world, have long known this place's existence. But even the slightest attempt would be met with severe punishment. And yet now I used a charm to save my life. Why would the sovereign want this? I don't know. Because he willed us to meet. The world that I am from is falling into the darkness, just as this world is. But he allowed me to meet you to repay the sins of those in my world. You may have had too much to drink. Dyne frowned. I am serious, Dyne Valiant. If you do not believe me, then allow me this. I will use my magic to look into your memories. Such an act is even prohibited in my world. So I'm sure it would be worse at this. Allow me this gamble. If I do succeed in casting the spell and am not smitten by the god that dwells here, then it is his will for me to send you to my world. Dyne frowned. What the heck? I'm dying anyway. Dyne shrugged his shoulders. Strafe bit his tongue to force himself to focus and move. His hands drew a strange seal, and his arms created a bright golden light. He placed his hands over Dyne's forehead. It was then that Dyne saw all his memories, as if it was being pulled up. Even the things that he had long forgotten emerged in his memories. Suddenly, it ended. Strafe's expression grew even paler. Greenish veins appeared all over his body. Yet, despite his weak state, he laughed as he hurriedly caused the bottle of wine to fly to his hand as he drowned it in his mouth. This god is just. He laughed. Okay, you're alive. So I'm guessing that you are right. I am. And it's amazing. This world is amazing. The imaginations, the stories, even those games you played were outstanding. I know, right? This is just perfect. You are the perfect candidate. You can enter my world. The fact that I'm alive proves that the god here will allow it. The man laughed as he drank another mouthful. What do you mean, perfect candidate? First of all, I finally understand your regret. Now that I've seen your memories, I can understand why you want to play more. You never even got to play a PlayStation 2 or an Xbox. I really wanted to, but the moment I got into the army, they knew that I was my dad's son. They made me take some special course, and I became one of the top soldiers and was sent again and again to go to war. At least you were able to replay those old games. I could play those games through phone and an emulator, but with how secretive my missions were, I couldn't even bring advanced cell phones that could emulate at least a PlayStation 2. And my dad told my superiors of my tendency to be addicted. My country couldn't afford to get me addicted and strictly monitored and made sure that I couldn't play. Dyne cursed as he recalled his past. And so you went to anime to fill that void. But it wasn't enough. Strafe laughed. Of course, it wasn't enough. My superiors even offered drugs to keep me calm. But I always yearned to play. Can't a guy just play his games in peace? Strafe laughed. You're such a fool. Through your memories, I can gauge how strong and skilled you are as a soldier. You clearly are an aboriginal among mortals. No wonder your country made you go through strict training. You even completed an impossible mission, so they can send you home for 2 years and still get paid. You plan to use those years to play, right? Just let me play enough games to get to PlayStation 3. That was all I was asking for. But those damned politicians killed my dad. And one of them is close to an army general in this region. It is quite a sad yet perfect tale. But listen, warrior. I have a way for you to play those games in your head in the highest definition possible. It will surpass any known consoles of this world and even the virtual realities that they are developing. You will get to go to my world and play a beloved game of yours. The drawback is that the game you will play will be one of those old PS1 games. I'm listening. Now that I'm dying, I am feeling a bit nostalgic. Dyne smirked. Of the number of games that you have played in your memories, it's a good thing that you studied it in great detail. With the Imaginarium Bond, we can recreate the real world. In my world, we only used that power to create and harness energy from the souls of everyone living in that realm. Like what you did when you sacrificed an entire world to be here. Do you really think that? Strafe shook his head in lamentation. The people of that world, well, for the great majority of them, I would say nearly 90% willingly gave their life when I used that energy. They were happy to sacrifice themselves for me. And this isn't due to some manipulation magic. They just want to. What? You can't be serious. They didn't have a choice. If I die, they will also die. The Imaginarium Bond is linked to the wielder. If the wielder dies, all the world dies with it. It originally belonged to my master, but right before she died, she transferred the ownership of all her artifacts to me. When I was about to die, it was they who willingly gave me their souls. Around 90% of the population in that mini-world of mine gave their life and transferred it to me. As such, I didn't need to take the energy in their souls forcibly. Dyne was stunned. My master loved that world. She remembered every single one of them and even made me remember their names when she gave it to me. It was only natural for those living in the Imaginarium Bond to sacrifice themselves for me. I am Master's disciple and her only son. I'm sorry I made that careless comment. It is but a tragic past. But there is hope. Although vengeance is in my heart, my real regret is leaving my world into their wicked hands. So, you want me to use the Imaginarium Bond and create a world of my own? Not exactly. Will be something totally different. Different? Why? Firstly, it is because you are human. I give you the Imaginarium Bond and send you to my world. You will be as you are. And in the world of cultivation, you will have to start as a mortal before embarking into the path of the immortals. Sounds Chinese. The Chinese were the ones who coined this term because right before your god forbid entry, many of our kind had visited that region in the distant past. That makes sense. So, I will be human. What will that imply? For one, you cannot harness the power and use the Imaginarium Bond energy as we can. Your cultivation level would be too low. Then how can I use it? You still can use it. Not just in the way we do. When I gazed into your memories, I realized something. You see, for people like me, we live in a world where everything is possible. We didn't live in limitations. We grew up knowing that if we cultivate hard enough, we can eventually do anything we want. But because of that, we lacked one thing that anybody in this world has. Wi-Fi. No. It is the ability that you have in using your imagination. So basically, Wi-Fi. The point is, we were not capable of imagining great worlds and write great stories and tales that you call literature. We only aspired to be great because it was possible. But in this world, where reality is so limited, you have dreamed of amazing things. Games, animated shows, stories, and so on. Even the best literature of our world pales compared to yours in terms of imagination and creativity. So the power of believing trumps everything, including hate and injustice. Stop fooling around, Strafe frowned. I'm just saying, what can our imagination do? While you can't harness the energy and use it as we can, you can do something else. You can live in a world that I will create using your memories. Do you understand? Because you have very detailed accounts of the nostalgic games you have long kept to heart. I can craft it and bestow it to you so you can enter that world and live in it as if you were a character of that game world. You earn and acquire the powers, the skills, even the items that exist in those games. Dyne's sarcastic expression vanished, and it was as if his dead heart started to thump once more. There was finally a ray of hope in the dark storm that has covered his horizon all this year. So, you're saying, I can play those games? Chapter 4. The Perfect Inheritor. Strafe knew that Dyne would have this passionate reaction. Wait, if you guys can do that, why didn't you think of creating a world where artifacts and other cool stuff would exist? We didn't need to. You forget what level my master was at. She was a sovereign. Although vastly incomparable to the sovereign of this realm, she was a sovereign that could easily create planets with her powers. She didn't need any time, artifacts, or charms. All she required was life force energy for the more powerful spells. So the Imaginarium Bond for people at our level was simply a tool to house life and draw life energy. If she wasn't betrayed trapped, no one could match her if she used the Imaginarium Bond. Did your master die because of her love for the world she created in the Imaginarium Bond? You could say that, but I would say no. When her enemies fought her, they always maintained a level that never required my master to use the energy in the Imaginarium Bond. My master's power alone could already kill them. My master died because of her own foolishness and the mercy she bestowed on her enemies. Dyne kept quiet but had his disagreements with how Strafe presented her master. You may think she was naive, that she should have killed them anyway. It's not that simple. If she did that, it would have caused more problems. It's as complicated as the political scheme here in your world. Why do you think your leaders don't assassinate other problematic leaders of the country? I guess you have a point. Alright, I think I get the gist. Because I can't use the Imaginarium Bond as you guys can, you'll create a world using this world's awesome imagination. With worlds like the games in my memory, I have the opportunity to strengthen myself by acquiring the many artifacts, skills, and abilities in the game. Correct. However, there might be some minor changes in how the world's power is formed. Take, for example, one of the game series that you played. Let's use the Breath of Fire series, specifically Breath of Fire 3 and 4, as an example. That game has characters with a variety of abilities and the use of elements. Earth, fire, wind, frost, and so on. While the Imaginarium can create a world like that, you won't be able to learn those attacks. What? Why wouldn't I be able to learn those skills? Because of your limitation. You are but a normal human. Although the moment I use the Imaginarium Bond's magic to step into my world, the limitation of being humans will end. The laws will change and you can finally step into the realms of cultivation. But as of now, you do not know how to become a cultivator. And if I make a world similar to Breath of Fire 4, you'd have to study the magics there to use it. But since you don't know, you can't have those powers. But won't that world teach us how to use those magics? Send me in as a baby or a young boy. I'd study it as I grow. Not possible. The moment I send you in, the magic that I use to speed up time in creating these worlds will end. I cannot explain it now, but I cannot do that. Besides, you are but a human. Your talent and even your bloodline towards the mastery of elements will be another factor. My talent? Bloodline? What kind of a lame game is that I can only learn the basic attacks? And why is it that you look down on me because I'm human? Human lives matter. Allow me to finish. And I meant, compared to immortals, you lack a lot of traits that allow you to study magic. But suppose you find items of supreme elements in my world. In that case, you can naturally assimilate it with it and have the ability to master those elements. Dyne was silent and frowned. Wait, so I have to work hard in your world to play? Yes, I've seen how much of a sloth you are and how addicted you became. I understand the woes of your father. Hence, I will naturally shape the worlds I will create that will require you to get some work done in my world. So it's basically pay to win. Alright, but of all the games in my memories, why did you pick Breath of Fire for? What games do you plan to create? I plan to create 3 worlds for you. Breath of Fire 4, Legend of Legia, and Brigandine. Dyne was confused. There were several other games that he loved playing. Although those 3 were at the top of his fantasies, there were a few more he would like to have a world made out of. Suikoden 1 and 2 were among his favorites. There were also the Final Fantasy PS1 generation games. What about the rest? Like Xenogears? Or Front Mission 3? Or those in the Final Fantasy series? Why single out those 3 games? Can't you make a world like those games? I can, but those worlds are very limited in terms of strength. The former I mentioned fits and runs parallel with my world's strength, power, and growth. The other games like those you mentioned and the likes of Digimon 1 and 2 and Mega Man Legends, they cannot support you in that world. The way those worlds are designed is not suited for you to grow in strength and power. Man, you're such a cheapskate. Dyne frowned. What about some in the Final Fantasy stories? FF7, 8, and 9 require me to create additional planets and create a space. It will cost more since I'd have to sacrifice items to build other planets. Those games I mentioned have a single world and has powers similar to the world I am in. That's why I didn't mention the Wild Arms series, Grandia, Lunar, and other games. Still, I am confident that the game will be to your liking. After all, I am offering you a chance to play the most immersive game in the entire world. I know you too well by looking at your memory. While the Imaginarium Bond can even create those anime shows you used to pass your time, I offered those games because I know you love playing above everything else. By giving you the carrot as the bait, you'll surely be forced to cultivate. Hey, just because you have read through memory doesn't mean you know me. You hated Aerith and wanted her dead because you've always wanted Tifa to end with Cloud. You hate the fact that Aerith takes a huge space in the heart of Cloud. Dyne was stunned. He never ever admitted that. Not with all the Cloud Aerith shippers. Trust me when I say this, Dyne Valiant. The game will be entertaining. It will be the most exciting game you will ever play. And if you aren't satisfied, here's a little secret. If you ever reach my master's level, you can create more worlds with the Imaginarium Bond. Wait a sec. You mean, I can create more worlds? If you have the right materials and can wield the same power, then yes. If ever you reach my master's level, you would have naturally exacted vengeance and have already saved my world. So you get to play a few games at the start, but as you grow stronger, you can unlock more games to play and even build more worlds to your liking. How many games can I play immediately? One, just one. Of the three that I mentioned, only one can help you at the start. The other two will surely lead to your death. Explain. I have decided to shape your world as follows. Legend of Legia will be the first world that I will create. This is because it's a world that can greatly help you in my own world. Those beings called the Ariseru can be likened to powerful sentient artifacts. If you can gain the acknowledgement of one of those Ariserus, you can gain a strong artifact that can help you. In fact, if you manage to awaken the same amount of Genesis trees in the game, that artifact would be on par with the strongest artifacts in my world. What do you mean by gain their acknowledgement? I am creating the world, and you can jump right in it. Unlike my master or me, you have no control over that world. You can only interact with it and take things that you acquire in-game. So no cheats. I can give you a few advantages and cheats, but let's talk about that later. The second game you can choose to go with is Brigandine. That world full of monsters and the ability for these rune knights to tame and summon monsters can be similar to the monster taming clans in my world. And the last will be the Breath of Fire series? Yes, I saved this for last because the power of the gods in that story could be likened to the Dragon Clan in my world. And that clan stands as one of the most powerful clans in my world. Since you will be a mere mortal who is yet to start in the path of cultivation, these games will help you transition from one level of strength to another. Also, it should help you complete your severing. My severing? I am already circumcised. The man opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He decided to ignore Dyne's words. The cultivation world is generally divided into three phases. The first is the mortal stage, where you cultivate to enhance your martial prowess. This stage will generally be the stage in which the game Legend of Legia will help you cultivate. At the end of the mortal stage is the phase known as mortal severing stage. In this stage, you cultivate to renew the three parts of your being: your body, soul, and mind. Alright, so basically, I undergo a complete makeover. Yes, but you see, it is almost impossible to accomplish mortal severing unless you have the backing of a stronger clan, family, or have the inheritance of the gods. That game will help you accomplish it. I don't have time to explain everything now. Don't forget that I am dying here. So warrior. No. Gamer. What say you? Are there any more games? None. Cheapskate. It's not that I won't, but I cannot create any more. Think. Wouldn't I need materials and an energy source to create those games? Oh. You mean you need to sacrifice something to make those worlds? Yes. When our enemies betrayed us and my master died, I received various inheritance from the heads of the god clans that served alongside my master. They are all probably dead by now as they allowed me to escape. They didn't want their inheritances to fall into the enemy, so they entrusted everything to me. The most powerful artifacts, charms, holy fruits, everything. You'll be using all of those to create the worlds that I will be playing? Yes, and the world that I will create can match those games and, at the same time, maximize the potential of all their inheritances. That is why I said you are the perfect person to inherit the Imaginarium Bond. Chapter 5. To Legia 1. Dyne was pleased. Being alive was always better, and his thoughts on being able to play the game in a very immersive experience is tempting. Oh, right. What happens if I die in-game? You die, of course. Right now, you do not have the cultivation to fully wield the Imaginarium Bond. At least not yet. Then it's in hardcore mode. Huh? It will be an extremely hardcore mode. After I create the world, I won't be able to make any changes after it. And I will intentionally make it difficult that even someone like you would find it very hard to survive. The battle around them had also stopped as most retreated. He could hear various gang members passing by and did their best to look for him. One had actually opened the illusory trash bin that Strafe had created. But upon opening it, the man simply frowned and moved away as if he saw nothing. Dyne glanced at the man but wasn't afraid since he was starting to be. Whatever, it beats dying here. At least I can play a bit more. I'm game. I mean, it gives me another life. And this is sorta like Isekai, which is also cool. Dyne just laughed. Then shall we start? Oh right. What happens to you? I plan to become the artifact spirit of this Imaginarium Bond if the sovereign of this place allows me. I will basically be trapped in that item for a few years. At least, instead of dying, I can prolong my life just a bit longer to help you. Of course, my power will be very limited. I won't be able to do much and even save you if you fall into dangerous situations inside the game. I can only bring you in and out of the world and whatever items you can bring in. Does that mean that you're going to be my console? Strafe didn't know what to say. I guess you could say that. Strafe nodded his head, though he was unsure of it. I have a few questions. The first world you will be creating will be Legend of Legia, right? Yes. What is the exact process of you creating it? Will you simply create it to fit the plot of the game? It will be slightly different from that. It won't follow the game exactly as it is. But I believe it will be an improvement. How so? The method that I will use to create it involves sacrificing several god-tiered items that my master left behind. But I won't be creating the world characters immediately. Rather, I will create it from the very beginning. For example, in Legia, I will create thousands and thousands of people to inhabit the human world and the Serukai world and then allow the world to shape on its own. Oh, you can't create it at once. I cannot. Unless I want them to be mindless creatures, I have to create things from the beginning. The lives of everyone created there will be real lives. They are actual people. Then wouldn't it change the world? What if people do stuff that will change the game? While certain changes can happen, I will set the fates of certain people and grant them the Imaginarium Bond's favor. This means everything you know of in the game will perfectly come to pass as the Imaginarium Bond will guide everyone's fates towards that direction. But apart from them, the other souls will have free reign. Although the Imaginarium Bond will limit their destiny, they will still be able to do anything they want. For instance, in the world of Legia, do not be surprised to see more towns and villages than what it was in the game. The size of the world in Legia, after all, is large, and I will be maximizing it. It may take you years to fully explore even the Drake continent. Let me get this straight. There will be people who have free will in that world. And because of that, some things will sorta change. But because of that fate-guiding thing that the Imaginarium Bond possesses, it will still follow the main storyline. Yes. So if, someone in Legia wants to kill Baby Vaughn, that person will fail because no matter how he tries, he won't ever succeed? Correct. The Imaginarium Bond will continue these whispers of fate that will guide all the characters, be it the enemy or the possible allies. You have to follow it to what the game allows. But moving beyond that, it will change. For example, if you stay in Drake Continent for years, things in the future towns may change. For example, Octum would probably have been sunk by Zane. On the other hand, things may change if you disrupt or interfere with the timeline by doing certain actions in the game. Like if I kill Zito on the first time that he appears in Rim Elm? That is one example. Therefore, if you stick to the same timeline of the game and follow the actions that the characters do, it will progress almost naturally as long as you keep moving forward. Alright, I understand. But as you said, there might be more survivors who will find a way to escape the mist in the world of Legia since there will be an untold number of people who will live in that world. This will also affect some parts of the game that you know. For instance, the items in the game can no longer be acquired easily. I expected that. If people can think freely, then there's no way people will leave precious items lying around the area. I guess if you try to do that and make fate leave treasure chest everywhere, it will eat up more energy as you would need to alter more fates to put those items on those specific places in the game, right? Correct. Of course, all items will exist in that world. So you may find some precious items here and there since the chaos of the mist would result in chaos. It just wouldn't be as easy as finding treasure chests in caves and such. Dyne sighed. That's annoying. I was hoping to get OP powers immediately. You have the potential for greatness. I have seen it in your memory. But you must walk a harsh world to maximize that potential. If you have such powerful equipment early on, your path will be hindered, and you won't even make it to my strength. Yes. I will also add a few more Easter eggs. Easter eggs? You've looked quite a bit in my memories now that you know those terms. I had fun watching your memories, especially with your very dense reaction towards women. You really should change that. That girl who you like? She obviously liked you. Dyne felt that he died at those words. He had been shot several times in the chest, but this time that bullet was so strong that it even broke through the thick Kevlar armor that he wore. Please don't kill me. Dyne's expression paled. Strafe laughed. As for the Easter eggs that I mentioned, you have to seek it out yourself. Strafe laughed. Dyne had yet to recover from that painful attack, but he focused on the exciting game before him. Sounds fun. Then since you're going to go through the process of creating everything, I take it you have the ability to speed up time so that when I enter in the game, it will be right when the game starts. Correct. It is among the other artifacts and tools that my master has bestowed. By my calculations, I will only need to speed up time and move it to about 1 or 2,000 years to get to the part of the story. Can you create it so that I enter these stories earlier than when the game actually starts? Of course. Dyne fell into deep contemplation. Please hurry up in your planning. Don't forget that I am dying. Strafe drank another mouthful. You said you could give me a few advantages? What exactly can you give me? The goal is to make you cultivate. As such, I cannot give you items that are powerful in the game. At most, I could craft some accessories for you that will aid you. Thus, the overpowered accessories like the Rainbow Jewel, War Soul, or the Wonder Amulet and other late-game equipments are out of the question. Besides, to create such a fate for you to find it will make it harder for me. And honestly, if you bring those items from the game and into the real world, you'll be troubled to death. Unless you have the means to defend yourself, you will end up being robbed. That's true. Then what about the Areseru? Wouldn't that item grant me trouble? Strafe smiled. The Areseru are powerful living artifacts. But since they are sentient, they have a way to hide the power and make it look like they are simple accessories. I will intentionally make them acquire that ability. Of course, I really didn't need to. Going with how powerful these Areserus are, it was very hard for the henchmen of the mist to sense and find them in the game. Meaning, it wasn't implied specifically, but these Areserus have the ability to hide their power. Of course, you best tread with caution. Unless you can awaken 5 or so Genesis tree, you'd best hide that from saints. Like Saint John from the Bible? Dyne tilted his head in confusion. No, those are those who have completed their mortal severing are what we call saints. They have powers so great that they can easily destroy a kingdom of mortals with the flip of their hands. Oh, you should clarify your terms. I'm still here on Earth after all. Dyne laughed. All right. Then before you send me into the game, I have a few requests. Go on. Don't send me in the game as the main character. Create the main character and do all that fate thingy to him. Just get me in the game. Dyne smiled with a peculiar expression. Chapter 6. To Legia 2. What? Strafe was confused at Dyne's request. Don't send me in as Vaughn. Dyne repeated. Then who will I send you as? Your mother. Who else? Me, of course. Who else? Definitely. Don't send me in as Noah. You won't go in as Vaughn and you'll go as yourself. Then where will your starting point be? Rim Elm. Where else? Do you plan to be a good guy in that game? Yeah. What did you think I was doing? I thought you were planning to side with the enemy. Why would I do that? Strafe didn't know what to say. Why would I send you not as the main character? If that's the case, you won't get the Areseru meta. If my plans succeed, I won't need meta. Dyne smiled. Strafe was pondering for a bit. I can't think of how you could use being a person without any destiny to become a Areseru user. How will you use that to your advantage? You guys really lack imagination. For people like you didn't need strong companions because you were already at the top. But as for me, if your world is as cruel as you say it is, and considering that you are about to die, I would need people who are as strong as Vaughn, Noah, and Gala. With them, I would be more at ease. Fine. If that's the case, I will increase the difficulty all the more. If you plan to have strong allies with you, I will also make it so that you can't survive without them, and they can't survive without you. The fate of Legia is already grim. Truthfully, the guiding fate of the Imaginarium Bond will disappear once you start each game. The guiding fate consumes energy, so I can't keep it up indefinitely. In Legia, the moment you reach the time when the game actually starts, the Imaginarium Bond's control over fate will end. Without you, those three are going to die. I'm fine with that. I'm still confident that I can complete it, though. I will surely be stronger than Vaughn, Noah, and Gala. How will you accomplish that? Won't it be better for you to watch and see? Strafe paused for a bit, then nodded. All right, this little gamble of yours has piqued my interest. If you manage to take advantage of this in the game, then I attribute it to your wisdom and ability. Nice. Now about the items that you will give me. I am requesting 3. Depends on what those items are. Strafe frowned. With Dyne's memories as a basis, Strafe knew of certain items that quickly made Dyne's life easy. If you are asking for any of the Ariseru eggs, forget it. I won't be giving you those eggs. Those items are too powerful. If I give you an egg now, it will create problems with the storyline. These eggs have to be hidden in the Genesis trees. I won't be asking for those. Geez, don't keep assuming things. All right, what do you want? Armors? Items? The point card, Strafe began to ask. The first is the water key gate. In the game, it was used to close the river dam. It was supposed to be in the hands of the king of Drake Kingdom. Watergate. Strafe was confused. He knew what the Watergate was. That was a critical item that held no importance in the process of the game. Yep, Dyne smiled mysteriously. A trace of excitement could be seen on his face. I can arrange that. But due to the workings of fate, you will begin not in Rim Elm but somewhere near Drake Castle. But why that item? Are you planning to get to Byron Monastery first? You'll see. Just let me play my game. Dyne laughed. Fine. I'll give that to you. The next item is the Golden Compass. Dyne listed. The Golden Compass? Are you just going to repeat everything that I am saying? You should know what the Golden Compass is. It's an item that allows me to ambush enemies easily. I understand. But you do realize that the items don't work exactly as it is in the game. The game uses a turn-based battle system, but you won't have that advantage in that world. It's all real-time. That item will simply make it easy for you to sneak up to the enemy by giving you some form of cloaking. That sounds even better. Dyne laughed. All right then. I'll put it alongside with the merchant who you meet near the Hunter Springs. What's the third item? The third is the most important. If you can't give me this along with the 2, I can make it that I won't need the Golden Compass. The item can be acquired a bit late game after all. But it isn't powerful. The Chicken King. The Chicken King? Strafe was surprised. No, the Chicken Queen. Come on, man. Quit repeating and start deliberating. Is it possible or not? If it's the Chicken King, I can craft an item like that, but its actual application within the game will grant you a burst of speed when running away. In my world, powers can be created as long as the mindset and soul are right. So, this item will only work if you really intend to escape. But just like it is in-game, if you meet the bosses in that game, you won't be able to flee. I know. That sounds perfect. Strafe had a strange look. Remember, Golden Compass will help grant you a form of cloaking, which allows you to ambush enemies or avoid them. The Chicken King only works if you really have a desire to flee. If you have any desire to fight it again, it won't work. Are you sure it will just be this? Very sure. Dyne smiled confidently. I can arrange the workings of fate for one to fall into the hands of the merchant and allow you to acquire this item. Then that's that. What about the other games? It is best that we talk about it next time. Since I will merge my spirit into this item and bony myself to it, we can talk about it more later. For now, we begin our journey. Wait, I still have one more request. Strafe was about to refute, but then he realized that Dyne's previous request wasn't anything over the top. What is it? Send me in. 2. No. 3 years before the game starts. 3 years? But that's not logical. You won't acquire the Ariseru then. Vaughn has to grow up yet, and Meta would not have hatched from his egg yet. It will only be during the time that Zito attacks that you'll get the opportunity to have a Ariseru. I know. I have my plans. Then that can easily be granted. Are there any more requests? None. Go ahead and beam me up, Strafey. Strafe shook his head and laughed. Looks like it will be an interesting year. Let's go. Strafe raised his hands, and the Imaginarium Bond gave a light glow. At that moment, Strafe appeared in the world within the Imaginarium Bond. Below him was a city with hundreds of people releasing their energy. Dyne was right next to him in the air. Where am I? In the last remaining world of the Imaginarium Bond, Strafe gave a soft sigh. The last world? Yes, this is a rather young world. Haven't you asked yourself why we didn't use any means to speed up the time in the worlds within the bonds to increase its population and strength? No, there are several reasons. The first is that it requires a lot of energy. In fact, to speed up time, we would require to sacrifice people in our world to increase the time in the worlds of the Imaginarium Bond. And the more people in these worlds, the more energy is required. Basically, the amount of energy you need to waste will increase as the world's population grows. So obviously, my master wouldn't dare do that. Life energy is the only energy that can speed up time, after all. They give up the time of their life as energy for us to use. Dyne was startled. As Strafe slowly descended, the crowds below all knelt down obediently. Many of them were crying. You have heard our discussion, and you know of my plans. My life is nearing its end. And the only hope that we have is this person. The god in this world is far, far stronger than the gods in my world. And yet, he allowed me to meet this young man and have hope for the future. Hail Dyne, the hope of our master. The crowds chorused together that it was so strong. Why are you bringing me here? Dyne wondered. Because although you will be playing, I want you to remember just what was sacrificed for you. Strafe suddenly raised his hands as several items began to appear one after the other. Several strange artifacts could be seen. A towering sword, a large heart, a large bright red stone that glowed like the sun. More and more objects appeared. This should be enough, Strafe whispered. I still need to prepare some items for you, after all. Strafe laughed as he glanced at Dyne and called his attention. The bright objects suddenly had no effect on Dyne's eyes. Dyne, this is the youngest world my master has. Its population is simply a little over 1 trillion. I will use some of the energy to breach the dimensional separators between this world and mine. The rest of the energy will be used to create Legia and sacrifice these various god-tiered artifacts to make that world and prepare the other worlds for the future. Remember their sacrifice. Engrave it all to memory. Strafe smiled. Suddenly, a strange series of memories flashed before Dyne's eyes. It was as if he knew everyone's names in the crowd below and even the other people in this world. He glanced below in shock and couldn't help but trembled. The crowd below had no hatred in their eyes. They were already doomed to die once Strafe dies, so it was a good thing that they could die, for that would give their master hope. Wait, Dyne hesitated. Do not worry, Dyne. They don't blame you and neither do I. Nor am I doing this to guilt-trip you. This is necessary. You will be their hope. When I reached this plane, I would lose my body and die eventually. I only have a little over a year to live. They will die with me, but now you will be the owner, and you will be their hope. Citizens of Elpida, give your greetings to the hope of my world. Strafe made his grand announcement. We greet you, Dyne Valiant, the hope of Allos Vassilis. May you enjoy the game we make. May you grant peace to our two masters, and may you live forever. The entire world shook as every citizen shouted with a great cheer. It was a cheer of great rejoicing. It was a cheer of great hope. It was a cheer that broke the heart of Dyne as he watched helplessly. Citizens of Elpida, you will not be forgotten. Live on in the world that will cause this Valiant the power he needs to overcome the devils that plagued Allos Vassilis. Strafe's eyes began to tear up, and then Strafe shut his eyes. Dyne's vision grew dark as well. Chapter 7. Understanding Legia 1. Dyne woke up on the shores of the beach. The crashing waves woke him, and he immediately began to move. he realized that his body was no longer wounded. He wore the same outfit that he had from last night. Dyne slowly moved away from the waters and walked towards the sand. He wiped the water from his eyes. Whether it was the water from the beach or the tears in his eyes, he only knew. Really? You took away my gun? Where am I? He looked around, and he could see several trees sprouting at the end of the beach, and a vast plain land with thick mist was just beyond the beach where he was. That really took a toll from me. I am about to fall asleep. You are in Legia. Your game begins. The voice trailed off and disappeared. Dyne wanted to complain but knew that Strafe needed to rest. 1 year to live, and I thought I'd have this talking console forever. Dyne frowned. He understood that going by the words that Strafe made right before he made this world, he would still die within a year. I have to go. Dyne immediately began to move. Wait, where are the items? Dyne cursed. He then checked on his pockets and clothes and realized that the 3 items were not with him. Oh right, it will be left to a person fated to have it. Dyne recalled and began to move. He remembered that fate's workings would be shaped so that someone nearby would have the items that Dyne needs. As he marched further, he noticed a thick mist in the distance. Right? The winds of the ocean blow against the mist. Dyne realized why he was brought here as a starting point. This means that fated person to have those 3 items should be around. Dyne immediately began to look around. He moved closer to the jungle but was wary of the mist. I need to get out of here before it gets dark. It looks like it's about 8 in the morning. Dyne concluded. He moved forward and noticed that there was a dead body on the ground. The dead man wore a red cap and a purple vest, which strangely familiar to Dyne. Is this a merchant? Dyne wondered. It was then he recalled a particular named character in Legend of Legia. Liam. Is this Liam? Shouldn't he be alive? Dune pondered for a bit but immediately ransacked the man's body. The first thing he found was a strange key. It had a strange symbol that looked like a drop of water. The water key, Dyne cried excitedly. He then proceeded to check the other items around the man and found a golden compass. Obviously, this is the golden compass. But how does it work? Dyne frowned as he gave the compass a few squeezes. I'll figure this out later. Come on, Chicken King. Dyne prayed for the item to appear, and checked on the other pocket but found only a strange purple card. Wonder what this purple card is for? Could it be for gold like in those cultivation stories I've read? Wait, where's the Chicken King? Dyne almost fell to dismay but then realized something. He checked on the man's neck, and sure enough, there was a necklace attached to him with the symbol of a rooster with a crown. Chicken King, Dyne guessed. Well, at least I have the items. Dyne smiled. Now to get to Rim Elm. Dyne glanced up and looked around. He noticed that there was a mountain that blocked his view on both sides of the beach. Wait, I know this. Dyne realized that his knowledge and memory about Legend of Legia was very clear. He could even recall the world map of the Drake continent. 2 mountains by the beach. A merchant that has an outfit like Liam. If this is Liam, then I must be somewhere between the Hunter Spring and Rim Elm. Dyne recalled in his memories. All right, Dyne calms down. Dyne said to himself and took out the golden compass and kept holding on to it. His other hand grasped on the Chicken King, which he wore on his neck. It was then that strange energy moved around him. A sense of understanding also surfaced. All right, then it's that easy to activate? I just need to hold it and put my mind to it. But what of this card? Dyne wondered. One of the things he couldn't understand was why this man didn't have anything else on his body. As a merchant, he should at least have some gold in him. Dyne quickly took out the purple card and glanced into it. Using the experience with the Chicken King and the golden compass, Dyne also tried to send his thoughts into the card. His mind shook as he felt a slight jolt that came from the card. 10,231. Dyne was confused. Those digits somehow came to mind. And it wasn't like a random thought but something very vivid and clear. Is this the gold in-game? Dyne wondered. He thought of something and suddenly, a few coins appeared on his hands. It was precisely the same amount of coins that he wanted to appear. I see, so that's how it works. Dyne nodded his head in satisfaction. This must be how our characters bring their money out. But what about items? Where do they keep their inventory? Dyne searched the dead man's body and concluded that he had no other items apart from his clothes. Oh well, since he's dead, he must have used up any healing items if he had any. Dyne then glanced at the southern mountain and began to move in haste. The windy breeze continued to blow and prevented the mist from approaching. Dyne then began to recount into his mind everything about Legia. He knew the game well, but he decided that he had to go over his memory and study it carefully to understand what this world was. While most people only would play the game, Dyne had a more profound knowledge of the game's lore. He even understood the backstory of the game. As he immersed himself, he realized that Strafe did something to his memories wherein the details just emerged more vividly than he used to remember. Legia is a world that was created by a god named Teague. Teague divided himself into two different beings and placed them into two separate dimensions that wouldn't interact. The first realm was the realm of humans. This was the world of Legia. And the other was the realm of the beings that were called the Seru. The Seru lived in their own dimension, which was Serukai. Among the Seru, Teague created a stronger and more powerful being to govern the rest of their kinds. These were the Are Seru. Yet Teague had long known that the two separate worlds would somehow interact one day, and Teague had created 10 Genesis trees in the human world, Legia. Each would contain a slumbering Are Seru. These were so they would awaken in the future and aid mankind in an approaching calamity that would threaten to wipe it out. The calamity began when most of the powerful Are Seru rogue rebelled against Teague. It sought to aid and attempted to get to the human world, for it knew that if it could merge with another human, its power would drastically increase. And so, in his wild ambition, the mightiest angel of Teague rebelled against his creator. He breached the world of Serukai to get to the world of Legia. But before he could complete his goal, Rogue was defeated and banished by Teague into another dimension where it would be unable to reach Serukai or Legia. As for Legia, the appearance of the Seru had already happened and could not be stopped. The Seru were rock-like creatures with tremendous powers. Alone, they maintained a solid form. But since Teague was a being who divided himself into Seru and human, the two entities' combined powers would drastically amplify each other. The Seru remains their rock-like form but can change forms when attached to a human being. When the two are combined, it allows the Seru to reveal more power than it can, and the human can harness the power of the Seru to do incredible things. Through the power of the Seru, an average human can lift large boulders on his own. It could even give humans the ability to fly. When merged with a human, the Seru allows them to reveal their special skills. Some Serus that would be as large as a baby could even transform into a massive creature that is as big as a bus. As for the Are Seru, no other human had ever worn them until the beginning of the game. At least not to anyone's knowledge. Dyne wondered as a strange sentence was added to his memories. That memory strangely implies that someone already did. But who? Dyne shook his head and went back to his memories. The humans befriended the Serus and eventually developed a relational bond with it. The Seru reproduced more. Soon, the humans of Legia used Seru's power to fight back and defeat the monster armies that threatened to kill them. Wait, monster army? Dyne realized something as he continued to recall the story of Legend of Legia. There were no mentions of monster armies in Legend of Legia. Is this Strafe's work? Dyne continued to think and look into his memory of the game pertaining to monsters. The term monster army was something new for him. Chapter 8. Understanding Legia 2. In the world of Legia, humans were weak and were barely surviving. Dyne recalled the game's prologue and stated that humans were physically more vulnerable than the wild beasts and monsters that roamed the land. And because they were weaker, they had, on several occasions, came close to extinction. Yet that fact is immediately forgotten as the game begins, and the coming battles would focus on the Serus. That's right, whatever happened to the monsters of this world? What did the mist do to them? Could it be that, in this world, Strafe created monsters to complete this destiny? Dyne pondered and concentrated on retrieving whatever memory Strafe left for him. And so, the humans built a civilization that used Serus to the fullest. Great and grand technologies were developed, and soon even weapons of war that made use of the Serus came to the world. As humans grew more powerful, they successfully banished the great monster kings who lived on the Callisto continent. Hey, this is new, Dyne smirked. In his original understanding of the game, there was no mention of the monster kings. Dyne always believed that the various monsters and enemies that can be fought in the game are Serus. But in the memories that Strafe left to him, it now detailed the many monsters' origins within the game. So this world has humans, Seru, and monsters. Dyne nodded in understanding. What happened to the monster kings? Dyne pondered. The monster kings fled and left the Legia continent and retreated elsewhere as they fought a losing battle against the humans and Seru. While most of the monster kings had managed to flee and bring their army into a far-off land, some monsters that were unable to escape. Those that remained were left to fend for themselves and fled, hiding in caves and forests. The humans decided to allow these creatures to reproduce and survive as the body, the bones, and even the flesh of these monsters gave them more resources, weapons, and even food. Oh, so that explains the monsters in Legia. It looks like Strafe's version of the game has more side quests. Nice, I get to play Legia with an updated version. Thanks, Strafe. Dyne dashed on with great glee. He continued to reflect on his memories. If you hear this voice, you must have understood the current ecology of Legia. I did this to make this world harsher. Now, not only will you have to deal with the mist and its henchmen, but you will also deal with the monsters that have now grown in the wild. The mist and the mad Serus allowed these monsters to be unhunted, but at the same time, a war between the wild monsters and the Seru kept the few human colonies that you know remained alive in the game active. Strafe's voice echoed in Dyne's head. Oh, sounds exciting. Instead of being fearful or worried, Dyne got all the more excited. Now, let's have a look at my memories of the Seru. Dyne continued to reflect as he walked on the side of the beach. The wind from the ocean prevented the dangerous mist from nearing. The Serus was generally divided into several elemental affiliations. A Seru would have certain elements that they could wield or command. There were Serus of fire, wind, thunder, darkness, light, rock, and water. There are also Serus that had no elemental affinity and would gift its wearers with strength and power. There is also another elemental affinity that is known as evil. But of course you already knew that. Equals D. What? Dyne was confused. Why was there an emoticon in his memory? Looks like this Strafe has really fallen in love with my world. Dyne shook his head and shivered at the possibilities of these odd inceptions that Strafe left on his memory. Gritting his teeth and knowing that the cringe was necessary, Dyne continued to search his memories. Legia is divided into 3 major regions or continents. The first region, which became the cradle of civilization in Legia, was the Callisto continent. It had the most advanced utilization of Seru and science. 2 mighty kingdoms reigned there, the Soul Kingdom and the Concrum Kingdom. Far out on the east to this kingdom, beyond the seas, was another continent. The Sibucus Islands was an archipelago with several hundreds of islands and was known for the productive geothermal environment. This was the second continent in the game. There the Ratayu Kingdom and 3 prominent towns were present. But since the cities and kingdoms in this continent are further from the cradle of civilization and the location where the Serus first appeared, the Sibucus Islands only had a shadow of the technology that Soul and Concrum had. At the south of this continent, connected through a large mountain range, it was the youngest continent in the world of Legia. It had very little technology as the way it uses the Serus was not as advanced as the former continents. It also had the least discovery of items and magical weapons. They were even unable to use basic tools such as the Door of Wind that can teleport people from town to town. Oh right, I didn't notice this when I played. Dyne realized it. Drake Kingdom didn't have big buildings or techs apart from the Byron Monastery, which was closest to the entrance of the Sibucus Islands. The Sibucus Islands towns had things like windmills and gun-like weapons, and a sea crossing and transport system. As for the Callisto continent, they had the technology to create tall skyscrapers and could even create powerful bombs. Dyne recalled the details of the game. So I guess I would have to get to Sibucus Island to enjoy things like air conditioners? Dyne cursed, but he then returned to recall the details of the game. The game is set 10 years after the appearance of the mysterious mist. The mist would drive the Serus insane, and when a human being who is wearing the Seru is exposed to the mist, they would end up being possessed. The Seru, who would always be submissive to humans, would possess humans and make them mad. Humans had relied too much on Serus, and so, when their greatest weapon turned against them, most of the world was destroyed. The kingdoms in the Callisto continent fell. The towns in Sabucus also suffered. And soon the mist reached the Drake Kingdom. Hope was lost and humanity barely survived. Who knew who had escaped the terrors of the mist? Of the few survivors who found a way to avoid the mist's treacherous dangers, the game begins in Drake Continent to one of the towns in the continent's fringe region. Rim Elm, Dyne whispered as he gazed to the horizon. That town used a large wall to protect itself from and cover the east, west, and north sides. They used the sea as a natural barrier. The natural breeze of the coast also helped to keep the mist from drawing close to it. Dyne smiled. Since I'm here 3 years earlier than when the game actually begins, I guess I'd have to learn to love eating fishes. Dyne laughed as he continued to run. He then brought to memory the real protagonist of the game. All three resided in the Drake continent. Vaughn was a native of Rim Elm. Vaughn should be 11 years old by now. I wonder if he's any strong. To think he would save the world at 14 years old. Dyne remembered Vaughn's young age. 3 years from now, a catastrophe would befall Rim Elm, and Vaughn would awaken the Ariseru of Fire. Meta. Vaughn had the most balanced stats in the game, where he had decent speed, defense, and attack power. The second soon-to-be hero is Noah. In the game, I always make Vaughn and his little childhood friend get together. I wonder if I can. Dyne then slapped himself as he considered this and realized that Noah was only 12 years old. Curse you, game designer. With your designs of Noah, she looked at least 18. How dare you make me think such crazy thoughts? Dyne cursed. Oh right, the entire game must have spawned years? Ugh, stop thinking, Dyne. She'd still be a minor. Dyne slapped himself once more. Alright, so Noah has her background. And Vaughn would later rescue her and, in the process, awaken the second Ariseru. Dyne focused. Noah would be the wielder of the Ariseru of Wind, Terra. Like the wind, she would have the highest speed but have weaker damage. Noah has the least upper body defense but the strongest lower body strength thanks to her training from Terra, who emphasized speed. She, however, also had the least mana of the three. The last main character of the game is Gala. A Byron monk resides inside a well-guarded monastery to the east of Drake Kingdom. He would soon forsake the monk vow of never wearing a seru when he is forced to be the third Ariseru-wielding hero. He would be partnered with the Ariseru of Lighting, Ozma. Gala had powerful strength and defense, the hugest mana pool of the three, but he is also the slowest. Meta, Terra, and Ozma. Dyne smiled as he thought of this. If things go as planned, I'll have a Ariseru of my own. As Dyne continued to run and recall the game basics, he saw a familiar man-like creature at a distance. The power of the golden compass warned him of that enemy. What the? But I'm not on the mist, Dyne frowned. Oh right, that must be a monster. Dyne slowed down and grasped the golden compass. Its effect appeared as a strange power enveloped him. A Gobu Gobu. Dyne was surprised as he recognized the enemy monster. Chapter 9 Gobu Gobu. My first monster. Wow. Dyne noticed the monster even when it was quite far from it. The Gobu Gobu was one of the first monsters that could be fought outside of Rim Elm. They were humanoid monsters that wore loincloths and had a shield on the one hand and a blue blade attached to the other arm's forearm. They looked like yellow-skinned goblins but had a much taller frame that could go as tall as an adult human. Looks like it can't see me yet. Is this the power of the golden compass? Dyne realized that his senses were more sensitive in detecting enemies. Dyne paused and dropped himself on the sand and tried to camouflage himself. That monster should be weak, right? I mean, it can easily be defeated by a level 1 Vaughn, Dyne thought to himself. If a 14-year-old kid could kill it, I should be able to. Dyne thought as he glanced at his fist. It was then that he noticed it. Why are my arms smaller? Dyne wondered. Dyne immediately rolled silently towards where the water was. The crashing waves were strong, but the water was clean. He looked at himself and was shocked. I'm younger. Dyne finally realized it. It was then that the words of Strafe echoed in his mind. To send you into this game, I had to destroy your body and recreate it in this game. And to help you with your future cultivation, I made you younger than you were. You are currently 10 years old, just a year younger than Vaughn. But don't worry, I retained most of the strength you have. Apart from adjusting yourself from the size difference, You should be able to fight just as you did in your previous life. You freaking killed me? Dyne cursed. Oh well, I guess it's better this way. Why is age needed for cultivation? Dyne pondered. Welp, time to test it out. Dyne readied and slowly moved from his position towards the Gobu that was wandering alone. He quickly made a sprint. The golden compass allowed them to sense the enemies ahead from where they were and provide a strange mirage-like effect that cloaked his appearance. However, the closer the wearer was to the enemy, the weaker the outcome is. When Dyne held the golden compass with the intent to use it, he soon realized that his appearance would remain cloaked at around 20 meters from the enemy. Once he moves any closer, his figure would be visible and would alert the enemy. This was how the game item Golden Compass would allow its wearers to increase the likeliness of performing a surprise attack, which granted the players the capability of performing the first attack in combat. Dyne rushed faster and faster and moved around the Gobu. He made sure to stick right behind the Gobu before running forward to attack. My strength should equate to a level 3. Von. Dyne whispered confidently to himself before he made a substantial leap towards the Gobu. Dyne flew overhead the Gobu. As Strafe promised, Dyne still wielded the same strength he had from before. He used one of the attacks he devised in the real world. It was a surprise attack made to assassinate his enemies by breaking their necks. Dyne grabbed the head of the Gobu as he flew above and used his entire body weight and strength to spin around. And like a bottle cap being spun off, the neck of the Gobu twisted. A cracking sound was heard, but suddenly, the Gobu cried and struggled. Dyne fell on the sand and cursed. Damn, he's got about twice the muscles compared to a full-grown man. Dyne cursed. The Gobu looked as if it was in pain, gazed angrily at Dyne, and charged off. It swung its right arm, and Dyne parried by ducking and immediately swept the feet of the Gobu. The sweeping kick wasn't strong enough to move through the second leg, but it still caused the Gobu to lose balance. Dyne immediately took advantage of the Gobu's stagger, and he sprung up and grabbed the sword arm of the Gobu and quickly stabbed it towards the other arm that held the small shield. The Gobu shrieked in pain as it stumbled. Dyne's body continued to move swiftly as he kicked the fallen Gobu on the face. The Gobu quickly rolled away in pain and promptly retrieved the sword that stabbed on its other arm and tried to stand up. But Dyne was ready. He had already circled behind the Gobu and jumped once more. Since the Gobu was still trying to stand up, Dyne jumped from its back again, and this time, he used his legs to create a pincer lock around the head of the Gobu before twisting again using his full strength. Crack! Another cracking sound was heard. Only this time, Dyne was confident that he broke the neck of the Gobu. The monster fell and Dyne crashed on the sand as well. The battle happened quickly. If it weren't for Dyne's tremendous experience in killing people, his failure to immediately execute the Gobu on the first attack would have been dangerous for most people. Dyne was gasping for breath as he laid on the sand. He was secretly cursing. The Gobu was far stronger than he imagined. He slowly released his lock and noticed strange golden energy coming out of the enemy, and various power was being drawn towards Dyne. For some strange reason, the energy looked like the same golden coins he saw earlier. If you hear this message, it means you have made your first kill. Strafe's words resounded once more. Concentrate on the monster before you. I have imparted the knowledge of how to gather its energy. Dyne pondered and concentrated upon hearing Strafe's command. Suddenly, the energy of the Gobu was rushing towards him. The path of martial cultivation is harsh and difficult. It requires physical training, strengthening the mind and the spirit. The easiest is physical. In my world, the energy of the world may be absorbed to strengthen the body. It may be done anywhere, although there are specific regions that may increase the ability to gather the world's energy to feed the body. The energy that Dyne received from the Gobu somehow made him feel strengthened. Another way to grow stronger in my world is to battle monsters and take their cores to absorb the energy. In this world, I followed the experience-based system. All monsters of this world are born with the innate ability to gather a portion of energy from the enemies that they manage to kill. Humans, however, will need to rely on other means. The energy gathering stopped, but Dyne noticed that there remained the same golden liquid, which almost had the same shade as the coins he managed to take out earlier. However, there are two types of energy that exists. The energies that the body has already converted to empower the body, mind, and soul can be absorbed. And the other is their life energy. For humans, it would be their blood. For monsters and Seru, it would be that golden liquid before you. That is also the currency in this world. Dyne was stunned. That's money? Oh right, in Legia you do get gold from enemies. If you have found the merchant who held on to the 3 items you requested, then you should have found the card. I don't know how much money he would have, but I have determined that his fate would cause him to spend most of his gold on something else right before he travels and dies to where he is now. I don't want you to be super rich now. Dyne couldn't help but curse. For crying out loud. What's a little bit more money? What a cheapskate. Dyne grumbled. Use the card to draw in life energy. It's designed to have the same form and function as with my world. Dyne held the card and moved closer towards the golden liquid. The gold was immediately absorbed. As you can see, it may take a while for the card to absorb life energy. You should make sure to hide any monsters you kill unless other monsters would take notice. The voice narrated. What? Dyne was confused. The life energy had been drained almost immediately. Dyne remained for a minute holding the card next to the body, but no more golden blood appeared. Was this monster anemic or something? Where's the rest of the blood? Dyne frowned. Dyne checked on the card and found that the number on the card has increased by 15. It was now 10,246. That should be about right. Gobu should give about 15 gold each. Did I already acquire all the gold? Oh well. Dyne shook his head and was about to run when it glanced at the protruding blade and the shield that the Gobu held onto. Dyne removed the shield, but as he was about to take away the blade, he noticed that the blade was connected to his arm as if it was a bone protruding out. It looks like I'll make do with this shield then. Dyne frowned and started to run on the side of the sea. Would you like to hear about my world's cultivation and how this world can affect your strength in the real world? A voice prompt was heard. Dyne almost stumbled as he heard that. He had long deduced that Strafe reserved many messages for him now that Strafe has fallen into slumber. If yes, please say, continue. For a dying guy, you sure know how to have some fun. Continue, Dyne replied mentally. Chapter 10. A strange scene. You have selected to hear about my world. To stop, say pause. To begin, say start. Start. Dyne was in tears as he ran. Dyne, the real world, and the worlds that I will create will have similar cultivation principles. In my world, the cultivation levels of a mortal are divided into 5 levels. 6 if you count mortal severing. The cultivation level that you are at now is the weakest, and that is the martial advent stage. Believe it or not, your current level is only at level 1. Dyne nearly stumbled again. I'm that weak. Dyne cursed. The martial advent stage is divided into 10 levels. Each level is equal to a level in the game. This means you are currently a level 1 martial advent practitioner. Normally, you'd have to go through various means to strengthen your body and contain more energy to rise in the ranks of the martial advent and other stages. There are many ways to do this, but I've provided you with means in this world. And those are the Genesis trees. Genesis trees, Dyne repeated as he thought back. The voice prompt of Strafe mysteriously paused as Dyne recalled his memories. Legia had 10 Genesis trees, and awakening a tree would strengthen the Seru. So here it will be necessary for me to get physically stronger as well? Dyne pondered. Let me continue with the other stages first. To explain this, after the martial advent stage is the martial novice stage. It is again divided into 10 stages, but this stage is harsher than the first. In this stage, you need to level up twice in this world to rise 1 level in the martial novice stage. 2 levels per rank, Dyne committed this to memory. After martial novice is martial formation. This is the stage that I hope you reach before you go to the world Brigandine. I choose Brigandine over Final Fantasy Tactics because you can gain the powers to control an army in Brigandine. Something which may prove necessary in the future. But in that game, you can also use the class systems to create the foundation of your martial code. Several scenes flashed before Dyne's eyes. In the quick vision, Dyne saw various types of warriors in Strafe's world. Some people controlled fire, people who wielded weapons that could break the earth, people who could transform their body parts and turn into giant beings of great might. The martial code stage is a stage that most martial artists repeat at least 2 times. It is the stage where they reform their bodies to contain the specific power they set out to master. In the visions you saw, those people had repeated that stage at least 3 times. This stage cannot be easily divided into levels as it simply is a stage where you are building your code. Of course, reaching higher levels is always important as it would make you stronger. In the world of Brigandine, you could master your code by leveling up there. If you plan to pursue 3 martial codes and master one, you would be considered someone having reached the next stage. The martial expert stage. Dyne couldn't help but give a low whistle. In the visions he saw, those men had tremendous powers that could break mountains. If you continue to hone your abilities and reach the very edges of what is humanly possible, you then reach the martial peak stage. In most of the kingdoms and realms in my worlds, this is the ultimate peak. Of course, for you, therein lies the next game. The game that will allow you to perform your mortal severing and ascend to sainthood. Those visions that I gave you were from martial experts, and they are like chickens to those in the martial peak stage. And to saints, these experts are like grass or ants. Dyne gulped. But don't worry, I have laid out the path for you through the games. You will grow stronger. Leveling up in the game world will make you stronger in the real world as well. Not to mention, I have designed the 3 games to strengthen the different aspects you need to improve on specifically, but more on that later. For now, play to your heart's content. Just know that the real world is harsher than the current legend of Legia that you are playing right now. The voice stopped. Dyne sighed as he continued to run on the coastlines. There were times that some monsters could be seen. He saw green slimes, which he knew to be another native in Legia. But as he sensed that there was something corrosive in the slime, he decided not to attack it. He circled the slime, continued to flee, and slowly approached the small mountain that covered his destination site. The side of the mountain had rocky edges. The waves hammered strongly against it. Dyne was confident in his swimming skills and chose this route to get to Rim Elm. Dyne decided to walk on the coastlines instead of traveling a straight line towards the mountain. At one point, he could see the edges of a large walled town. Is that Rim Elm? Dyne squinted his eyes. I guess with its population after converting it from game to reality. It would be a bit bigger than the one in the game. Dyne shrugged it off and continued to walk by the seashore. He soon encountered another Gobu, but this Gobu seemed to have been running away from someone. Dyne paused and noticed that it was being chased by 3 Gobu and a green slime. What? Dyne frowned at the scene. He immediately dropped the sand and used his commando tactics to camouflage himself as he observed the Gobu. Looks like the monster world is not as united as I thought it would be. The other Gobus had green slimes accompanying them. This was something that Dyne recalled to really happen in the game. Why are they chasing that Gobu? Dyne frowned and tried to think, but nothing from Strafe was brought to mind. Out of his curiosity, Dyne activated the golden compass and began to move closer towards the group. The Gobu was running fast. The slime was surprisingly fast for its large and slimy form. Although it was slower than the Gobu, it could easily catch up to it. The Gobu continued to run and was headed for the rocky part of the mountain. As Dyne drew closer and closer, he made sure to leave a distance that would disable the golden compass's cloaking effect. Soon he caught sight of something familiar on the hands of the chased Gobu. It looked like a black chain-like object with a beak protruding out of its cap-like head. It also had 2 sharp blades as feet. A jamard! Dyne realized what it was. It was a seru. Why are they fighting over a jamard? Dyne couldn't understand it. Dyne followed the group as they continued to run towards the mountain. It ran towards a narrow path on the edge of the mountain that was overlooking the sea. The waves below it crashed strongly against the sedimentary rocks. It wasn't a conducive escape path, especially when the Gobu was carrying an apparently dead jamard on its hands. Soon the Gobu carrying the jamard reached a dead end. A small cove was formed with a small path. The Gobu faced his pursuers. To his right was a massive rocky wall, and to his left was a cliff. The 3 Gobus appeared to be laughing and waited for the green slime to move closer. Dyne stood afar and hid by the rocks just in case and observed. The monsters seemed to be communicating with each other. The first Gobu Gobu seemed to be in fear as it stood with its back against the wall. It held the shield and aimed the blue sword protruding out of its left hand and was shouting in some strange language. The three Gobu Gobu and the green slime started to encircle the lone Gobu Gobu. Ah, screw it. I'll just save the Gobu Gobu and see what happens. Dyne finally acted. He was among the elite soldiers of Earth and even worked together with several task forces all over the world. His skill in stealth was among the top of the world. And now, he had the golden compass to aid him further. His sprint was fast and precise. At that moment, the three creatures began attacking the lone Gobu Gobu. And this was as Dyne predicted. He had already faced one Gobu Gobu and could roughly make out the strength of these creatures. Recalling how his leg sweep was only able to break the foothold of one foot, he adjusted the force he exerted and went all out. The Gobu Gobu nearest the cliff was the first to receive the attack. Using the shield he retrieved from the first Gobu Gobu, Dyne's shield tackled the rushing Gobu Gobu. Smash! The Gobu Gobu was immediately thrown towards the sea. The waves crashed and bashed. It would take a while for that Gobu Gobu to resurface if the Gobu Gobu knew how to swim. Chapter 11. An Unlikely Alliance. The remaining Gobu Gobu didn't notice it as the wounded Gobu Gobu also attacked recklessly. Dyne immediately used the rebounding force of hitting the first Gobu Gobu to bounce towards the other two and the green slime. Dyne jumped up, kicked another Gobu Gobu on the face. The Gobu Gobu was stunned by the attack that he stumbled towards the green slime. The Gobu Gobu howled as the green slime was preparing to attack. The acidic properties of slime had already been activated when the Gobu Gobu was kicked headfirst into the goo. A shrill cry erupted as the Gobu Gobu's body dove into the slime. The green slime was panicking and tried to move away from the Gobu Gobu. The cry alerted the two Gobu Gobus, who began fighting. Dyne threw the shield towards the last Gobu Gobu and struck it on the neck. The Gobu Gobu choked and staggered. "What are you doing? Kill that guy!" Dyne yelled immediately as he ordered the dumbfounded Gobu Gobu. The command awoke the Gobu Gobu. Whether or not it understood Dyne's words, he still acted and immediately stabbed the enemy Gobu Gobu. Dyne continued to attack and deliver kicks and punches to keep the Gobu Gobu inside the green slime. This corrosive acid wasn't working anymore, but the Gobu Gobu couldn't breathe. The slime tried to move forward and backward, but it couldn't get its body out of the Gobu Gobu. The Gobu Gobu, who was saved, kept glancing at Dyne curiously, but he didn't attack. The slime began to escape, but the Gobu Gobu with the dead jamard stood on the narrow path out of the cove to block the slime and keep it from retreating. Finally, the Gobu Gobu, who had its head stuck inside the slime, breathed its last after several minutes of struggling. Dyne was just too malicious as he kept kicking the Gobu Gobu to lose its balance. The slime glanced towards the two enemies and was starting to show signs of fear as it trembled and retreated. The Gobu Gobu's eyes lit up, and he approached the slime and stabbed his arms towards the slime. For some strange reason, the Gobu Gobu wasn't burned as he reached towards the core of the slime. The green slime didn't resist and waited. A golden glow occurred at the core. After removing his hands, the Gobu Gobu moved towards Dyne and began to talk in a strange language. Even though the path was opened, the green slime didn't run. Dyne was startled. Is this how Gobu Gobus group together with slimes? They tame it? Dyne wondered. I guess I'd have to ask Strafe about this when he wakes up. Dyne walked towards the two dead Gobu Gobu and motioned for the Gobu Gobu to approach as he pointed towards the dead bodies. Let's share the experience between these two, but I'm getting the gold, alright? Dyne waved his hands, and the golden liquid was immediately absorbed towards the purple card. But what surprised Dyne was that the gold he got from the Gobu Gobu was actually 50. What, they had 25 each? Are they some higher-level Gobu Gobu? Dyne wondered, but then he tossed the idea back and pointed to the Gobu Gobu and towards the remaining energy. Suddenly, some growling noise could be heard on the side, and Dyne and the Gobu Gobu stood up. It was the first Gobu Gobu who was tossed towards the sea. He managed to climb up. The Gobu Gobu next to Dyne immediately moved and stabbed the head of the Gobu Gobu as it was climbing up. After killing it, the Gobu Gobu carried it and placed it next to Dyne. Are you giving the gold to me? No need. I have quite a bit. What I need is experience. But since you helped, let's share the experience from the three. Dyne smiled. but for some strange reason the Gobu Gobu didn't move. You won't get the energy? Fine, then I'll go ahead and eat the energy of these two, alright? Dyne smiled as he sat down and channeled the technique to gather the energy. The energy was absorbed, but because Dyne felt a bit guilty, he pointed to the last Gobu Gobu, who had the gold. Since you killed it, you should at least get the gold, Dyne explained. The Gobu Gobu glanced back at Dyne and slowly moved towards the Gobu Gobu, who still continued to bleed the golden liquid. The Gobu Gobu opened his mouth as a strange force suddenly began to absorb the liquid. The liquid energy slowly gathered. I see. For us, it's gold, but for these monsters, it is their experience, Dyne concluded. Does that mean that the gold I have can make them go stronger? The Gobu Gobu stopped gathering the energy, and despite his monstrous look, he seemed to have a grateful expression towards. Dyne then took his purple card and retrieved 100 coins. He placed 50 right next to the Gobu Gobu and 50 next to the slime. Bigak Gagak Magak Sagak Agak Kingak? For some strange reason, Dyne could understand his words. Isn't that Filipino language with the gak word at the end of each syllable? On his tours in the Philippines, Dyne befriended a group of young kids he rescued from a sex slave ring. He bonded with the kids in the short time that he was based on the Philippines. Because of the necessity of his various missions, Dyne was an amateur speaker in multiple languages such as Japanese, Korean, Mandarin, and Xhosa. He was, however, fluent in Russian and Filipino. Dyne decided to test his theory. Ogak Ogak, Dyne answered. Yes. The Gobu Gobu was startled. Sagak Ligak Tagak Gobu. Language Gobu. What? You speak that gak language those kids taught? Dyne was startled. The little kids he spent time with would secretly accompany him to play games and taught him a coded language that uses the Filipino language and adds the word gak, chuk, ba, and other syllables. This was how they spoke and helped Dyne acquire a low-tech cell phone to emulate PS1 games. Of course, it was short-lived since his superiors found out and sent Dyne to Kenya and took his cell phone from him like a parent disciplining their child. Wow, how nostalgic. I wonder how those kids are. Dyne laughed. The first sentence that the Gobu Gobu asked was if Dyne was giving him the gold. Dyne responded and said yes, to which startled the Gobu Gobu. The Gobu Gobu exclaimed that Dyne could speak the language of Gobu. Pagak Nogak Ingak Tingak Digak? How understand? Oh, you seem to be using some form of broken Filipino language with the gak. Is this strafe having fun? Dyne suspected that this mortal ascending strafe seemed to have been so in love with the earthly culture that he went all out and used even the smallest details in Dyne's memory. Wait, does that mean strafe can do memes? Dyne had a revelation. Pagak Rigak? Friend, the Gobu Gobu called out. Agak Nogak Pangak Ngagak Langak Magak? What's your name? Dyne's mouth was getting thirsty. It had been a while since he spoke in gak codes. Pangak Ngagak Langak? Name, the Gobu Gobu repeated. Dyne nodded his head. Bertugo Lionel, the Gobu Gobu replied. What the firmament? Dyne cursed out loudly. How did your name become Bertugo, and what's with the Lionel? Sounds like some classy English name. Dyne gave a frustrated cry. The Gobu Gobu tilted his head and glanced at Dyne with a bewildered expression. Bertugo, Agak Kogak Sigak Dyne, Berutugo, I am Dyne. Dyne introduced himself. Sigak Dyne, I am Dyne, the Gobu Gobu repeated. No, just Dyne. Agak Kogak Dyne. Dyne. Dyne repeated but removed the identifier, Sigak. Dyne, the Gobu Gobu also repeated. So it really is a broken up Filipino dialect. I guess I'll have to try to speak like that. So proper nouns don't need the gak. Dyne analyzed the language based on his discussion with the Gobu Gobu. Dyne then began to use this language and explained that he could give those coins to him and the slime pet as long as the Gobu Gobu gave him the jamard and made Bertugo promise not to hurt any humans. Surprisingly, the Gobu Gobu immediately agreed. Dyne paused for a bit and decided to try. Puegak digak barukgo tribo? Is it tribo or trigak bagak? Anyway. Igak bagak Gobu Gobu pagak milgak yagak wagak agak wagak tagak ogak. Like me. Dyne then pointed to himself. Dyne was trying to urge the Gobu Gobu to make his tribe or family stop attacking humans. Rim Elm. Waggalagak wagak Rim Elm. Don't fight Rim Elm. Dyne then pointed towards the direction of Rim Elm to clarify what he meant. Surprisingly, the Gobu nodded again. What? You will? Agak kogak igak sagak. Pagak tagak pagak milgak yagak. I alone. Family dead. Bertugo replied with a very complicated expression. Dyne's expression softened. Bertugo was alone. His tribe or family had all died. After much contemplating, Dyne finally broke his silence. I think having a Gobu around would be helpful. Say Bertugo. Sagak magak kagak Rim Elm. Follow me Rim Elm. Dyne asked with a smile on his face. The expression of Bertugo was confused and wondered why the human wanted to make him go to Rim Elm together. Take your little slime too. I think you can really help us. Dyne laughed. Chapter 12. Reaching Rim Elm. Dyne convinced Bertugo to go with them. It took a long time since Dyne had a hard time talking and understanding with Bertugo. Finally, after ironing out the details, Bertugo agreed. Since Dyne can understand Gobu talk, he was perhaps the only human being who could talk and mediate between man and Gobu. The Gobu would live under the protection of Rim Elm and could even use his knowledge about the other Gobu tribes to help the village. Dyne also took this advantage because he knew how strong the Gobu was compared to normal humans. They had muscles about twice the strength of normal humans and therefore had a biological advantage in strength. Only humans with serus could easily defeat them, but with the mist, no human would dare to wear a seru. Dyne waited for the Gobu to absorb the coins. He increased the coins to 250. The Gobu would consume 200 while the other 50 would go to the green slime. And so, the two increased their strength as they absorbed it. Dyne guarded the narrow path. Great. My first day in a cultivation world, and here I am guarding two monsters as they reach their breakthroughs. Dyne gave a sad sigh. Oh well, I wonder if the slime could be eaten by humans? Maybe that's how Gobus survive in this harsh world. They farm slimes as they can take them and they eat the goo. Dyne continued to think. Soon Bertugo approached Dyne and began to extend his hand towards Dyne and rubbed his chest. It appeared to be a heartfelt gesture. Dyne simply smiled and walked back towards the cove. He then saw the slime and immediately asked Bertugo if slimes could float. Bertugo nodded, but a bit of confusion appeared on his eyes. Soon the plan was made and the action was taken. Dyne knew that there was no way to use the coastlines to reach Rim Elm. The waves were just too strong. But seeing how terrifying this world was, the initial plans that Dyne had made had to change. He decided to head to Rim Elm first before initiating his actual plans. As such, they used the giant slime as a flotation device and swam through the ocean. They had a slime boat, and it made it easier for them to go through the strong waves. It was a hard and tiresome journey, but the stamina and strength of the leveled-up Gobu and slime showed their resilience. Soon, they made it past the strong waves and returned to the coastlines. Dyne had asked Bertugo if it was okay for them to kill other Gobu. Bertugo immediately nodded and explained that the Gobu was a carnivorous tribe that ate each other. So, it literally is a dog-eat-dog world for you guys. Dyne couldn't help but sigh. It was then that Dyne reached out towards his items and poured on his thoughts in it. In the game Legend of Legia, only one member of their party could be equipped with the items like Golden Compass and Chicken King for it to have its effect. Dyne wanted to know how to use it with a 3-person team. Dyne got his answer. I see. So 3 of the closest people near me within 3 meters will give the cloaking and sensing powers of the Golden Compass to allow surprise attacks to the enemy, and I just need to send a marking energy for the Chicken King. Dyne immediately used both in Bertugo, and the slime had a faint orange-like glow that quickly disappeared. The energy surprised Bertugo. It was the first time he sensed such powers around him. He gave Dyne another grateful glance. The party reached the shores, and Rim Elm could be seen from afar. It was past noon when they crossed the mountain, and Dyne immediately set forth to run towards Rim Elm. They could see the town from a distance, but Dyne underestimated how large the entire Drake Kingdom was. By Dyne's estimates, it would be nearly evening for them to reach Rim Elm. Luckily, the Gobu in this region were usually alone since there was not much food in this area. Dyne asked why this was so, and Bertugo explained that most of the animals that they hunt appear closer to the mountain and the forest nearby. Only a few wild animals ever reach this side of the area, and so only weaker Gobus who were either looking for green slime to tame would occasionally wander here to hunt for animals. The group met another Gobu, which they immediately killed thanks to their first attack advantage. The green slime suddenly covered the entire Gobu Gobu and began to carry it. Wow, it can carry stuff, Dyne admired. Why didn't the humans tame green slimes? Dyne pondered, but he knew this was something that Bertugo couldn't answer. The group found 2 more Gobu Gobus and killed them along the way. The green slime ate one of the Gobu Gobu. Dyne wanted to make the slime carry the body, but since it wouldn't fit, Dyne asked Bertugo if he could command the green slime to divide into 2 as it could in-game. Bertugo soon understood it and ordered the slime to divide. And so, each slime carried 1 Gobu Gobu along with the shield and the blue blade that was not dissolved when the slime ate one of the Gobu Gobu. The 4-person team continued to move. Although one of the slimes no longer had the golden compass's camouflaging effects, Dyne wasn't worried. As they were getting closer towards the town, the slime could be used as bait to lure more enemies. Sadly, no enemies appeared, not even a single slime. It was late in the afternoon when the town of Rim Elm could be seen. Dyne undid the effects of the golden compass and walked carefully. Bertugo wondered why Dyne's speed had slowed down, but then his questions were soon answered. A group of hunters was approaching. They had over 20 men who were hastily running back. Dyne called out to them and waved his arms to alert the group. The hunters noticed Dyne from afar and saw the creatures next to him. They raised their bows and spears as they approached. But then Dyne immediately called out with the list of lies he had long prepared. Hunters of Rim Elm, do not be afraid. I am Dyne Valiant, a man from the Great Soul Kingdom in Callisto. I had traveled and was near Ratayu Kingdom before the mist came and have arrived here. Please do not be afraid of these monsters next to me. They have tamed creatures that Soul has captured and are my pets. They have also been my helpers during my travels. Dyne explained. A man walked forward and gave him a surprised look. You are from Soul Kingdom? The man asked in a shocked expression. The hunters behind him were all startled. You know of Soul? Then you must have at least heard of the Great Muscle Dome. They tame monsters and make them fight, but they are trained not to kill. My father is one of Soul's trainers, and these pets of mine have traveled with me here. Juno was startled. He had long heard of how monsters were forced to fight each other in a battle coliseum in Soul's kingdom. Rumors of monster taming had been around for so long. You are a monster tamer? The man asked again. I am not, but I have lived long enough with Bertugo here that I can speak his language. Please do not hurt him. He is the reason why I have survived for so long. The 2 slimes you see are the monsters he has tamed. You must have noticed that slimes can be tamed by Gobu Gobus, right? Dyne asked. The hunters nodded, and the man in front also held a look of disbelief. If you still don't believe me, Bertugo, Pungak Tagak Kagak Agak Ugak Kogak Kangak Yagak, Dyne then ordered. Bertugo glanced at Dyne with hesitation, but Dyne smiled back. Bertugo nodded and moved towards the hunter. The hunter warily held his weapon as the Gobu Gobu moved closer. I have ordered him to bow to you to show you that I am his master, Dyne explained. As Bertugo bowed, the entire hunters all exclaimed loudly. He bowed. By Teague, he did. Another hunter exclaimed. It seems we have a lot to talk about. I welcome you, visitor. I am Juno, a hunter of Rim Elm. Let us move inside. Juno smiled and approached Dyne and bowed. A trace of tears could be seen in his eyes. Dyne was surprised. He knew who Juno is. This was the father of May, who is Vaughn's love interest. Juno would die at the very start of the game because of the mist. To think that Juno was actually an important character among the hunters. It's been so long that I have seen another human. Young child, please follow me. Child? Dyne almost got mad but recalled he was just 10 years old. He shook his head and followed. The 2 slimes and the Gobu Gobu also followed Dyne. The hunters behind Juno still maintained a shocked expression. It's us. We are back. The hunter shouted loudly. And we have a guest. A survivor from the mist is here. Hurry and open up. Juno demanded almost impatiently. The doors of Rim Elm opened. Dyne smiled excitedly. Finally, Chapter 13. Entering the village. The doors opened, and the entire team hastily made it inside. Dyne could not help but look back and see the mist slowly approaching. As he entered, he was greeted with a familiar scene he knew long well. The village of Rim Elm had survived the mist catastrophe by relying on the vast plains before them, which allowed them to hunt for food to survive. A large wall was erected to cover the entire village. The walls then extended out to the sea and even reached the deeper areas of the sea. As such, the mist could not enter even through the seaside, as the windy beach acted as a natural protection that repelled the mist. While Dyne had been walking back to Rim Elm, he already understood several factors that allowed Rim Elm to survive. They were far from the mist generators, and the wind that blew also helped them drive off the mists. As Dyne looked around, he realized that the town was several times bigger than it was in the game. There were more houses and more hunters in the city. A large hill with a house on top could be seen to the east of the village. A sloping landscape led downwards to a beautifully decorated garden at the center of the town. A small green tree without leaves could be seen. Dyne could not help but admire the bright green tree in the middle. This was the tree that would save Legia. Genesis tree, Dyne muttered. Yes, our town is blessed to have this amazing tree. Perhaps it, because we have this tree, is how Teague allowed us to survive for too long. Juno laughed. The word broke out that a young boy had made it to Rim Elm. And what was even more terrifying was the fact that he had a Gobu with him. Everyone went out to see who it was. There, Dyne could make out the familiar figures. He saw an older man who went out of the house on top of the hill. Is that your village elder? Dyne asked Juno. Yes, that is our village elder, Elder Mura. Mura? His name is Village? Dyne knew that in the English game, the village elder was called the village elder. But who would have thought that his name was Mura, which is village in Japanese? What? No, nothing. Dyne quickly shook his head. Another familiar figure came. It was a beautiful young girl. So, that's May. Dyne thought but dared not give her any more look, as her father is Juno, the current hunter. Another figure approached. It was a man who was limping and carried a stick with him. That is the former head of the hunt. Well, he is a brave man, Juno explained. Vaughn's father, Dyne thought once more. It was then that a figure clothed in a red garment jumped from the high fences of the town to get to the entrance quickly. It was a middle-aged monk. He landed towards the ground and looked at the young boy and smiled. Tetsu. It was Dyne's first time seeing him. But he knew that the power that this Tetsu had eclipsed everyone else in this village combined. If you are hearing this, then you must have met Tetsu. As you can see, he is a powerful man. As a reference, Tetsu is someone at the middle martial novice stage. Strafe's voice echoed. Impressive. A young warrior. Tetsu gave his analysis as he looked at Dyne. He's a fighter? Juno was surprised. He's probably stronger than you. What is your name, mighty warrior? I am Dyne Valiant, and compared to you, I should be nothing. Dyne laughed with an embarrassed expression. Dyne gave a relieved sigh. When he saw how strong this world was, Dyne decided not to pursue his plans immediately but head to Rim Elm. The reason was that he knew that Tetsu was here, and he would be Dyne's quickest way to achieve the plans he has. While many characters surrounded Dyne, Dyne's attention fell on one of the young boys who had braved through the crowds to see Dyne. He was a young boy with blue hair. He silently stood afar and gazed at the Gobu and slime with a complicated expression, and his eyes locked on with Dyne's eyes. The main character, Vaughn. Dyne couldn't help but laugh as he finally saw the young child, who he controlled several times playing this game. Juno, who is this friend? The elder's voice echoed at the back as he finally reached the area. Elder, this young man is not wearing any seru. He claimed to be from Soul Kingdom and had the Gobu and slime with him since childhood. Soul Kingdom? The elder was astounded at the declaration. Daddy, where is Soul? May's gentle voice asked. Right. Before we continue talking, I'd like it if my monsters and I can rest. Bertugo. Agak Pagak Lagak Baskak Angak Gobu Jamard. Dyne ordered his monsters to spit out the remains of the Gobu and the jamard. Bertugo nodded and gave a low growl, to which the two green slimes regurgitated the pair of dead Gobu and the unconscious jamard. Several startled cry was heard, but since Tetsu did not panic, most hunters remained calm. 2 dead Gobu? You killed them? Of course we did. I only have this guy with me. On our way here, we had to kill a few. This is, after all, Bertugo's meal. Dyne shrugged. Me meal? Several of the ladies in the village cried out in surprise. Yes, Gobu Gobu is a carnivorous race that eats each other. Unless they are with the same tribe or family, they will eat each other, Val explained. There are about 3 tribes outside. That Gobu Gobu doesn't seem to belong to a tribe I recognize, Val added. Now that you mention it, Juno nodded in realization. I'm sorta hungry too. Dyne laughed out loud to change the topic. He was sweating because he didn't know that Gobu Gobus have tribes. It would have been troublesome if Gobu Gobu belonged to a familiar tribe. Can I trade these Gobu Gobu weapons for something? Dyne asked. You are one of us now, Dyne. For food, you do not need to pay. Juno laughed. I would like to also speak to you, the elder requested. I understand, elder. Treat me as one of your own. I only request that you treat Bertugo the same way as well as his slimes. He tamed that slime on the way here, Dyne explained. I understand, but please allow us to base your Gobu Gobu at the beach area. Away from all the townsfolk, as the children and the old men would be scared, the elder asked. It's fine, Dyne nodded. That night, a grand feast occurred. Although they were festive, it was very much a quiet celebration where all the families of the town had gathered. Dyne's appearance brought them hope. There were more survivors of the mist. They held their celebration at the beach. Rim Elm was made right near the beach's shores and had walls that extended out into the deeper parts of the sea. This allowed them to send fishermen to catch fish and, at the same time, use the deep sea to stop serus or monsters from entering or circling the wall. The sea was basically one of the safest places in the village as the breeze steadily blew and kept the mist out. They celebrated and ate, and various hunters continued to ask Dyne about the outside world. Dyne gave some simple answers and made sure that he wouldn't go into much detail. I have to talk with the elder first and tell him everything about what I know. I know you guys find it scary, and it is, but trust me when I say this, we have hope. I had been looking for a village for a long time, and it was Bertugo who would go out in the open and travel all over the place to find me a good hiding place. But now that I'm here, I guess we have hope. Dyne smiled. Various hunters and even the children couldn't understand what Dyne meant. What do you mean, young warrior? Tetsu asked. Think about it. I have a Gobu Gobu with me, and I can speak Gobu Gobu. If we find ways to make alliances in this harsh world and make trades, we can probably find a way to make a society in this darkness. Some of the Gobu Gobu are after serus. Bertugo told me this as he wandered in the mist and saw this. They want the energy within the serus as it makes them stronger and even allows them to have more power. Dyne explained. What? They fight the serus? Yes, but an average Gobu Gobu can't defeat the serus. We fought those 2 Gobu Gobu when they found us. They were after the jamard that we had. For personal reasons, I refused to give them the jamard and I killed the Gobu Gobus. Wait, you're saying that you killed a Gobu Gobu? Or is it that you're slime and the Gobu Gobu who killed them? Stop exaggerating, a young boy sneered. Dyne knew who this little boy was. It was the young Ixis who was one of the minor named characters in the game. He always was arrogant and had some sort of rivalry against Vaughn. Yup, Dyne laughed. Don't forget where I came from. I am from Seoul. I trained at the Muscle Dome and fought Gobu Gobu regularly. Of course, since it was sparing, we didn't kill them. What have you done, kid? Dyne boasted. It was then that Dyne frowned. He realized that he was greatly triggered by the child Ixis. What was that? Why did I fight with that kid? Dyne rubbed his chin. He had been around kids many times and often enjoyed teasing kids and getting teased. The group of kids he rescued in the Philippines were close to his heart, after all. And yet, for some strange reason, Dyne got angry at the words of that kid. Is it because I'm young? No. Strafe said that I only should have the body of a kid. What's going on? Dyne wondered. It was then that the hunters around him gave him a curious stare at his sudden silence. Anyway, we now have a Gobu Gobu hunter who can help us. And as long as he can kill more Gobu Gobu and devour more of them, he'd also grow stronger. And we can even not kill some of the Gobu Gobu we face. I can talk with them and convince them to join our village. They would see Bertugo and think that a harmonious relationship is possible. Dyne explained. The expressions of various hunters lit up. He's right. Elder. Juno, Val? Is it true? The 3 in question glanced at each other. That does seem possible. Val nodded. We have seen serus and monsters fighting each other. To think that the mist is creating such an event. If communicating with the Gobu is possible, we should try it. Juno recommended. It is as you say. Normally, we shouldn't make deals with monsters. But now that we are in this situation, an alliance could be helpful. We can limit the areas we hunt and tell them to hunt on specific areas. The elder realized. The village began to talk louder. Although the older hunters kept on pressing the town to keep quiet, there was still some rejoicing that echoed around the city. As for Dyne, he gave the elder a meaningful look and smiled. Good. All that's left is to make these people pray to the Genesis tree. Dyne smiled as he could see his plans unfolding perfectly. Chapter 14. Dyne's Fake Past 1. The night continued on with various celebratory remarks. Various children even moved near Bertugo and quietly observed him from a distance. The feeling that Bertugo had long lost somehow returned. He had told Dyne of how another tribe devoured his village with several strong Gobu. This had happened shortly after the mist came, when Bertugo's tribe was attacked by a maverick squad of Serus and some Seru-human pair. As such, he had been living with a few survivors, but they slowly dwindled over time until he became the only survivor. So he lived his life as a scavenger from the hunts of the other Gobu. But now, he was in an all-human village, and the ironic thing was that the humans his race had hated for so long were curiously looking at him. The warrior Tetsu even approached the Gobu and gave him meat to eat. The small acts of kindness caused the long and wearied monster to actually cry. He had been living hell outside, and now, among his enemies, he ate and enjoyed and even relaxed. As for Dyne, he excused himself for a bit and walked towards the Genesis tree. Upon entering the garden, he saw the young Vaughn praying so fervently at the Genesis tree. "You're Vaughn, right? Val's kid?" Dyne asked. Vaughn was startled and glanced at Dyne and gave a smile in return. "Yes," Vaughn gave his simple answer. "You look strong." Dyne laughed, and he wasn't merely complimenting Vaughn. The boy had muscles for his young age. Vaughn smiled and didn't answer. "I plan to train with Master Tetsu after this. I guess we'll be fellow disciples then." Dyne laughed. Vaughn smiled and glanced at the Genesis tree and then to Dyne. "Thank you for giving the village hope," Vaughn said and bowed to leave. His smile was genuine, and Dyne could really see how grateful Vaughn was, although he was trying to hold it in. "It's watching you, the Genesis tree that is. I told the village earlier that they should keep praying to the tree. To be honest, I think that I am an answer from the prayers you made to this Genesis tree." Dyne laughed. Vaughn smiled and bowed once more. "I will surely remember those words." Vaughn bowed and left. Dyne smiled and watched Vaughn go. "Grow stronger, Vaughn. I need you in that world." Dyne sighed as Vaughn disappeared. "Hey, Meta, I need your help. One of your slumbering friends will probably die soon. And another Genesis tree is also dying. What can I do to save it?" Dyne touched the Genesis tree and slowly whispered. Dyne was quiet and waited for a while. "Are you still too weak? I'll do my best to help you recover your strength. I'll try to make the villagers pray twice more Genesis and increase their faith in you." Dyne had known through the game that prayers were something that could strengthen a Ariseru. Even Meta was too weak to awaken the Genesis tree of Rim Elm and needed everyone's prayers. But at the same time, he knew that prayers could only do so much and could not awaken a Genesis tree. The kingdom of Drake, just northwest of where Rim Elm was, had summoned all of its citizens to try to pray at the Genesis tree. Dyne wasn't sure if Terra was still there or if he had awakened before or after that event. But if a kingdom's desperate prayer could not do it, then the small population of Rim Elm also wouldn't be able to do it. "I know you've been looking after Vaughn for so long. Continue to do so. You and he are a perfect match." Dyne continued his monologue. "I am someone who has served under the teachings of the prophet Hari and have learned of various prophecies. One of the predictions involves the death of a Genesis tree and a dark shadow that will affect even the Serukai world. It will involve the death of another Ariseru. I hope you awaken soon." Dyne waited for a while. Since nothing had happened, he left the tree. As he moved up the area, Tetsu was waiting for him. "I see you are a religious person, just like Vaughn." Tetsu laughed. "Wise words from a monk." Dyne laughed. "For a child, you sure have a very mature way of behaving. The horrors of the world force me to." Dyne sighed. "I want to talk with the elder." and probably talk with Val or Juno or the headhunters. Dyne's expression turned serious. It was then that Tetsu noticed the seriousness in his eyes. I will send word right away. You should be there as well. Pertains to Byron Monastery. Dyne sighed. Byron Monastery. Tetsu's expression changed. Dyne went ahead and went uphill to wait at the elder's house. Soon the elder arrived along with the top hunters. All right, I wanted to tell you about the situation because I know the secrets of the mist, Dyne explained. He had already prepared a long lie to tell the elders. These lies would solve the current situation as well as the mysteries of the mist. Dyne knew how the mist was created and who made it and even how to stop it. Looking at the grim state of Legia and recalling Strafe's warnings that this world would be harsher, Dyne realized he had to make the hunters prepare. He dared not underestimate just how hard Strafe made this game far difficult. And since the workings of fate that Strafe designed have already ended, who knows if the enemy would discover Rim Elm earlier. But to protect the continuity of the game, he decided only to tell the hunters what they needed to know to prepare for the coming battles. Everyone's expression was startled. What do you know about the mist? The cause? The area? The enemy? I have seen through it in my eyes. I didn't want everyone to panic and wanted to give this village more hope. But the truth is, there could be problems in the near future. The mist? Dyne had a thorough knowledge of the game. With Strafe adding this memory, Dyne understood the whole picture of the mist. Yes, the mist appeared 7 years ago, right? Dyne asked. Yes, the cause of this mist is human-made. Someone created it. I was at Seoul back then. During those times, Seoul and the Concrum Kingdom had a war. I'm sure you've heard of this. We have received news of it. But since it was so distant, it didn't affect us. The elder nodded. All right, let me explain what had happened. We were winning. But then, Concrum released a different kind of weapon. It drove all Serus insane and made them more powerful than ever. It possessed the humans who had it, making them transform into a possessed creature. The mist. Juno realized what Dyne was saying. Tetsu nodded. It's a weapon? Yes, it was the mist. It makes Serus stronger than they are. Some Serus grow stronger because of the mist. As for its creators, we don't know who it is specifically. The king and queen of Concrum or Concrum itself didn't appear during the time the mist appeared. We suspected that most of them also fell into possession, much like the rest of the world. However, since they were able to make that large fort, it must be made by someone from Concrum's royal family. Oh my Teague, I can't believe that humans make the mist. Do not underestimate the wisdom of man. In Seoul, we could also do amazing things with the Serus we have. How do you think we drove away from the Monster Kings? Dyne laughed. Monster Kings? The hunters looked at each other in confusion. It is an old tale. It is said that before the arrival of the Seru, Monster Kings reigned in Legia. When the Serus arrived, they despised the monsters for monsters would eat them. When a monster devours Serus, they have a possibility of evolving. The elder explained. Monsters can evolve? The hunters were shocked. Yes. But it is complicated. As you can see, the mist has caused the Serus to run amok. They have formed groups, and the area in Drake Castle has turned into a den of Serus where countless jamards have made their kingdom out of it. Not to mention the mist have haunted the spirits of the dead, causing foul ghosts and skeletons to rise in their wake. This is why monsters patrol around Drake Castle of hopes to find a lone jamard. Dyne maintained calm but was inwardly surprised. So that's why the Bertugo was chasing the jamard. It was his ticket to growth. Dyne pondered and even considered gifting the jamard back to Bertugo. The mist can make undead monsters? Dyne asked curiously. You don't know? The elder was stunned. I don't. Let me clarify something. Now, you may be wondering how I remember this if I was so young. The truth is, I was possessed in the mist. The jamard you saw earlier, and the reason I brought it here is that it has sentimental value. I was possessed in the mist for more than 6 years. Dyne explained with a grave expression. What? The hunters were surprised. I was stunned to have learned from Bertugo that 6 years have passed. All the while, I felt like I was in a dream. Bertugo said that I hadn't aged a day since I was possessed. Bertugo and I lost contact with each other when the mist came. The reason I reached Drake Continent was that I was fleeing Seoul. My father believed that the mist would soon envelop all of Callisto and sent me to the Sabucus Islands through the flying train. A flying train? One of the hunters echoed out. It was Ix's father. I've heard of such mysteries. So the Sabucus Island is truly a magnificent place, Val expressed. Not when I was there. Dyne revealed a complicated expression. Shortly after arrived, rumors of a strange mist had also appeared near Ratayu. Instead of heading for Ratayu Kingdom, I went south and arrived here. I headed for Drake Castle but soon found that the same mist had also appeared here. It was there I separated from Bertugo. He stayed behind to fend off some of the Serus that appeared, and I fled towards Drake Castle. After that, I don't remember much. Dyne sighed. I see. I understand now. Back then, the water gate had been closed. You must have been possessed right before the water gate was opened, Juno analyzed. Dyne was silent but sighed in relief. Thankfully, they filled in the void of my lies, Dyne quietly thought. Chapter 15. Dyne's fake past 2. The Drake continent had a long winding river that sprang from Drake Castle and moved all the way to the sea, which was just west of Rim Elm. This isolated Rim Elm from most parts of the Drake continent and may have been the reason they were safe from the mist's full forces and terrors. Dyne had long known this, but in his lies, there was a significant problem. The Drake continent had a huge dam that controlled the flow of the river. It was necessary to open the dam after saving Drake Kingdom for the player to continue in the game and head over towards the next town. Dyne had requested that Strafe give him the water key, which could be used to open and close the dam, as his goals were to get to Byron Monastery and the surrounding areas. The town was situated beyond the river. Since the game starts with the dam opened, creating the wide and strong river, and it would have been difficult to explain how Dyne reached the plains of Rim Elm. And so, he used the lie that he was possessed with the Seru he wore and lost all memories to leave his appearance on this side of Drake Continent up to the hunter's imagination. What do you mean? Dyne asked with a confused look. It's like this. There is a river that divides the place you came from to where we are right now. When you arrived here, that river's dam must have been closed and allowed you to cross over to this place. But the river suddenly appeared during the mist. We don't know exactly why it was opened. Perhaps King Drake decided to protect himself and us from the mist, the elder explained. Oh, I didn't know. Anyway, it was only recently when Bertugo found me. He lured me into the beach area as he risked his life, and I awoke at the seashore just beyond the mountain. What a brave Gobu. No wonder he's so strong, Tetsu commented. Master Tetsu? He is that strong. Juno was surprised. Yes. His strength should be like the Gobu captains on the mountains, Tetsu smiled. The expressions of the hunter became even more amazed as they gazed at Dyne. Dyne was silent but didn't know what Gobu captains were or their existence. Forgive me, I was living with my dad, so I am not familiar with the lifestyles Gobu have in the wild. Dyne felt strange when he said that. It was like he was talking about a pet tiger that he owned. Gobu captains are the leaders of a Gobu tribe. Each Gobu tribe would have a Gambu as their leader, Juno explained. Dyne was surprised at the explanation. He knew of the Gambu in the game. They could be fought near Byron Monastery and were stronger than a Gobu. To think that that was the next level in the life cycle of a Gobu. Thankfully, the only enemies we have around here are Gobu and the Gambu tribe leader, who would rarely show themselves near this village. Otherwise, we'd lose more men in our hunts, the elder explained. Dyne made a mental note and thought of ways to turn his Gobu into a Gambu. How was it that the Gobu saved you after all these years? Ixis's father asked with suspicion. What's up with this hunter? Dyne complained. He didn't answer that because he had been lying, and this person would ask such a crucial question. I don't know. I never asked him. I didn't know there would be a river. Dyne's voice trailed off. Relax, Ipkiss. Juno laughed. Remember the drought 2 years ago? The Gobu must have been separated from him and couldn't find Dyne until the drought happened. He must have spent the last 2 years looking for a way to save Dyne, Juno explained. Dyne's heart warmed. At that moment, Dyne decided to make sure that Juno won't die. I'll save you, dear Uncle Juno, Dyne vowed in his heart. That must be it. Still, I want to help. I can't believe that I survived. I don't know what happened to my hometown, so I want to make sure to go there, but I know I'm powerless. If the mist is here, then the Conquerum royals who did this must be here as well. For now, I'd like to help in any way that I could, Dyne explained. The elder nodded. With your strength, this will be greatly helpful. Since you awoke at the beach, did you travel through the mist? No, Bertugo told me not to, Dyne answered. He knew that in the game people avoided the mist like the plague. Only those with Areseru or Areseru eggs could travel through the mist. A wise choice. Even though a human can travel within the mist can drive a person insane. The eerie thoughts that can paralyze a human are just too much. When the mist began to spread, the Serus in Drake Castle would take the opportunity to travel and search for more monsters. It is a constant war between the mad Serus as well as the monsters around this region. So we always hunt to avoid the mist if we get caught up by the crazy wars between monster and Serus. Not to mention, some of the Serus would try to possess us if not kill us, Juno explained. Dyne was silent, but hearing this explanation brought in several questions in his mind. It would be revealed later in the game that Vaughn journeyed through the mist alone was younger. Val went to get him and managed to bring Vaughn back. But his leg was injured. But how was Val able to do so? Dyne still hadn't figured it out. I'm sorry. In that regard, you are more experienced than me. I was using the Seru to run away from the mist and got possessed. I haven't tried to travel within the mist. Only those with strong wills can rush through the mist. Tetsu gave Val a strange look. But for most of us, it will strike grief, fear, and often panic. This is why our hunters would face great trouble even when the mist is around. Even a single Gobu could lead to death. If you were to fight a Gobu inside the mist, you'd surely die. Ipkiss, the father of Ixis, laughed. Dyne laughed calmly, but his heart was fueled in rage. You want to go, old man? He cursed silently. I still want to do my best and help. I know it's impossible right now. I found this in the body of a deceased man. Can anyone tell me what this is? Dyne then revealed the water key. The elder frowned. I don't know what that key is. Perhaps it's a key to the man's house. The elder replied with a confused expression. The firmament. Dyne cursed in his heart. He did his best to keep the frustration in his heart. The water key was necessary, and it would be suspicious if Dyne revealed that he could identify the water key. And yet, no one here could identify it. Wait, that looks familiar. I think I've seen that engraving before. Val frowned. Yes, the reason why I asked is because this looks very familiar. It looked like one of the engravings in the dam near Drake Castle. But I'm not too sure. My memory is all fuzzy. Dyne baited as he displayed an expression that was trying to remember something. That's it. That's the water key. It must be the key that can close the water gate. Val recalled. He had searched for Vaughn in Drake Castle and recalled the engraving on the walls. So, this will close the dam and help us go towards the other side? Dyne asked. Yes, but I advised against doing that. If we close the dam, more monsters of the mist will reach here. We can close it just enough for some of us to go through it. On my way here, one of the merchants that accompanied me said that he was going towards Byron Monastery. Dyne had learned of the details of Byron Monastery from the game. He knew that Byron Monastery managed to survive in the mist because of the fan rooms it created at each area's entrance. Byron Monastery? That place ought to be full of the mist. Why would you go there? Ikas asked again. I think people should be alive there. We passed through it during my time here. I noticed that the entrances of their mountains had these strange fans that blew strong wind. Strong winds. Ikas gave Dyne a laughable look. You think a little fan can stop the mist? I don't know, but the merchant was confident that it could. I didn't notice when we passed by. There was such a panic going on. Even women were there. I know Byron monks don't allow women, but that's what I saw. Dyne answered with uncertainty. Secretly, Dyne questioned how this Ipkiss was amongst the headhunters. It is possible. Tetsu, however, had a strange expression. Those fans were developed to provide air within the mountain. You see, the monks used the inside of the mountains and made a monastery out of it. The fans they created from the inside were supposed to push the cave's winds to cool it. But it would also be possible to use the fans to push the mist out of it. After all, the entrance is rather small. Tetsu answered. There was a strange sense of anticipation and excitement from his voice. That's great. I just wanted to let you guys know that there might be others out there who have survived the mist. Dyne sincerely explained. Chapter 16. Byron Monastery. Dyne was trying to get these old farts and hunters to help him reach Byron Monastery, and so he used various schemes to make them decide to go there. It's just too dangerous. Ipkiss shook his head. We don't know if they have survived. They have. You forget. They are Byron monks. When the era of serus came, we never wore those serus and relied on our own strength and trained in it. I'm sure that if those fans are working, and with the strength of the monks, they would surely survive, Tetsu patiently answered. Ipkiss is right, Master Tetsu. Even if you joined us on the journey, it would be fought with many hardships. I suggest we try. We have a Gobu, and I can talk to some Gobu. If we can convince a Gobu village to aid us into an alliance, then we should be able to hunt towards that area. Dyne added, all right, but you have to understand. We have to prioritize our own safety. We are still in the midst of this calamity. Bravery should not become foolhardiness. Juno explained to Dyne. We can take our time and perhaps within a year or so we could journey there. Dyne, I know you are eager to go back home, but you shouldn't be reckless. Juno explained. Oh right, when we were passing by, my memory caught sight of a very beautiful auntie with green hair. She looked like your daughter. Is she a relative of yours? Dyne asked. Juno's expression was stunned. The elder also gave Dyne a shocked look. What? You saw her in Byron Monastery? Juno shouted. Yeah. Although it should have been like 7 years ago, to me it was just like yesterday. I originally thought I was somewhere near Byron Monastery when I saw your daughter. Dyne hesitated. She's in Byron. She made it to Byron. Juno was in tears. She must be alive. Let's hope for the best, Juno. But do not tell May yet about her. Lest we give her false hope. The elder gave his warning. Who is this auntie? She's my wife. Thank you for telling me this. Juno glanced at Dyne. We have the keys and hope. It looks like fate is on our side. The elder laughed. It must be that Genesis tree. Dyne murmured. I was told by my father of an old tale. The Genesis trees guide the fates of men. When the mist spread across Callisto, there were rumors that one town managed to resist the mist because it had 3 Genesis trees. Dyne explained. This was a lie. In the game, Buma was frozen because of a powerful seru that brought a powerful frost in the town. As such, the power of the Genesis trees was sealed. But since he wanted people to continually pray to the Genesis tree to at least make Meta strong enough to talk to him, he needed to make up these lies. Of course, Dyne was slightly confident in his deduction. An unawakened Genesis trees could already repel the mist around it. 3 trees could surely have created a more powerful effect. The expressions of everyone changed. The Genesis tree protected them? Right, there were 3 of them. When I arrived at Sabucus Islands and realized that the mist was there, I immediately decided to go here. Sabucus Islands had only 2 Genesis trees. But when I heard there were more Genesis trees here than in Sabucus Islands, I decided to move here. In Callisto, we only had 3 Genesis trees, 3 of which were in Buma. Sol used to have one, but it died, and only a sapling remained. Dyne gave the details of the in-game placements. Drake had up to 4 Genesis trees, but one would soon die as it was close to the mist generator. We've always known that the Genesis trees had power, and so we were praying every day. My son especially prays there the most. Val sighed. Well, his prayers gave you guys me. It must have been the protection of the Genesis trees that allowed Bertugo to miraculously find me and bring me out of the mist. Dyne smiled. The elder smiled as he noticed the changing expressions of both Juno and Val. Dyne then turned towards Tetsu. Master teacher, please allow me to learn the ways of combat. Dyne gave a bow. Tetsu smiled. But of course, child. Tomorrow we will start our training. Tetsu smiled as he gave a courteous bow towards the elder and left. Dyne, you may stay with us, Val offered. Thank you, Uncle Val. Dyne gave a courteous bow. No need for all the formalities. If you are as strong as you say you are, you could be the next master of the hunt. Val laughed as he led Dyne out. Dyne could have sworn that Val gave Ipkiss a meaningful look on the way out. Dyne followed Val as he limped his way towards his home. It seems little Vaughn will now have a rival. Val laughed as they walked out. I saw him praying on the Genesis tree earlier. He does that. Dyne, I believe you should take your time to also spar with Vaughn. Since young, he's been training with Tetsu, and honestly, he is one of the youths here who has promising potential as a fighter. And I'm not saying that just because he's my son. Val laughed. Uncle Val, forgive me for being nosy. You seem like a strong hunter, even stronger than Uncle Juno. Even Master Tetsu implied that earlier. Dyne asked curiously. Oh, that caught your attention? You seem very aware of your surroundings. I'm curious how you were raised. I had a strict dad who made sure I wasn't playing around. Dyne laughed. Well, truth be told, I was the master of the hunt before Juno. But as you can see, I am quite unfit to do that. You must have done great things considering how much the people still respect you. A few years ago, Vaughn ran away to get something in Drake Castle. Val immediately explained. Dyne knew this as he played the game but still revealed a surprised expression. What? That's why people respect Vaughn and me. The madness of the mist is scary. Yet Vaughn managed to brave it all. He reached Drake Castle. He was so young, but he reached so far. Dyne was secretly startled. When that plot point was revealed in the game, he really didn't appreciate it. But now that he lived in it and the horrifying description of the mist, how was it that Vaughn managed to reach Drake Castle? They reached Val's home after a long walk. A young girl came out and greeted his father. Papa, I already prepared the bed of Dyne just as you said. Hi, brother Dyne. I'm sorry, but Papa said that your Gobu couldn't sleep inside. Vaughn also came out and greeted his father and Dyne. Dyne smiled and waved back to the two. Nene is Vaughn's younger sister, and despite her young age, she acted so maturely. This was natural since Vaughn had focused and trained every day in fighting while his disabled father couldn't do much. As such, most of the house chores were done by Nene. Shall we tuck in for the night? Val asked. I'd like to pray more at the Genesis tree. I'll also check on Bertugo and the slime. Dyne requested. I see. Go ahead. Don't stay up too late. Tetsu starts training early in the morning. It's all right, uncle. I'm used to early morning spars. My father would usually wake me up before the sun is up. My body is basically used to that schedule. Dyne laughed. All right, do take care. Val nodded and went into their home with Nene and Vaughn. Dyne walked back and could still see some of the villagers rejoicing. Surprisingly enough, the Gobu was now in the festivities, and they were making him drink alcohol. Although Bertugo couldn't understand them, the happy smiles made it accept the humans' generous offers. Dyne shook his head. Hey Dyne, this Bertugo sure knows how to drink. One of the hunters laughed. Dyne wanted to talk to him but realized that while this was a game world to Dyne, this was life for Bertugo. Dyne could tell that the Gobu was really enjoying himself. Where will he stay? Dyne asked. Don't worry, kid, he can stick with us. I think we can give him some haze to lie on for tonight. We'll make him a neat bed tomorrow, the hunter asked. Dyne went towards the apparently groggy Bertugo and asked if Bertugo was all right. Bertugo kept nodding and nodding his head as he trailed off and burped. The slime was right next to Berutgo, doing nothing. Dyne laughed and went back towards the Genesis tree. As he gazed at the power of the Genesis tree, Dyne sat down right under it. The mist can cause emotional changes. Huh? Dyne recalled as he sat down. Well now, it's time to put my theory to the test. Dyne frowned. Chapter 17, The Gamer Finally Plays. Dyne sat down and closed his eyes and tried to do the same thing he did when he tried to absorb the energy. The moment he did that, he could sense a strange presence that was around him. It was as if the air was purer and that his mind was calmer. If Vaughn managed to reach Drake Castle, which not even the hunters could, it only meant that Vaughn was naturally able to resist the mist. And the dangerous plans that Dyne wanted to accomplish required him to travel deep into the mist territory. Dyne sat down and could sense it entering him. Suddenly, his vision changed. For a strange reason, he could see his soul. If Strafe were awake, he would have been surprised at Dyne's development. Dyne could sense strange energy being emitted and released by the Genesis tree. It surrounded him, and it was as if his soul was growing. As the villagers said, Vaughn had always prayed here. They also noted that he often spent time in this Genesis tree. So Dyne thought that the powers of the Genesis tree must have strengthened his mind. Could the human god Byron have found enlightenment under the Genesis tree as well? Just like the Buddha did, Dyne wondered. Vaughn noted that Byron had monks and must be a religion similar to Buddhism or Hinduism. Dyne sat down, but apart from a slightly refreshing sensation, he didn't encounter any other strange feeling. Something's missing. Dyne frowned. He then began to ponder. Vaughn kept praying because of faith. Do I need faith to receive the tree's blessing? Dyne's thoughts went to the plot of the game. He recalled that when the walls were broken down and the mist came in, Vaughn's Ariseru wasn't enough. They needed to gather the prayers of the villagers to awaken the Genesis tree. So, if the game uses this faith as a form of power and could be harnessed, then Strafe must have designed this world to be similar to that. I guess I should pray to the Genesis tree. Dyne mumbled. Wait a minute. The Genesis tree is only a conduit that grants power from the Serukai world. This means these trees are linked to Serukai and the creator Teague. But Strafe made this world. Does that mean I have to pray to Strafe? Dyne realized it. Dyne thought back to when he met Strafe. Strafe saved him from death. That alone made Dyne eternally grateful to Strafe. But not only that, Strafe gave him powers that allowed him to live and play in the world. The moment Dyne entered this world, there was a sense of anticipation and danger, and thus, Dyne had to move and move always. His mind has been so focused on the game. He had been silently plotting his next steps and thought of various things about the world. But now, as he sat there in a peaceful state, he suddenly felt a sense of relaxation. It was then he realized it. Was I being affected by the mist? The mist had a way of affecting a person's mental processes. It made them depressed or agitated. Although they were at the far end of the map and was situated against the sea's blowing winds, it didn't mean that the air was free from the mist. Perhaps it was because of that he never got time to appreciate his current reality. He was a frustrated gamer, and now, he had the Isekai experience and is currently in the game. This would have caused him to really have great joy, but just a few bits of this ever surfaced. Even when he arrived in the heavily walled town of Rim Elm, it did not mean that the mist couldn't affect them. The mist could even reach the middle layers of the mountain where Noah would soon be found. Even the town of Jeremy in the Sebukis Islands had mist reaching the Sky Garden's top levels. The mist also enveloped some mountains in the game. The mist also attacked the lower levels of the high-rising Soul Tower. Although the wall of Rim Elm was high, how could it compare to the mountains? So, I was still being influenced by the mist. Dyne then realized it. This was the first time the mist did not influence him. And then he sat down and continued to reflect on what he had. It was as if the feelings of excitement and joy that never surfaced all began to appear. I'm in a game. I'm in Legend of Legia. Dyne almost teared up. Although it was a game he played, he was now playing a far superior version of it with the highest graphics possible. It's all here. The experience points, the gold, the towns that I need to save, the challenging enemies. Dyne's joy continued to rise higher and higher. The cool Serus and the overpowered Ariseru. It's all here. Dyne couldn't hide his smile as the tears fell. He was playing a game. The nostalgic sensation that he appreciated turned into an exciting motivation that made even his heart pound faster. Strafe made an amazing world. I can do things that I never could do in Legia. He smiled. He was a fan of Digimon World 1, Tornico, and Azure Dreams. The concept of town building was something that excited him. He loved bringing back items to make the town greater. But now, he pretty much had several cities he could improve on. And the Gobu, it was basically like Digimon World 1. He can recruit people and even monsters who would stay in town. It was then that he remembered his ingenious plan. It was a plan that he already thought of before he even entered this world. It was a plan that excited him also before he got to this world. The anticipation caused Dyne's heart to pump even faster. After being so detained and so withheld for so long, he could finally play. Although he was strong in the real world because of his identity and the sensitivity of his job, he couldn't tell anyone about it. He even lost his crush to some jerk because he wasn't confident that the girl liked him, who had the identity of being an analyst in some government facility. But now, he will go alongside Vaughn, Noah, and Gala and be this world's hero. The gamer can finally play, And beyond all these benefits was being able to bring things in-game out of it. He couldn't help but smile and thank Strafe. He opened his eyes and looked up to the Genesis tree's branches that had yet to grow. Strafe said that this world is created through the sacrifice of that other world. The energy, the lives, and souls will live on here. He recalled the last words that the multitudes shouted at him before they died and became this world. May you enjoy the game we make, Dyne repeated as his tears fell. I will, guys. Sorry, it's a bit late, but I will, Dyne vowed. At that moment, the Genesis tree gave an unusual glow. Dyne fell into a trance as he saw energies fluctuating around him. The energy had a strange, friendly, and almost intimate feeling to Dyne. It was as if he was communing with the energies around it. The unknown energy continued to flow within him. Vaughn somehow emerged from his house and walked towards the Genesis tree. He could feel a strange fluctuation. Tetsu also appeared next to him. His eyes looked as if he was shocked at the sight. What's happening? Vaughn marveled. Vaughn, tell your father to gather all the hunters. No, everyone. Call everyone. It's enlightenment. It's the miracle of enlightenment. Quickly, we can all benefit from this enlightenment, Tetsu ordered as he moved and began alerting everyone. The bewildered people who were about to go to sleep were awoken. The elder soon gave the order and had everyone, young and old, go to the Genesis tree garden. Green light started to glow around it. Pray to the Genesis tree. What Dyne said was true. The Genesis tree is indeed protecting us, the elder ordered. Everyone gathered around the tree and began to pray. In another dimension, in the Serukai world where the Serus dwelled, a significant accumulation of souls was gathering towards the mother Genesis tree. The energy was being sent from the tree and into the Genesis tree, where Dyne was. One of the many secrets that Strafe didn't explain to him was that each game world he built for Dyne was designed to aid him in specific cultivation branches. Brigandine would aid him in his martial code formation. Breath of Fire 4 would support him in his mortal severing. Legend of Legia was designed to help Strafe develop the path that would make him a soul cultivator. With the power of the Ra Seru, Dyne would be able to break into soul cultivation's world at the awakening of the third or fourth Genesis tree, depending on Dyne's talent, yet Strafe had no way to gauge Dyne's talent. In fact, Strafe vastly underestimated Dyne's potential in soul cultivating. For at that moment, Dyne was awakening his path to soul cultivation. Chapter 18, Soul Cultivation. Everyone, sit around the Genesis tree and pray. A miracle is happening here. The tree is blessing us, Tetsu explained. It was said that Lord Byron also experienced this. I've only read this in Byron's legends, but it is said that this is the path of enlightenment. Allow the energy to go over you. This will benefit you in your search for strength, Tetsu instructed. Tetsu didn't have time to explain. He couldn't even teach the villagers what to do. But he knew being exposed to this energy could somehow help the villagers learn the ways of spirit, which is the strengthening that the Byron monks pursued. The surging of energies was so powerful that even regular people could sense it. For some strange reason, the power was very aggressive, as if it wanted the people around them to feel it. Everyone in the village had sat down and prayed to the Genesis tree. For the first time, many of those around them could feel a joyous sensation. It was a warm sensation that caused them to relax. Very few in the village have experienced this. In fact, only Vaughn had previously sensed this. But as he was the only one, he thought that he liked staying here. Little did they know that this was an event that would draw much envy from the world where Strafe was. The path of soul cultivation was a tough but fruitful path. In most cases, it was impossible to birth soul cultivators. A large percentage of those who pursue the martial path may not even touch the basics of soul cultivation. The body was natural to improve. Through physical training, consuming various medicinal or monster meat could also help it, as well as any other physically stimulating or tampering means in the cultivation world could help one improve. As for the mind, it was slightly harder. Those at the martial code stage would have to find ways to improve their mental capacity and prowess. Various rituals are designed to allow cultivators to break past their mental limitations. But the soul was the most mysterious and challenging aspect to develop. Cannot be trained or tampered with until the cultivator is aware of his or her soul. As such, the most challenging part of training to be a soul cultivator was becoming one. The first stage is known as the soul sensitivity stage. Most of the abnormal cultivators in the history of Strafe's world were born to have a naturally sensitive body to the souls. In Dyne's world, it would equate to people who had a third eye and could feel ghosts and such. But being in this stage didn't mean that the person is a genuine soul cultivator. To officially become one, many consider it only possible if they reach the second stage, the soul awareness stage. The stage is hard to surpass because humans and monsters live their lives only to see the physical world. And learning how to see in the soul world was impossible. Only guilds, sects, kingdoms, or families who had the inheritance, resources, and guidance from someone in the Saint Realm would have the chance of birthing soul cultivators. And while there have been cases where rogue cultivators become soul cultivators, this was because they had stumbled upon chance encounters that allowed them to sense their soul. Generally, the branches of soul cultivators could increase through the empowering of their souls. If a person is finally aware of the soul world, he could finally discern the mysterious essence around everything. Although soul-related items were rare, it would be possible to improve the soul's strength. The other way was to absorb another soul. But because of the merging of souls, a person's countenance and behavior would change and have created powerful but mad and insane cultivators on multiple occasions. As such, this method is generally prohibited. Strafe wanted to get Dyne started into the path of soul cultivator as early as he can. This was why Legend of Legia would be the first game. He planned that by combining the powers of Ariseru, which was primarily a soul creature, and through the constant teamwork of Dyne and the Ariseru, would be able to sense it and breach the gap, making him a soul cultivator. Yet, even with all the possible external means to force a person to be capable of awakening his soul, it was still hard. In the history of Strafe's world, people generally would spend a decade being exposed to various stimulants until they can sense the soul. Those who were not born with a soul-sensitive disposition had to use this to become soul-sensitive and then cultivate even more to reach soul awareness. Generally, those who have higher cultivation have higher chances of becoming a soul cultivator. The lower the rank and the faster someone becomes a soul cultivator, the higher their potential in reaching the peak of soul cultivation. Those who have ascended would always impart that to their descendants that a person's talent in soul cultivation would determine a cultivator's possibility to become a saint. Strafe himself was among the top talents, which caused his fame and position to skyrocket. He reached soul awareness even when he was still on the late stages of the martial novice stage. And that was generally the record. No one has ever awoken to soul cultivator at the martial advent stage. It was just believed to be impossible. Yet that impossibility was now changed forever. Dyne had reached the soul awareness stage. There were many factors to this change. Since Dyne was already dying, he was in the most in-tune situation. Upon reaching death's door, the departure of the soul from the body could allow a person to finally feel his soul. But this was so dangerous as the person has to die. Although there were methods developed in the cultivation world to copy this, it was extremely risky. For Dyne, he did not only tasted death, but his soul was removed from his dying body and placed into another reformed body. This option was only possible for those who have the highest and strongest backgrounds in Strafe's world, as it requires massive energy. So massive that no one was willing to pay that price for another person. But Strafe used the energy generated when he sacrificed the world in the Imaginarium Bond to accomplish Dyne's transfer. Although his memories were vague, that sensation still left an impression on Dyne. The next was the significant influence of the mist when he arrived in this world. The mist was created in Rogue's Tower. It was there that the Ariseru traitor Rogue was banished and found a way to harness his soul's power to create the mist. And so, the mist becomes a stimulant that could affect a soul. This was why people exposed to the mist would fall into fear, terror, anger, and other negative emotions. When Dyne realized that, he allowed the Genesis tree's soul energy to reshape his thoughts and emotions. Dyne was flung from one end of the pedestal to the extreme other end. One of the soul's influences on a human body was emotions. Because of that, Dyne was able to observe the mystery of the soul further, and then he was able to commune with it. Aside from these factors, the soul energies in Legia all belonged to the souls from the world that Strafe destroyed to create this. But who would have thought that Dyne's extreme thankfulness and gratitude towards the souls that died caused him to develop an intimate sensation towards it? It was similar to the power of faith that existed and was used by the gods in Strafe's world. Faith and gratitude, fear, and hatred would all be engraved in a soul. This was also how Vaughn developed a stronger resistance to the effects of the mist. He had been praying every day with all his heart. Strafe originally wanted Dyne to be the Vaughn of this world. But since Dyne insisted on something else, Strafe then begrudgingly created Vaughn and destined Vaughn for meta. To do this, Strafe made it so that Vaughn would have the most times of being exposed to the soul power that resided within the Genesis tree. As such, the meta would naturally select Vaughn because anybody else within the village would have been unable to sense meta. Only Vaughn, who had prayed daily to the tree, would be able to detect meta. Vaughn was close to reaching the soul sensitivity stage, and so, meta would use whatever reserved power to talk to Vaughn when the time would come finally. Vaughn also trained in Byron arts and learned how to strengthen his soul through the art of spirit. This was why Meta had to communicate with Vaughn. Tetsu was the stronger option, but Meta knew that Tetsu would never forsake his Byron vows of not wearing any forms of Seru. As for Dyne, he was eternally grateful to Strafe and the people of that world. The longing emotions he had allowed the soul power that the Genesis tree released to commune with him. Dyne was the person whom Strafe pinned his hopes on. He was also the person to which the former master of the Imaginarium Bond could achieve their vengeance and justice. As such, all the soul energies in Legia naturally adored Dyne. But even if it were Strafe himself who would go through everything Dyne would have gone through, he wouldn't still have achieved what Dyne accomplished. Because the last factor that allowed Dyne to communicate with the souls and receive their blessings was his monstrous talent in soul cultivation. Enlightenment. Strafe stood in the spirit world of Legia and looked at the changes happening around Dyne. This enlightenment was a method of refining and strengthening the soul. Even if the Genesis tree and all the souls of Elpida did their part, if Dyne was not talented enough, the energy would go to waste. Strafe planned to use that moment when Dyne would have awakened a number of Genesis tree and would be familiar with the process of communing. But he didn't expect that Dyne's talent was so great that he was immediately able to commune with the souls even without prior training or with the assistance of a Ariseru. Strafe watched at this process, and his heart shook with awe. What a monster! A genius! This Dyne is a genius in soul cultivating. In terms of the levels of soul cultivation, Dyne skipped soul sensitivity and immediately achieved soul awareness. The sudden leap caused the lingering soul energy to sense that Dyne was now in that stage, and with the lingering love that the soul energies instinctively felt, it rushed towards out of the Serukai world and went into Dyne to help Dyne as much as it could. There was no bright light and change within the Genesis tree. The Genesis tree could only be awakened by the Ariseru. And since Meta had not awoken, the tree did not also awaken. But the surging of souls around Rim Elm was so strong. The mist around Rim Elm had retreated, and the thin layers that once covered Rim Elm disappeared. Chapter 19. Becoming a Soul Cultivator 1. The moment Dyne awoke, he felt a strange sensation. It was as if he could feel the people around him. "Whoa, what's going on?" Dyne exclaimed as he opened his eyes. It was already morning, and for some odd reason, everyone was sleeping around the Genesis tree. Some were sleeping right on the ground. Did everyone decide to have a slumber party here? Dyne wondered. "You're awake. You surprised me last night," a voice echoed in his mind. "Strafe, you're awake." "I've always been awake. I couldn't explain what was going on earlier. I thought I'd have enough energy. But there were some changes when I created Breath of Fire 4. Right now, I am but a spirit attached to the Imaginarium Bond. If I wanted to communicate with you, I would have to expend a lot of energy to hear me physically. That's why I told you I would fall into slumber. I was waiting for my energy to recover so that I can talk to you again. But now, you're a soul cultivator." "Soul cultivator? You mean like James Brown or Stevie Wonder?" "No, not a soul singer, a soul cultivator. No wonder the god of your world sent you to aid me. You're a monster, a talent so disgusting it makes me feel like I have been doing soul cultivation wrong all my life." Strafe's agitated and angry voice resounded. "What do you mean? What happened here? What happened last night?" "I don't want to explain it now. Let him explain what happened, and I'll fill you up on the missing details," Strafe sent a soul sensation that prompted Dyne to look to his right. "You're finally awake," Tetsu smiled as he approached. Dyne gazed at him and gave an embarrassed smile. "Master Tetsu, I'm sorry for waking up so late." Dyne realized that the sun was bright. Tetsu laughed and waved his hands. "Don't worry. I didn't wake you up. You are an answered prayer. Did you know what you did?" Dyne looked around and suddenly noticed that the Genesis tree felt more alive. He could even sense a strange presence inside the tree. "Did I gain enlightenment? Am I the Buddha?" Dyne asked. "What? I don't understand. But as for the enlightenment, yes. You did it. You are a real miracle. How else could someone who had already been attached to a Seru gain enlightenment?" What? There is a reason Byron monk is not allowed to wear Serus. I can't tell you the details, but one of the reasons is that it hinders the possibilities of enlightenment. I can't believe that someone can gain enlightenment even if they had worn Serus. It seems that the teachings were flawed. It was then that Dyne noticed it. Behind the smiling facade of Tetsu was a struggling spirit. Dyne had been trained to be able to tell the emotions of people, and for Tetsu he could see through it. Dyne then started to panic. He didn't want to hinder the faith of Tetsu. He wanted the strong Tetsu that even the late-game Von would have a hard time beating. And if Tetsu lost his faith in Byron's teaching, it would spell trouble. I'm not sure it counts. I have never worn a Seru," Dyne explained. "What? I thought you said that the Seru possessed you in the mist." "Not really. Didn't you notice that my jamard ginger is all worn out?" Tetsu looked at the cage they placed near the sea and noticed the still fainted Seru. "Ginger? The jamard? His name is Ginger?" Tetsu asked with a bewildered expression. "I told you he has sentimental value to me, right? He's like Bertugo. I treat him less of a Seru and more of a pet. I never wore him once. When I woke up from the beach, I didn't have him connected to me. He might have jumped on me when he got possessed by the mist and possessed me. That Ginger loves me just as much as Bertugo does. Maybe in his last moment, he tried to possess me instead of hurting me." Dyne's voice trailed off. He remained silent as if he was reflecting something sorrowful, but Dyne was panicking. "Quick, help me make a lie." Dyne called out to Strafe through his soul. Strafe was in deep thought. Since he was connected to Dyne, he could tell what Dyne wanted to do. Tell him that the Seru wounded much of his soul right before it got possessed. It tried to kill himself. This would also explain how it is currently lifeless. Strafe explained. Bertugo said that when he found me in the mist, Ginger was already wounded. That was why it was easily able to empower me even when I was possessed. How else could a Gobu win against a human connection to a Seru? Dyne sighed. He wounded himself? Then that means his spirit was already wounded. I see. So I guess you could say that there was no spirit binding that occurred. He must have only survived because of the mist. Tetsu gave a guess. Survive because of the mist? That's possible? Yes. When the mist came, Rim Elm used to have Serus. But when our hunters saw what that mist did to our Serus, some of them tried to kill the Serus right before the mist reached them. However, upon killing the Serus, some Serus should have been dead still began to move when the mist touched them. We were sure the Serus were dead as they were already dissipating. But it stopped when the mist arrived. Dyne gave a shocked look. So there's no way to save Ginger. I understand your concern, but as of now, I don't know how to save it. I am very impressed to know that you are someone greatly loved. I have yet to see a Seru do that. To think that the Seru would go through so much for you. Strength begot love. Dyne repeated a common Byron saying. Strength begot love. Tetsu laughed as he heard it. Dyne could somehow feel that the troubled soul of Tetsu grew lighter. Is he back to normal? I could sense his soul somehow changing. He seems different from last night. Dyne asked Strafe through a soul message. You monster, how can you already tell and sense the changes in his soul? What kind of a monster are you? Strafe cursed. Dyne had been using how he could feel and perceive Tetsu's soul as a means to make him realize how true Byron's teaching is. Strafe, please answer me. What happened? Those changes in his soul looked different. He would have changed forever. Dyne asked again. Yes, but don't worry. The changes right now from your word are for the better. He's all right. I can see the whispers of fate changing for him. In fact, by the looks of this, his soul is reforming. He should reach enlightenment soon. Your words must have set him on a straight path, Strafe explained. Dyne was excited to hear that. Then all I need is a little push, right? Dyne asked again. A little push? I don't think it's that easy, Strafe answered with great doubt. Thank you, Dyne. You may not know it, but you have reaffirmed this old man's faith in Lord Byron. Dyne was silent. He could feel something strange within Tetsu's soul. It was as if it was gathering more soul energy. This was also what had happened to him last night. The intimate communing between his soul and the souls of the world was powerful. Is Byron a god in this world? And are you Teague? Dyne asked Strafe. Yes. As you suspected, I am Teague. I took him as a disciple and granted him a high-leveled faith. He achieved enlightenment and became a soul cultivator. With the teachings I left him, he trained and achieved soul severing. When his body died, his spirit lingered in. He could not fully ascend to sainthood but became a soul with followers and continued to strengthen the Byron monks who followed on his legacy. He only achieved soul severing? Don't underestimate that. That is very impressive, considering the limited resources I left him. I initially thought he would only reach the highest martial peak levels but never expected that he would be able to sever his soul and cause his soul to ascend. There are countless realms with billions of people who haven't created a single saint in my world. I came from the strongest realm, and we naturally had the inheritance to achieve godhood. But for those who don't have the inheritance, they won't ever see sainthood all their life. Most realms don't even know that there is a stage beyond martial peak. So let me get this straight. Byron, who is the god that the Byron monks worship, is a soul cultivator who became a saint. Yes. Those who are saints are already like gods to the eyes of those below mortal severing. That is how Byron has become a god here. I see, Dyne smiled. He then turned to Tetsu. Master, when I was dreaming last night, I saw this strange old man. I dare not say he was Byron, but he looked like him. Anyway, he showed me and taught me this technique. Dyne smiled. The most terrifying thing about soul cultivators is that they have a totally different form of energy. Body cultivators use strength. Mental cultivators use the innate power that they can absorb and contain in their bodies to create mana. It was similar to the MP systems that was used in most of the games Dyne played. But as for soul cultivators, they have a form of energy from the soul. And this energy could supply both strength and mana. It was as if Dyne had another mana pool to gather energy from. Dyne had remained seated on a meditative position even as he talked with Tetsu. He closed his eyes and assumed a monk-like meditative pose. He then stretched his hands towards the ground. Suddenly, a force pressed on the ground, and it created an impression on it. It had the same shape as Dyne's palm. What? Tetsu screamed, and Strafe also screamed in the soul world. Phew, that was hard. Dyne wiped the sweat off his face. What technique is this? Tetsu asked. Byron palm technique. Dyne imitated a well-known movie in his world. Byron palm technique, Byron palm technique. Tetsu kept whispering. That old man told me that it has to do with the soul. I think I understand it now, Dyne casually remarked. The casual remark was like lightning bolts that struck Tetsu's brain. There had been no one who managed to become a soul cultivator amongst the Byron followers. The stories have been too long, and no one has reached it, and that halted the faith of the Byron monks. Excuse me, we will continue training tomorrow. Tetsu quickly sat down next to the Genesis tree and began to meditate. Nice, soon enough. Rim Elm will have another soul cultivator. Dyne smiled as he witnessed the changes in Tetsu's soul. What? Strafe felt like he had a heart attack despite having no body. Chapter 20. Becoming a soul cultivator. 2. Strafe was tongue-tied. He had just become a soul cultivator, and he could already harness the power of the soul and create physical attacks. This was a high-tiered move that would have taken years to master. In fact, it was the very opposite of spirit that the Byron monks cultivated. But even more disgusting was that Dyne's simple words had caused the monk Tetsu to fall into an epiphany. Based on what Strafe could see, Legia, which didn't have a single soul cultivator, finally birthed one despite having no proper inheritance. How did you? Strafe asked. Never mind. Strafe disregarded the questions he had. It was the first time that he saw someone being able to interpret the soul's changes and would immediately know what to say to help Tetsu. Dyne didn't even know about the mysteries of spirit. Was it a lucky guess? Strafe pondered. What? Dyne asked. Never mind. All right, now that you are a soul cultivator, let me explain why I choose Legend of Legia as your first game. Strafe began. Legend of Legia employs the usage of high-tiered artifacts known as Seru. As Teague, I followed the game designs in your memory. I divided the Serukai and Legia. Do you know what that implies? No. Where do the souls of the dead in this world go to? Noru Valley. That's where the second to the last boss battle happens in this game. Dyne answered. Yes, because the design of this world is that those in Serukai will house Serus, which are soul creatures. Legia houses the physical world. Let me put it this way. Humans have body, mind, and soul. But as for Serus, they only have soul. Don't they have a body? That is a high-tiered soul technique of creating a physical manifestation of your soul. Just as how you made an imprint, strong soul cultivators could create powerful weapons and armors. We call these soul weapons. For Serus, they are actually powerful souls that used their power to create a physical form. Wait, if you said that we have body, mind, and soul, and Serus only have soul, does that mean they can't think as we do? Correct. As soul creatures, they are only given to instinct. This was why, when they arrived in this world, they did not attack the humans but bonded with them. It is because, when combined with a human, they become something stronger. I see. It's a mutual relationship. They give us their strength, but in turn, they get this body and mind that we have. Yes. And to a Seru, that sensation is extremely elating. Their soul bonds with a human and links with it. This is also why they would choose the humans over the monsters in Legia to bond with. Yeah, I was going to ask that. Why not with monsters? Because they can't bond with monsters. Didn't you wonder why the Gobu didn't want to get the experience points from the monster you killed? It's not that he didn't want to, but he can't. He has no soul that could gather the energy coming out of the body. Not to mention, he couldn't absorb that energy because he doesn't know the technique I bestowed in your heart. Dyne was frowning. But wouldn't it be easier if I just scooped it up and ate it? Eat what? That gold energy thingy that the Gobu released when it died. Wait, you saw the gold energy? The one that appeared after you killed those Gobu? Shouldn't I? Wasn't that the thing that I was supposed to absorb? Strafe didn't know what to say. He instructed Dyne that Dyne would have to concentrate on the monster before him and use the technique that Strafe planted in Dyne's memories on his first kill. This was because he thought Dyne couldn't see the energy. He didn't have the heart to tell Dyne that seeing that golden energy made him a monstrous genius that may just have surpassed all soul cultivators ever born. Looking back, Strafe wondered why Dyne offered the experience to the Gobu. He didn't know the Gobu couldn't see the energy. No wonder. No wonder it had to be you who would meet me that night, Strafe muttered as he recalled the strange arrangement that the sovereign of Dyne's world did. So why can't monsters absorb it? Dyne asked again. The souls becomes the passageway and the conductor that converts that energy to physical power. Besides, he couldn't see the energy that you saw because he has no soul. I made you soul sensitive, so you could see that energy. But I don't think anyone in the village can see it as well. Strafe went ahead with his explanation. If he told Dyne that he was a freak, he might get lazy. Oh, if it's soul-related, then not everyone in this world can level up. I mean, they can't see it and probably don't know how to absorb it. That is correct. In this world, other than the Ariseru heroes, and, you who was made with a body that is a soul-sensitive. Why are you stuttering? Dyne could not help but ask. Hey, I am tired and am dying. So what if I stutter? Anyways, the concept of leveling up cannot be applied to normal citizens here. Tetsu got his strength through physical training and meditating, which is by drawing the energies of the world and absorbing it into his soul. But can they level up the same way as I can? And what do you mean the world? You mean Tetsu couldn't absorb the energies from the monsters here and level up? Tetsu's legacy and the entire legacy of Byron monks are from a poor and shallow soul cultivation technique. They don't know how to absorb the energies. Wow. So is that why Byron monks are strong in Legia? Yes. That is also why soul cultivators are so strong in my world. No, it's not just strong. To reach the peak, it is necessary. If you are a soul cultivator, you could grow twice, no 4 times as fast compared to other cultivators. Those who cannot see the soul energies never know how to absorb energies from fallen creatures' souls. The truth is, the technique I sent into your brain was a heavenly technique. Even Tetsu doesn't know about it. Oh? That experience points gathering thing. Yes, you can use it in my world. By killing or rendering an opponent unconscious, you can absorb whatever remnant energy they have in their bodies and send it straight to your soul. Your soul will then convert those energies and send them to the body. But only the top cultivators of our world know of this. We also limited the knowledge of this because it may cause massacres and destroy the smaller kingdoms which were necessary to give birth to the greater things. I see. I thought I was eating their soul or something. You'd have to be a high-ranking soul cultivator to achieve that, Strafe explained. So if I can make the people of Rim Elm soul cultivators, they can level up like me, correct? Not necessarily a soul cultivator. Remember, when you got here, you weren't a soul cultivator. If the people of Rim Elm can become soul-sensitive and learn that technique, I thought they can do that as well. I will allow you to teach them that technique as long as you control your friends. So if they do learn it, they can level up even if they don't have a Ariseru. Oh, I get it. You're saying the reason why Von, Noah, and Gala can level up is that they have the Ariseru who could gather the energy thingy when they can't. Exactly. Again, I made this world to shape your path as a soul cultivator. But you never mind. Strafe didn't want to tell him that he initially expected Dyne to become a soul cultivator through constant exposure to the soul and energies that the Ariseru would feed them. What about Serus? Can normal Serus do the absorbing thing? Yes. But I designed Seru to have a cap in their strength. Right? Like a jamard spell can only reach level 9. Yes. And because the Seru have no mind, they can't transfer the energy they get from the dead and give it to the humans. So if I want Rim Elm to learn how to level up, I should just teach them that technique? You can try, Strafe answered mysteriously. He wanted to see how Dyne will use his imaginations in making Rim Elm a soul-sensitive group. Sounds fun. Every town I liberate I can help strengthen. Dyne laughed. You should check up on Bertugo. You're in for quite a surprise. Strafe laughed mysteriously. Dyne's expression changed, and he began to look around. He noticed that while all of the townspeople except Tetsu was still asleep, Bertugo and the slime was not around. Chapter 21. The Evolution of the Bertugo. Dyne began to get up and glance around to look for his monsters. But the two weren't there. He slowly crept and moved to leave the garden area. He had to skip over a few sleeping and snoring bodies. Why is everyone still asleep? Anyway, because of what you did. Remember what happened to Von after awakening the Genesis tree? He fell asleep, right? Do you know why he fainted on the first time and why Noah and Gala didn't? Dyne fell into deep contemplation. Is it because of the sudden changes in his soul? But why didn't it cause Noah and Gala to faint? Dyne then recalled the strange joy he felt that surged and caused his enlightenment. He realized that even he fell into a strange and comfortable sleep. I get it. Noah was in a cave. He hadn't been affected by the mist for decades. Gala is a Byron monk. He had already trained in the ways of the soul. But as for Von, he had been absorbing the mist, and it had rooted itself in his soul. Correct. You must have recalled that Rim Elm's walls were never high enough that would stop the mist from getting in. So there has always been a very thin presence of the mist within the air here. In the game, Von was purified. Decades worth of mist was removed from his soul. That was because he alone had the Ariseru, which could remove the mist that infected him instantly. The people of Rim Elm would slowly be purified, but for Von, who held the Ariseru, he would be cleansed almost instantaneously. That's how I planned to follow the game in this world. Wow, you even planned to follow that detail. Of course, otherwise you'd hate this place. Then what happened last night? The Genesis tree hasn't awoken yet. It wasn't the power of the Genesis tree. Your thoughts at that time were so strong that it became soul power. I was surprised as well. I didn't expect that to happen. As such, when you were seated here, your thoughts and soul revealed a great emotion of gratitude that reached Serukai through the Genesis tree. And as that happened, the souls in Serukai, which has been untainted by the mist, moved here. They went back here? Yes. And the souls are grateful to you. They are, after all, the souls of the people who willingly died for you. So when they sensed your emotions and the fact that you were able to open up your soul and reach soul awakening, they took advantage of it and rushed here. When they did that, they also took the liberty to cleanse everyone here of the mist. I see. So that cleansing caused almost everybody to fall asleep except Tetsu, who is trained in the ways of the soul. Exactly. Vaughn should wake up anytime soon, Strafe added. Dyne gazed at the blue-haired protagonist of the game. He then began to consider the implications and what steps he should take to make these people soul-sensitive. Dyne started to move out of the garden and noticed that Vaughn's eyes suddenly opened. Morning, Dyne cheerfully greeted. Good morning, Master Dyne. Vaughn gave a respectful bow. Master. Dyne was surprised at his title. Master Tetsu explained to me what had happened to you last night. I think you… about that. It's just fate. No need to call me Master. The Genesis tree has decided to bless us. But do you know why it did? Dyne's expression turned serious. Vaughn was surprised but shook his head. Vaughn, you have to get strong quickly. If the Genesis tree is doing this, then it would only mean that terror is coming. While I was up in Seoul, I witnessed a Genesis tree die when I was young. I cried for so long. After that, the disaster took place. The Genesis tree could no longer protect me. This tree is here and can protect you. But you must also protect it. Dyne's tone grew serious. Vaughn was surprised. When more of the townsfolk wake up, tell them to gather again around the Genesis tree tonight. I have something to tell them. Dyne's expression grew serious. Vaughn nodded his head. Why not you tell them later? I have some important matters to handle. Dyne needed to check on his monster. But more importantly, when Strafe explained the state of the jamard, he knew that he could greatly benefit from the jamard. Oh, and although we have our responsibilities as men to protect this town, don't also forget to enjoy the little things. Juno told me that May lost her mother. Be sure to play with her often. Dyne smiled as he walked on. Vaughn was confused at the sudden mention of May. He could not help but look at the sleeping figure of May on the bench nearby. Dyne left the area and then noticed Bertugo and the slime walking around the town's wall. From the looks of it, Bertugo had continued to guard the key areas of where monsters might appear. Huh? What happened to you? Dyne ran and called towards the Gobu. But as Dyne approached, he realized that Bertugo was no longer a Gobu. He didn't have the goblin yellow shade but now had a light green-colored skin. You're like the Green Goblin of Spider-Man. Dyne laughed as he walked over Bertugo, who was still in a deep sleep. Bertugo gave a groggy stare and finally noticed Dyne. It suddenly jerked up, gave a surprisingly respectful bow towards Dyne. It began to speak fast that Dyne couldn't catch up and interpret the words of Bertugo. Dyne tried to stop Bertugo, but Bertugo kept talking. Seeing that the goblin wouldn't stop talking, Dyne decided to ask Strafe. What happened? Soul kindling, one of the more interesting developments that even I didn't expect. Strafe laughed. What is soul kindling? Monsters in this world are purely body and mind. They do not have a soul. I did this to limit them. Otherwise, if some of them were to have the ability to wield a seru, the combination of monster and seru and mist would be catastrophic. In my world, there are countless creatures like these monsters. Some monsters have souls, but some don't have. As for Bertugo, a soul decided to enter Bertugo and grant him a soul because of his close ties with you. In fact, it's a rather powerful soul as well. The soul saw the strength of this monster and saw how it was grateful to you. So it entered it. Dyne was shocked. What? He now has a soul? Not just him. That slime also received a soul. Dyne was shocked at the words of Strafe. Is that why Bertugo changed? This form of his… It's a Gobu. This should be a stronger version of the Gobu on the area around East and West Vos Forest. Right? With how I shaped this world, The monsters that you will encounter on the plains will follow the positioning of what you recalled in the game. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, the leader of Gobu tribes in this area would be a Gobu. But generally, you'd encounter the monsters as they appear in the game. How did you make those limitations? Monsters consume the energy to level up. The mist actually produces a form of energy. And monsters exposed to stronger kinds of mist or are in a region where there is a heavier mist will naturally evolve faster. Of course, monsters living in mist-covered areas are more ferocious. Wait, the mist is different per region. Yes. Remember in your memory that each continent would be more primitive than Callisto. Oh, so they can't make a stronger mist because of the lack of items. Yes. But as for Bertugo's evolution, it was caused by several factors. The first was the fact that you gave them a lot of your gold, which is actually experience for monsters. They grow stronger and level up if they consume gold. So it's all thanks to that card you got from Mazel. You got a lot of free gold. Mazel, the merchant who had the items you asked for, I destined his fate that he would spend most of his gold into something else before he would die. I didn't expect him to purchase that item. This card. Dyne held the card. Yes, that's a merchant's prime platinum card. What's that? I only know of the platinum card. I designed this world to use cards as a means to contain gold, just like it is in my world. And you see, in my world, gold is actually energy. That's why it is useful in my world. In the cultivation world, even the materials we use to exchange are all cultivation related. I kind of noticed that when Bertugo was absorbing the gold and deduced this from all the novels I read. But like all creatures, leveling up has its limitations. You will soon discover that when you begin your focus on bodily cultivation. When he received the soul and was kindled, it allowed the energies in his body to finally break free. This allowed him to rank up to the next breed of Gobus. And so, he evolved into a Gobu. Whoa, amazing! Dyne laughed. So I just need to find ways to strengthen them further to make my monsters evolve into higher-ranked monsters? This sounds like Digimon 1 minus the pooping. Dyne smiled excitedly. Oh wait, Strafe, how do Gobus poop? Chapter 22. The Jamard's Soul. Dyne walked out and went towards the back area. He noticed the slime walking back and forth. Like Bertugo, the slime seemed to have changed. It now had a darker shade of green. Oh, you didn't become an oak slime, huh? Dyne laughed. The green slime noticed Dyne and rushed towards him. He started to hug Dyne's knees with its slimy hands and slowly crawled up to Dyne as it was trying to embrace him. Dyne knew it was an act of endearment, like a dog seeing its master. Dyne didn't know what to say. That has the soul of the citizens of Elpida. It's only natural for it to be found to you. You should now be its owner instead of Bertugo. How do monsters tame other monsters here anyway? Dyne curiously asked as he struggled to get off the large slime that wanted to hug it. Monsters of this world use a monster contract. It's something that monsters in my world do, and so I crafted the monsters here to have the same thing, Strafe explained. So I can't get off me, you big slime. Dyne was finally frantic and used the soul energy to create a light push. The slime was thrown off course but ran back towards Dyne and jumped on him again. Arg, what's up with this slime? Dyne cursed. Reach out your hand to its core, Strafe sighed. Dyne did as instructed, and the slime seemed to be in euphoria as it kept wiggling around and shivering. Suddenly, a strange link occurred. Dyne felt as if a peculiar weight was added to him, but it wasn't a physical heaviness, but something within his soul. After that, Dyne felt a connection. Strafe was silently but inwardly complained at the. Anyway, can I tame monsters here? Yes, but your method is different. It's in relation to the second game you were supposed to enter. Brigandine. Yes, I made it the second game because you would have to be a soul cultivator in that world to become a rune knight. By being exposed to the Ariseru, I was hoping you'd have just enough power to learn a portion of soul cultivation and give you the chance of becoming a rune knight by the time you get to the third or fourth Genesis tree. Why? You'll find out when you get there. But the point is right now. You have to do your best when the game starts in 3 years. Cool. I guess I have time then. How long will I be staying here? I mean, shouldn't I also work in the other world? You have 3 more months here. We are currently traveling from your world to mine, and the dimensional gate is wide. Unlike before, when I was running, the Imaginarium Bond is only moving according to the power I gave to it. So we should reach my world within a month in the outside world. But since the time laws here are changed, it will be 3 times longer. Dyne nodded his head and began to think. What can he do with his 3 months here? You have to do your best to survive here, though. Since you've decided to go here 3 years earlier, I set more dangers for Rim Elm. In short, it will fall unless you do something. Oh? What did you do? I won't tell you. What I can tell you is that the Gobu is not enough. Got it? Dyne nodded as he stood up and walked towards the edge of town and into the beach. Some of the people in Rim Elm was slowly waking up. However, they didn't leave the Genesis tree and began to talk about what they experienced last night excitedly. Now, what really happened to Ginger? Why is he all weak? Dyne finally asked Strafe. Are you really going to name him Ginger? I already lied, so I gotta live with it. Is it a boy or a girl? Serus don't have genders, unlike RA Serus. Oh, then I guess Ginger's fine. Dyne sighed. This Ginger is a Seru born in the mist. Therefore, it never knew what it was without the mist. This is why all Serus corrupted by the mist stay within the mist. They would die if left out of the mist. That Ginger should be dead by tonight. The mist is too thin here after all. Oh, was this also in the game? Dyne asked suspiciously. Yes. Don't you remember? On the first Genesis tree that was awakened in Rim Elm, the jamards around the Genesis tree all died. That was because the Genesis tree immediately repelled the mist, causing those jamards to die from the mist's purifying power. Wait, what about in Drake Castle and the other cities? Does that mean that the Serus they had were all killed? That doesn't seem right. No, in Drake Castle's case it isn't. Those Serus were born before the mist came into existence. In other words, their souls were pure to begin with and have only been influenced by the mist. But Serus born within the mist is born with corrupted souls. And so when a Genesis tree is revived, these Serus die because the mist that makes up their soul are purged. I get it. Dyne started to walk towards where Ginger was. He could see a cage being placed on the cliff located in the southwestern part of Rim Elm. The wall that surrounded Rim Elm extended out into the deeper parts of the sea. On each side of the wall that extended to the sea were 2 man-made stone cliffs. The 2 cliffs usually had hunters manning each site to ensure that no Seru or monster would sneak up through the sea. With the deep sea, the Serus and monsters were defenseless, and the hunters could attack them. Ginger's cage was placed right at the edge of this cliff. A simple push and the cell would fall into the deep sea below. He then closed his eyes. Strafe was silent. He was curious as to what Dyne would try to do. Dyne observed the jamard through his soul. He then could see the very core of the jamard on its head. In it, he could sense weak flame-like energy with the head of the jamard. The jamard's chain-like body and the sharp sword-like legs were tied up to ensure that it couldn't move. It was also placed near the beach so that a simple push could cause it to fall into the deep water. Dyne could feel a strange heat being released by the jamard's soul. Dyne decided to test it out. He slowly allowed his soul to enter the jamard, and soon his soul felt like it was catching fire. He immediately retreated upon feeling the burn in his soul. After his soul retreated from the area where the jamard's soul was, Dyne sent in the soul energy that he could harness. This was the same energy he used to do the Byron palm technique. The energy rushed out of his body and went into the core, which housed the jamard's soul. If you do that, he will recover, Strafe warned. Why? I'm just sending him the energy. It's not like I'm giving him my soul. Serus are soul creatures. As long as there is a small wisp of his soul, it can convert soul energy to create his soul. Dyne stopped and then smirked. He continued to pour more energy towards the jamard. Seeing that Dyne continued, he kept silent and watched what Dyne was planning. As the soul energy entered the core of where the jamard's soul was stored, it then trembled. The jamard's soul sensed the power and began to devour the soul energy of Dyne directly. Dyne continued to pour out his soul energy, and this continued for about 30 minutes. As he observed the soul of the jamard, it was now much larger than before, but it had an extraordinary dark color. Dyne stopped as he immediately felt the jamard move. Dyne removed his hands from the cage and noticed that the jamard was now conscious. Yet its body was too wounded to move. Wow, they really just need soul energy. Dyne was amazed. The wounds of the jamard were now smaller than what it was before. As I said, Serus are only soul creatures. The body you see right now is a manifestation in which the Seru uses its soul to take shape. If you continue feeding as you did, he will recover. But it will be a frenzied Seru, as if the mist is controlling it since its soul is corrupt. Why were the Gobu Gobus after it? It is a soul creature whose energy it possesses is far more potent than the lifeblood that these creatures released. The lifeblood of a Seru is also soul energy that is condensed to a physical form. As such, directly feeding on a Seru will increase their strength and their mind. And that is necessary for monsters to grow stronger and even rank up. Like what happened to Bertugo. Correct. The problem is that within the mist, the monsters are also affected. They become wild and selfish. Because of this, the monsters could not mount a unified attack against Drake Castle. This is also why most of the time, the Jamards stay within the castle so that they would be protected from these monsters. Dyne reached out and touched the Jamard once more. Sure enough, the soul of the Jamard had grown large. Although the sight on the soul was very distorted and strange, Dyne felt that the color of the Jamard's soul was black. He then took in a deep breath and used his soul to enter the Jamard's body. As he reached near the soul, Dyne immediately dove in and began to pull out a portion of the soul of the Jamard. The sensation was hot, and his soul trembled, but Dyne ignored it. He kept pulling, and Dyne's hands were showing signs of being burnt. Dyne endured it, and after much struggle, he sent a slicing soul attack that pulled off a small chunk of the Jamard's black soul and immediately drew it back towards his soul. Dyne stumbled back and fell to the sand. In his soul world, the small portion of the Jamard's soul tried to break free, and Dyne tried his best to contain it. The pain was intense, but Dyne ignored it and jumped towards the ocean. The pain had subsided when Dyne fell on the water, and the waves were slowly pushing him to the seashore. Dyne floated as he continued to focus on containing the soul of the Jamard. Strafe was silent, but he was extremely shocked. Slowly, he was starting to understand Dyne's plan. Chapter 23: Soul Poison Training. Dyne continued to float and struggled as his soul battled against the Jamard. Some of the hunters had noticed Dyne's state and rushed out towards the sea to save him. Dyne ignored their sounds and focused on his soul battle. Soul devouring. Does he know what he is doing? Strafe frowned. He had seen Dyne's memories and also had seen how Dyne acted in this world. He knew that Dyne wouldn't do anything reckless and would have asked him. But the series of actions that Dyne was trying to do was abrupt that Strafe couldn't see why he did that and continued to think. The hunters reached Dyne, but as they were pulling Dyne, they could feel that Dyne's body was burning hot. Don't get me out of the water. Listen, you guys have to follow my instructions. Dyne gritted his teeth as he spoke. On my signal, knock me out, Dyne ordered. The hunters who were pulling him couldn't understand his request. Just do it. For now, keep my mouth and nose up the water, but keep my body submerged. It's burning, Dyne ordered again. The hunters were now trying to swim back and ignored Dyne's orders. They wanted to save him and pull him out of the water. It was then that Juno arrived. Do as he says, Juno ordered. The hunters were surprised but then started to do as Dyne instructed. In his soul world, the black fire was dwindling and dwindling in its strength. In my signal, knock me out. After that, tie me up on the Genesis tree. You have to tie me up properly so that I can escape. Leave me like that for at least a day. Don't untie me even if I say so. Dyne gave a series of orders. You have my word. Juno agreed as he aided the two hunters in keeping Dyne's body submerged. After a few minutes, Dyne finally gave the signal. Now! Juno began to choke Dyne into a sleeper hold. Dyne's consciousness slowly faded. Dyne's body was asleep, but his soul was suffering. The black soul of the Jamard disappeared, but small black threads were running around Dyne's soul, causing him great spiritual pain. That was very reckless. I now know what you were trying to do. Strafe sighed. Dyne didn't respond but continued to struggle. I underestimated you. I thought that you wouldn't be this vicious. Strafe laughed. This is quite a daring plan. You knew that the mist was a soul-based energy. It transforms the souls it touches and corrupts them. To humans, it would bring them great emotional distress and might even drive them insane after prolonged exposure. You knew that the jamard soul would be a concentrated dose of the mist, and yet you decided to absorb it. Dyne continued to squirm and squirm. Try to endure. They are bringing you near the Genesis tree as we speak. Did you do this to make your soul resistant to the mist? Dyne weakly nodded his head. If I have enough strength to resist, I could wield a seru. Even when exposed to the mist, you're very perceptive. Was this why you didn't want a Ariseru to be destined for you? Were the Ariserus just training mechanisms for you to use? It isn't that I'm underestimating you, but while what you plan is possible, it will take decades to achieve that. Strafe laughed. Did they put me on the Genesis tree? Dyne asked weakly. That's right. Juno did as you commanded. Right now, a lot of people are worried about what you did. Even that Bertugo is now by your side. Dyne smiled, but his expression remained pale. He could see a strange war going on his body. When did you plan this? Strafe asked. When you explained about the soul. If a Ariseru can do it, wouldn't I be able to do it too? Do you plan to be your own Ariseru? You wanted to have a soul like them? Not exactly, although I do know that's possible, so I was right. That can be done. I can tame my own Seru without the Ariseru. Dyne gave a weak smirk. Of course. How do you think Ariserus absorb a Seru? They absorb the soul of the Seru. They contain the Seru's soul within them and would summon them once commanded. Strafe explained. But while it is possible to do that, it's impossible for you now. Ariserus are god-tiered soul beings. The reason why they could control a Seru they absorb is that they are beings that are powered by the Genesis tree. They can easily convert the soul of a Seru and absorb it. If the Seru was a Seru not born in the mist, it's even easier. But as for you, let me make an analogy. You just learned to do 1 + 1, and you're trying to attempt rocket science. Strafe shook his head. That is the end goal, but that's not why I did it. Why would I do all this when I could do this training in an easier way when I have a Ariseru who can help me do this? And besides, I don't need to make it something that I can fully control as the Ariseru can. If I can resist the mist, and this Seru eats my soul energy that can resist the mist, then won't the exposure to my resistant soul make a Seru that won't be easily driven mad by the mist? Strafe scoffed at Dyne. You underestimate soul cultivation. What you are wishing is something far beyond your current capacity. You'd need to be soul master to be able to change the state of the Seru. Even the Ariseru can only summon a Seru to initiate one magic attack. Even if that's still a long way out, I would still do what I did. Dyne laughed. Why? What benefit is there to absorb that corrupted soul? That was basically poison. Exactly. Small doses of poison taken and will help me make my soul stronger. The Genesis tree has grown more powerful than before. Although it still needs a Ariseru to awaken it, its current form releases a cleansing aura. It should help me deal with the poison. I have an unlimited supply of poison and an inexhaustible antidote nearby. Why are you doing this? To save Juno, to increase the overall strength of Rim Elm. This is part of the game. Dyne laughed. What do you mean? I need to reach a stage where I can move within the mist even without a Ariseru. And where I plan to go, I need to have a strong resistance to the mist. Why? Do you plan to travel where the mist generator is? Why? You'll see. I better rest. I can feel a sense of anger and madness in me. Dyne then continued to battle against the madness of his soul. Fine. I'm quite curious about this plan of yours. Strafe waved his hands and caused Dyne's soul to fall into slumber. When Dyne had woken up, it was past noon. He glanced around him and still could feel a strange heaviness in his body. It was as if he was irritable. This damned feeling again. Dyne angrily gnashed his teeth. He then took in deep breaths. The hunters nearby and even Bertugo noticed him. Leave me alone, and go get Tetsu, Dyne shouted angrily. The hunters were stunned and retreated after nodding. Vaughn had slowly approached Dyne, but he didn't say anything. Dyne kept muttering to himself. Remember that feeling. Remember that feeling. He forced himself to remember the euphoria that he experienced the first time he meditated on the tree. He knew that the negative effects of the mist are still affecting his thinking. It was so powerful that when Dyne reached this world, he didn't even feel any excitement. And that was when the mist had a very thin layer. Now he directly took in a dark soul made of mist and absorbed it. "You're awake," Tetsu's voice echoed. "You have an odd habit of falling into unconscious states. What were you trying to do?" "Saving my Seru." Dyne gritted his teeth and tried his best to stop himself from shouting at Tetsu. "Ginger." Dyne wanted to curse upon hearing that name but managed to contain it. "Yes. When I received enlightenment, I noticed the strange power of my soul." "How was your progress?" "A bit worse than you. I've been meditating on Byron's teaching, but I only managed to feel my soul earlier today." Tetsu laughed. "Sorry for being disrespectful, Master. It's because I have a small portion of Ginger's soul in me." "What?" "I was trying to save him. I told you before that he tried to kill himself even before he possessed me. I was able to prove it." Dyne then told a lie he prepared. Ginger's soul nearly died, but the mist tried to revive it. As such, Ginger's soul was something that was mostly corrupted by the mist. But when Bertugo got him out of the mist, Ginger lost its source and went back to its near-death state. I was trying to heal it by feeding him with soul energy. "That's possible?" Tetsu was shocked at Dyne's explanation. "Yes, I managed to do it. It's just like that Buddhist Byron palm technique that I showed you. You just push your soul energy in him." "I see. So you saved him." "No, I met a problem." Dyne sighed. "What problem?" "I think when he hurt himself before possessing me, he almost died. You know that Serus is a soul creature. If their soul is damaged, they die. The mist revived Ginger, but most of Ginger's soul is now made up of the mist's corrupted soul." Dyne explained as he displayed an angry expression. Because he was in a foul mood, Dyne was quickly able to show it. "What did you do?" Tetsu realized that what Dyne must have attempted was reckless and crazy. "What I had to do to save Ginger," Dyne sighed. Chapter 24, Hope for the Hunters. Dyne's expression kept changing as he could feel a sense of anger towards everything. He took a few deep breaths and allowed the Genesis tree to purify him as he allowed more of the Genesis tree's aura to heal his soul. Ginger's soul was corrupt. If I fed it with my soul energy, it would revive Ginger, but it would be the Ginger of the mist. I needed to make my soul capable of resisting the mist energy. That way, I can feed Ginger with my soul and return Ginger back." "You took a portion of his soul? How?" Explaining the how part will be difficult. But put simply, I needed to make my soul stronger. "Master Tetsu, this can be your training, too. With the soul cultivation that I am going through, it will make your soul stronger. And not only me, Vaughn and Uncle Val can do this as well." Vaughn, who was nearby, was shocked at the words that Dyne explained. Tetsu was stunned. "Gather the elder and the hunters again. I will be talking to them about this. This could be our training," Dyne explained. "Training? Just gather them," Dyne said impatiently. Soon the people were gathered. Most hunters were there, and even those on guard duty abandoned their posts because Dyne kept insisting. The hunters first hesitated. It was already a miracle that no one attacked them last night, but now the same actions were to be made. The hunters begrudgingly gathered after Dyne ensured that the meeting wouldn't be for so long. "All right. The reason I asked you to gather here today is that I will be explaining something to all of you. You must have all witnessed and benefited from the soul explosion yesterday. Let me explain a thing or two that I realized when I was enlightened." "Enlightened?" Juno wondered. "I fell into a trance and managed to communicate with the Genesis tree. In my vision, I was in a blue world made of almost transparent crystals. A bald man stood up and talked to me. He said that under the guidance of a god called Rem, he was able to talk with me." "Rem?" Even Tetsu was surprised at those words. "Rem? The god of time?" he repeated. "Anyway, the old men said that I was connected to the Genesis tree and was brought to Nora Valley. I couldn't understand it as well. Anyway, this old guy taught me a lot of things. It was later that I realized I was talking to the human god, the enlightened monk Byron." Tetsu's expression was serious. He deduced that this happened. Lord Byron told me that I was sent here to stop a catastrophe from happening. The henchmen of the mist are approaching. He said that Rim Elm would be attacked soon. He didn't say exactly when, but it might happen years from now. Rem has chosen me to be a prophet and will be guided by Lord Byron. And since we are weak, Lord Byron taught me how we could be strong. And as such, the miracle of what happened yesterday occurred. Bertugo, Slimy, come forward, Dyne ordered. Bertugo moved forward, and so did the slime. As you noticed, my Gobu has become greener. Can anyone tell me what this is? He has become a Gambo, Juno said seriously. Yes, he has ranked up. This is one of Lord Byron's gift. But don't rejoice yet. The Cerus has a powerful magic that can easily kill monsters. As for us, who are physically weaker than monsters, we will also lose. The only way to be capable of improving our strengths is to make our soul stronger. How do we make our soul go stronger? Icus asked. By doing soul sit-ups. I'm about to explain that. Can't you wait? You unqualified excuse of a hunter, Dyne answered sarcastically with a mocking expression. Everyone, Dyne will explain it in a bit, but right now he is under the mist's influence. This is why he asked us to tie him up in case he might do anything stupid. Please don't mind these angry words of him, Tetsu immediately explained. Dyne gave Tetsu an annoyed look but didn't say anything. Right, the soul, who here has experienced the mist. Can you tell me what you feel when you are in the mist? Dyne asked. One of the hunters stepped forward. It varies for every person. For many of us, it brings great fear and causes us to be paralyzed. On some cases, it makes us go mad and would even attack each other and kill each other. This is why people who have grudges never travel in the mists together. It also makes us feel extremely sad that we wouldn't even know what to do. That's right, I've learned what the mist is. It is the product coming from an evil world. That world is known as Rogue's Tower. At Dyne's words, he could feel a strange vibration within the Genesis tree. Dyne's expression changed. Meta, can you hear me? Dyne sent a powerful soul message. Sadly, there was no response from within the tree. I hope what I'm doing will help you wake up faster, but your destiny is tied with the boy Vaughn. You must have already been fond of him. My destiny lies elsewhere. Dyne sent a message and turned his attention back to the crowd. The mist is a powerful energy that is created by a powerful being. Conkram somehow learned how to replicate that energy and released it here. But because it is a form of power, there is a way to counter it. And this power is something that Lord Byron showed me. I've shown Master Tetsu one of those powers earlier. He can testify about it. If you train in it to an extent, you can walk and travel in the mist without getting affected by it. Dyne explained. Is this true? We can have that power? Juno reacted. Yes, because the power is yours, Dyne quoted as he gave off a killer smile. Somehow, he felt that he didn't do it properly as he glanced at everyone's strange expressions. He inwardly complained and continued. Remember last night? Isn't it true that you felt a sense of joy that you couldn't explain last night? Dyne asked immediately. The surrounding hunters all glanced at each other and began to nod. That was because the Genesis tree received a blessing from Serukai. As such, this tree has become stronger than what it was before. And although it is weaker, the Genesis tree can now purge the mist's effects in our souls. Although there is no mist inside the village, a thin trace of the mist remains in the air. And yesterday, we were baptized with the pure energy of the Genesis tree that drove away the mist further. The Genesis tree has the power to drive away the mist? The elder repeated the last line and changed it. Dyne smiled and nodded. Yes, it has. This is why we must pray every day here on the tree. One day, Teague, Rem, and even Lord Byron will cause a miracle within this tree and allow us to drive away from the mist. Let us hope for that day, Dyne announced. The hunters all glanced at each other with hope. However, the visions I saw from Rem and Lord Byron tell me that the henchmen of the mist are also actively looking for the Genesis trees. And so, the moment that the Genesis tree awakens and receives the power to drive away the mist, the henchmen of the mist will be alerted. So, the day the Genesis tree awakens will also be when we step forth into war with the mist's enemies. And that will happen in the coming years, Dyne explained. The hunters glanced at each other and had a hesitant expression. We are not alone, hunters. Lord Byron has told me that there are still survivors and followers of the Byron Code around the world. He also told me that cities and towns around the world have escaped and survived the mist. Dyne explained. We will seek out those people and save them, and with them, we can gather an army that will defeat our enemies. We have been chosen by Teague himself. Hunters, we will be Legia's savior. Dyne declared with all righteousness. The hunters all chorused together and shouted in joy. Dyne waited for the excitement to settle down. The first step that we must do is strengthen our soul. Everyone in this village should take turns praying and meditating. You experienced it last night. The soul is something unseen, but the energies are real. You need to become enlightened just as I was and allow yourself to strengthen and gather energies from the soul. For now, however, my priority falls on 3 individuals. Master Tetsu, Val, and Vaughn. Dyne explained. Vaughn? Why him? Ixus asked in surprise. Because he's better than you, you jealous, arrogant brat. Dyne shouted back. Dyne, Tetsu called out. Right, sorry. Not sorry, Dyne answered again. Dyne, Tetsu called again, but this time with a firmer tone that spoke like a master reprimanding his disciple. Oh, all right, but what I said was true. Remember what I said? The mist is a soul attack. Those with strong souls can resist it. And how is it that a small child could walk in the mist and get back home? How far did he go? Dyne asked the question. The hunters grew silent and realized it. They then looked at Val and Vaughn. Of course. Vaughn reached Drake Castle and so did Val. They traveled for 2 weeks before returning home. 2 weeks? Dyne was stunned. That's how far Drake Castle is from here? Dyne asked again. Yes. Master Dyne, you were unaware of this. Dyne shook his head. He didn't expect Legia to be this big. But then again, Vaughn and Val must have tried to circle around and make detours to avoid the mist and decided to accept that distance. Anyway, as I said, even when we are here at the furthest reaches of the mist, we still are affected. Last night might have been the first time in nearly a decade that you've truly felt what it was to be out of the mist. Remember the real joy as opposed to what you have now. Dyne pointed out. Most of the hunters had contemplating looks as to what they've realized. And remember, Vaughn and Uncle Val was out there. They traveled to Drake Castle and back and was exposed to the mist for 2 weeks. Imagine the strength they have. Their souls are actually stronger than anyone else in this village. Chapter 25. The Village's Direction. The villagers were surprised to learn this. I thank you for Master Dyne's praise, but I am an invalid. Val smiled. He no longer dared call Dyne's name directly but called him Master. That's right. If we want to train people, you have to focus on people who deserve it, Icus argued. Dyne shook his head. Unlike before, his emotions were now more stable, and so he managed to stop himself from yelling at the arrogant father. You guys are underestimating the worth of a soul cultivator, Dyne countered. Dyne then sent Strafe a mental question. If we reach a higher level in soul cultivation, can we do that Doctor Strange magic thing that allows him to move his hands? Yes, but he needs to be at a higher level. The level you are right now should be considered at the soul awareness stage in terms of the content of your soul. For Val, he would need to reach 2 stage higher. At least the soul gathering level. Alright, good to know. Dyne smiled, glanced at Val. If you get stronger in soul cultivation, you can use your soul power to guide your body. Meaning you could easily walk, run, and even fight. Besides, fighting is not the only thing that's necessary. Uncle Val, you left the village alone and went back only when you found Vaughn. Correct? Dyne asked. Yes, Val nodded. Then you must have a better understanding of how the mist moves, correct? Was that how you were able to run to and back? Dyne guessed. He knew that Juno would die at the very start of the game. The reason was that, on one of their hunting trips, the mist appeared earlier than expected. But as for Val, he reached Drake Castle, saved Vaughn, and ran back. Presumably, the only time Val got injured was on the return trip. Dyne had guessed that Vaughn could walk in the mist because of his stronger fortitude and how he can resist the maddening effects of the mist. Vaughn had always preyed on the Genesis tree, but Dyne was constantly making guesses on how Val could do it. And so, Dyne came to a certain conclusion. Then correct me if I'm wrong. You can roughly sense if the mist is near or far? Dyne asked with a smile. Everyone had a strange expression and turned to Val. Juno smiled and laughed. I wasn't mistaken. I knew that there was something special with Val. Juno laughed. So what if he can sense it? He's currently an invalid. Even if we can train him to have miraculous powers, how long will it take? You're wrong. We don't need to make him have the ability to walk. If we can create a cart and take Val with us, he can detect the movements of the mist and tell us where to go. I'm surprised you didn't think of that earlier. Dyne laughed. The expressions of the hunters changed as they realized this. But I think Master Dyne is exaggerating my worth. Sure, I can sense it, but if I cannot lead the way and make quick decisions, we would still fall into the mist. True, but what if you are able to double, no triple the distance of how you sense these mists? Dyne grinned. Val was silent, but in his heart, he knew that it would be very useful. The elder nodded. It seems that your return to the hunt is not far off, Val. The elder laughed. That's great. With Val back on the field, we can essentially double or even triple the time of our hunts. Juno laughed with excitement. Right? But remember, we are here to save the world. My first proposal is to train everyone in the ways of Byron's teaching. Although we can't train in the physical arts that Lord Byron left behind, we still have to study the spiritual and soul empowerment of his teachings. We also will use this Genesis tree who has shown as the hints of his awakening to grow more in the ways of the soul. How will we use the Genesis tree? Tetsu asked. There are two ways. The first is we have to go get mist from the outside. For those who meditate inside here, they can then take in a deep breath of the mist and feel its madness and meditate right here on the tree. The problem with training in our soul is that we can't see, feel, touch, or sense it. But with the mist and the Genesis tree, we can use both extremes for you to awaken your ability to sense and see the soul. I see. That seems like a very smart way to improve on spirit as well. Dyne was stunned as he heard the term. Spirit was a legend of Legia ability that all the Ariseru heroes could do. But Dyne, after last night, I wasn't able to sense it even when I meditated on it the entire day. Tetsu sighed. Yes, it's very hard to do. That is why Lord Byron must be honored for having found that secret of his soul power. And we too must walk in his footsteps. If we are able to train that to a certain degree, you guys can then do what I did. I ate a portion of the Grimard's soul, and its soul attacked me. Everyone was stunned at the explanation that Dyne gave. It sounded impossible, but for the hunters who took care of Dyne after, it seemed plausible. Was that why we felt like you were burning when we touched you? One of the hunters who carried. Right? It was a painful experience, but because of the pain, you could say I could now sense the soul better. The damages in my soul also damaged my physical body. My arms were originally burnt, but now that my soul recovered, my hands seem to also have recovered. I think that by going through the pain, we can all learn the ways of sensing the soul. Dyne explained. Sounds like a harsh path to follow. We are saving the world. The next part of our tasks is to look for monsters. Since Bertugo is now a Gobu, and the slime has also grown stronger, we can look for scattered slimes and even Gobu Gobus to recruit. Monsters have this ability called Monster's Contract. I'm not sure of the details, but what I do know is that they can tame others. However, if we grow strong enough in our soul, we should be able to tame other monsters as well. Tame monsters? Yes, the way we did it in soul was different, but now, with our soul, we can even tame more monsters. If we close the river and capture a few ostriches on the area near Byron Monastery, we would have the ability to travel faster with mounted ostriches. Dyne explained. In Dyne's eyes, he recalled the great Chocobo riders in the Final Fantasy Tactics game he played back then. He could only imagine a team of hunters riding off towards the mist or to the sunset. Master Dyne? Val asked as he noticed the strange expression of Dyne. Never mind. Our next priority would be to seek out the Gobu villages nearby. Do any of you know where they are? The Gobu Gobus have a settlement on top of the mountain west of the Hunter's Spring. Hunter Springs is a place where we usually make a pit stop if ever we would hunt near the mountains. Then that's perfect. Our goal is to go over that village and tame all the Gobu Gobus in this area. Dyne smiled. This will make our travels towards Drake Castle faster and easier. Dyne explained. Is that even possible? Those Gobu Gobus have killed many of our men. Why not just kill them? Ickes laughed. Because they are like us, Dyne countered. Like us? The mist is also their calamity. The madness of the mist has caused the tribes to go into chaos. The only difference that they have compared to us is that they are physically stronger than us. And so, they can survive in the mist as the Serus would not dare risk casualty in facing them. And you guys have lived a life fighting and killing monsters? So what? That's because you were too weak. Dyne directly looked at Ickes. But in my kingdom, in Seoul, we had pets and even made Gobu fight for entertainment. In all honesty, I hated that way of treating monsters. That's why when I saw Bertugo, I took him in as a companion. He was the weakest amongst the monsters there. And as my companion, he and Ginger risked their lives to save me and allowed me to show you the miracle of the Genesis tree. Dyne's argument didn't allow Ickes to answer back as he took a step back. Dyne was getting very irritated at Ickes and finally asked Strafe. He recalled the details of the game and realized that this Ickes was so different from his frail appearance in the game. What is up with that guy? If I remember in-game, he was already someone who was like Val. He was injured even before Juno died. He seemed quite a humble guy in the game and would warn us of the mist, saying that he nearly lost his life and became a useless man. Dyne asked Strafe. Right. His son, Ickes, was quite of a snob in the game. And while Ickes' wife is also a complaining, gossipy woman, Ickes wouldn't be as arrogant as he is if he didn't have quite a pathetic father. So I simply allowed fate to work. Since it was Ickes' fate to be arrogant and annoying, his father would be just like that until that event where he would get crippled right before the game begins 3 years from now. Strafe answered with an embarrassed expression. Dyne was in deep thought, but he glanced at Ickes and realized that his fate was to be invalid. Dyne sighed and decided to treat Ickes differently and give him a chance. I approve of Dyne's plans. Being someone in Seoul, it's only natural that he will bring changes in our little village that many may consider unnatural. Elder Mura spoke up. I agree as well. With Val back in the hunting scene, I'm sure many hunters will be relieved at his mapping skills. No offense, Ickes, but none in this village can compare to Val's skill in pathfinding and avoiding the mist. Juno laughed as he gave an apologetic bow to Ickes. Ickes didn't answer back, but as the hunters were cheering, he said nothing. It looks like we now have a path and purpose, hunters, Elder Mura addressed. Far too long we've only sought survival. But now we have a responsibility. Of course, this responsibility is not something that we can ignore, for it will also be our means of survival. We follow the plans that Master Dyne has set. Can we just stop the master thing? Dyne asked with an embarrassed expression. Chapter 26, Moving into the Mist. That night, a significant change happened in the village of Rim Elm. Dyne had already been released from the Genesis tree but continued to fall into a meditative stance. The hunters were planning the changes in their schedule. Now they had to shift the rotation of their time from guarding with the need for meditation in the Genesis tree. Even at night, many children could be seen huddling up around the Genesis tree and would play or pray. Most of the elderly in the village spent their time there as they realized that the aura around the tree could put them at ease. Now that it was clearly explained, everyone noticed the significant changes in their emotions, and so that night, various elderly and children began to pray in town. One of the more striking developments was the negotiation for Bertugo to fight and train with the hunters. With Bertugo's monstrous fighting abilities, the hunters wanted to see how they would compare against a strong monster like Bertugo. Bertugo was happy to help when Dyne explained it. Dyne also asked the hunters to teach Bertugo how to talk before leaving various basics words for the hunters to communicate with the Gobu. As for the slime, it kept moving around the village. It was only then that Dyne realized that the slimes had merged back into one again. After taking care of all the necessary things, Dyne was finally prepared to move out and journey outside. After much thought, he decided to ask Strafe. Hey, Strafe, can I ask you a question? Depends. I will only ask questions that can give you limited benefits. Otherwise, you wouldn't be cultivating. Strafe's stern voice echoed back. I know. You're such a cheapskate. I just wanted to know if Bertugo and Slimy here will be affected by the mist. You said that they received soul kindling. Logically, they should be twice as more susceptible to the mist since they just got their souls. Why is it that there aren't any reactions to their behavior? While soul kindling is the process of receiving a soul, I didn't say that their soul would be weak. The souls they received were from powerful beings in Elpida, so the mist outside should make them irritable at most. Their soul is far stronger than yours, and because the souls in them are from the untouched souls from Elpida, they are cultivators. Isn't that too much of a cheat for me? Not really. All they have is a strong soul. This means that they can soon develop intellect as their minds will improve and allow those two to evolve into stronger beings. But you will still have to train them and teach them if you want them to grow. I get it, thanks. Dyne smiled and told the village that he would be taking Bertugo and the slime to the mist. Many of the villagers protested at this, but Dyne reminded them that the monsters protected him before. Tetsu and Juno volunteered to help, but after much contemplating, Dyne decided to let only Tetsu move as Tetsu's advancement in his soul was more advanced. In Dyne's memories, most of the hunters were unable to fight when the mist broke through and enveloped Rim Elm in the game. Only Tetsu managed to fight even after receiving a powerful attack. And so Dyne, Tetsu, Bertugo, and the slime set out to move out of the village at night. The moment the gates were opened, surprisingly, no mist entered. Dyne frowned but shook it off and decided to call out the group to move out immediately. As the group exited, Vaughn looked at the scene and clenched his fist. Vaughn, you heard what Master Dyne said. You stand among the strongest within the village. Val encouraged. The terrible things that are coming should keep us on our toes. Who knows? Dyne told me that the risk he will be taking would be crazy and insane. And if he dies, it will be you who will take over. Emmy? Vaughn was stunned. Yes, remember what he said before. He knew that I could travel back and forth from the mist because I knew how to avoid it. But I couldn't understand how you did it at that time. You ventured into the mist, and although you weren't able to get the Drake water, those few weeks when you were away proved your might and strength in the soul. Dyne said that you could be far stronger than he is. Val continued to relay what Dyne told him in secret. Vaughn took a deep breath and nodded. He walked towards the Genesis tree. Father, I won't be sleeping at home tonight. A serious gaze appeared on Vaughn's face. Dyne and his group first started with moving around the walls of Rim Elm. When they left, they noticed that the strange mist was not as strong as it was in their area, so they decided to explore the regions around Rim Elm's wall. It's strange. The night usually is the time when the mist approaches us, but for some reason it's very thin now, Tetsu pondered. It must be the Genesis tree. When it connected to Noru Valley and allowed me to meet Byron and Rem, it must have granted the tree some powers, Dyne concluded, and then a frightful expression emerged on his face. Were there any bright lights that occurred when I was enlightened? Dyne immediately asked. No. Why? We could see that the Genesis tree was giving off a faint glow. It wasn't obvious, and I only noticed it because I could feel a strange presence surrounding me. Dyne sighed in relief. If the Genesis tree did create a bright light, it would have made the game thousands of times harder. So it looks like that our village has become some sort of safe zone. But of course, we are not sure how long this will continue. Dyne gave his conclusion. Then, if the Genesis tree can push away the mist, how can we use it? Can the jars still be used to contain the mist? You're right. Dyne frowned as he realized this possibility. Dyne then looked at the slime. I'm not sure, but we should try anyway. Since we plan to keep it inside the slime, it should protect it, right? Dyne was unsure. Tetsu also shrugged his shoulder. Oh well, let's just do it and get out of here. Dyne sighed as the group marched off to the mist. The mist soon came to view. Dyne turned over to the slime and Bertugo. He gave them a closer look. The expressions of Bertugo and the wandering of the slime didn't seem to have changed. Dyne sighed in relief. All right, as I said, pull me out if I get crazy. Master Tetsu, knock me out as well. Dyne sighed. Dyne and the group immediately rushed towards the mist. A visibly thick white fog could be seen, and Dyne knew this was the mist knowing the game. As the mist enveloped them, Dyne could clearly sense a strange form of emotion rising in his heart. But it was nothing compared to the sensation that he felt when he took in a part of the corrupted soul. The green slime immediately spitted out the jars that they brought. He had invaded every one of those jars to empty it of any air. And here, they immediately took in the mist around them and closed the lid before giving it for the slime to eat up. Let's hope that that works. Dyne sighed. The mist continued to give off an eerie sensation, which made Dyne somehow feel its negativity. This is it. The battle of the soul, Dyne slowly said. What? Tetsu wondered. Dyne recalled that the monks of Byron Monastery were strong enough to move within the mist in the game. Songi volunteered to go to Westvos Forest along with several other monks. And what was interesting was that there was no indication that the monks died inside the forest because of the Seru. Dyne believed they died because Songi killed them when Songi betrayed the monks. Master Tetsu, ever since the mist arrived, have you ever ventured out in the mist? Dyne asked. Tetsu nodded. At the start, I did. I accompanied the hunters and helped them hunt. But one day, a group of Gobu Gobus attacked the village. The villagers held off the gate from the rampaging Gobu Gobu until we returned. It was then that we were able to eliminate the team. But that attack made us change tactics. I see. You are strong enough to handle a group of Gobu Gobus. The hunters need numbers when they're out here to look for food. So they all go, and you stay to defend the village alone. Exactly. That was the best arrangement. Tetsu nodded. Well, now that Bertugo is here, we can make you go all out then. Dyne laughed. I suppose so. Tetsu also laughed. Master Tetsu, why not spend time meditating here? You've been meditating all your life. It's about time we introduce some harmful mist in your meditation. Dyne laughed. Out here, we'll retreat a bit closer to the village so that the effects of the Genesis tree can lessen the potency of the mist. Initially, the reason why I wanted to get some jars and fill them with mist so that the hunters can inhale it near the Genesis tree. But those only apply to the hunters. I think people like you must train here. Dyne smiled. The monks could easily meditate inside Byron Monastery. They were nearer to the mist generator but using their fan system. They could easily meditate on the fan room. As such, Dyne believed this was why the monks of Byron Monastery were stronger. They could efficiently train and, with a flip of the switch, escape the mist. Because of this, it was possible that most of them could probably venture into the mist without falling to insanity. Training in the middle of this place? Well, the problem before was that you had no one next to you who could guard you and resist the mist's madness. But right now, we have it. Dyne smiled. Tetsu frowned. Dyne then turned to Bertugo and the slime. Pagak Magak Kagak Lagak Bangak. Sigak Gogak. Dyne ordered and immediately sat down in a lotus position and began to close his eyes. Tetsu was stunned but noticed that Bertugo and the slime immediately began to stand guard. Don't worry, master. I told Bertugo to shout if there are enemies nearby. Dyne explained and then shut his eyes. Chapter 27. Soul Training 1. Tetsu was hesitant at first, but seeing the two monsters' calm look that lingered around, he sighed and followed suit. The mist was a constant soul-affecting substance that would reflect the change of emotions among those exposed. But in reality, it was more than that. Those who were untrained in the ways of soul cultivation would be unable to guard against prolonged exposure to the mist and would go mad. This was what Dyne and Tetsu were guarding against. Tetsu still had to find a way to perceive the soul. He used the experience of being baptized into the soul powers and the sensation of being cleansed by the Genesis tree as a guide. Right now, the exact opposite was happening, and through that, Tetsu tried to feel and see the soul and resist the effects of the mist. As for Dyne, his process of training and sensing the conflicting effects of the mist and his soul became more evident. He could see how the mist had strange white energy invading his body. Thanks to the painful experience that he suffered from earlier that day, Dyne could now somehow see the paths and places where his soul went into. At that moment, he could even sense the various energies in his body. Is this what those cultivation freaks called the Dantian? Dyne had a strange way of seeing the things around his body. It went beyond the 4 dimensions as if he could see the various spiritual chambers of his body. He also could feel his soul and see it rejecting the various invading attacks caused by the mist. Body, mind, and spirit, Dyne muttered softly. He could now see his entire body in this strange vision that he had. His whole physical body came to view, and then he could also see the chambers which held peculiar energy. And finally, he could see his soul. His body and the mind energy all existed in the physical dimension. but his soul rested on another dimension. Dyne could see and observe the different parts of this almost simultaneously. He couldn't understand his vision, but he could see several places of his body simultaneously. Is this my mana? Dyne took a closer look at the energy in his body, categorized as the mind energy. Dyne knew that in Legend of Legia, the character's mana could be used to summon Cerus to make magic attacks. So, does this mean I can do magic? Dyne frowned. He could not help but notice that his energy was very small, and he didn't know how to release it. If you have a RA Ceru, it would be easier to train on using that energy, Strafe spoke, noticing Dyne's actions. Through Dyne's actions, Strafe could somehow guess what Dyne was thinking. You could read my thoughts? Dyne was stunned. Strafe laughed and wanted to impress Dyne. Yes, of course. I am bonded with you through the Imaginarium Bond. Strafe laughed. Dyne frowned. All right, since you're a guy, I'll ask away. What are you going to do when I need to think of girls? What the fragment? Strafe cursed at the unusual question. I mean, not that I'm a pervert or anything. It's just, I can't promise to not touch it with my hands. I'm 10 years old, and I'm about to enter puberty. What you going to do when the day comes? Let's be real right here, right now. We gotta set the boundaries. You're a cultivator, and a soul cultivator at that, Strafe cursed angrily. So you're telling me that cultivators don't go through that phase? They don't accidentally cultivate the iron blood spear technique when they are around girls? And are you sure they don't polish that iron blood spear? Dyne challenged. Forget it. I lied. I can't read your mind. I could see the slight trembling on your dantian and knew you were finally trying to command it. I can't read your mind, so you don't have to worry about me finding out, Strafe shouted. Geez, man, don't be such a baby. I'm just keeping it real. But since we already brought it up, I don't know if you still have those urges as a spirit. But as for me in my physical body, let's make a code. If I say, it's time to call Jack, you better make sure that you're not looking at me or observing me in any way. Enough! Strafe shouted so loud that it caused Dyne to tremble. Dyne ignored Strafe. And I thought he could relate. What if I got a woman as my spirit thingy? She'd kill me if I fall into that temptation and give in. Dyne shook his head and focused on his dantian. All right, time to go back to soul training. Dyne began to meditate. He ignored his body and mind and even his dantian and focused on his soul. I need to find a way to repel the soul attacks of the mist. Dyne then began to gather his soul and do a forceful push similar to the Byron palm technique that he showed Tetsu. It was, in fact, the easiest way of controlling the soul force. He tried creating a forceful push at the mist energy that was invading his soul, but nothing happened. He tried to gather a powerful soul around him and caused it to explode it out. Thud! A wave of energy pushed the meditating Tetsu, who was beside Dyne, and he stumbled to the side. Tetsu was completely defenseless, and when the explosive force pushed him, he crashed onto the ground and bit on the grass. SPPFFT. Tetsu spat out the grass in his mouth. The mist's effects caused his emotions to burst in anger, and he almost smacked Dyne to the side. Oh, so sorry, Master Tetsu. I was trying to push the mist away. As you can see, I had some developments. Dyne laughed with an embarrassed expression. Tetsu contained his rising anger, but he considered that what Dyne did was frankly miraculous. It seems my soul force could now create physical manifestation. I was trying to do that and push the mist away so I can walk in the mist and yet not be affected by it, Dyne explained with a serious and sage-like expression. Tetsu was stunned and realized the amazing possibilities if that were to be true. I see. It seems that I am a long way from enlightenment, Tetsu replied and tried to hide his bitter and envious expression. But you now know the path, Master. Dyne glanced meaningfully at Tetsu and went back to cultivating. Tetsu kept Dyne's words in mind and reminded himself that his anger is because of the mist, and he lacked training. Tetsu once more fell into meditation. He began to contrast his emotions once more and tried to strengthen the emotions at the core of his heart. Tetsu recalled and even recited the chants and mantras of the Byron teaching. Dyne, on the other hand, continued to find ways to repel the mist. Back when he was trying to cut a part of the soul of the jamard, It only involved the necessary motions that humans could do. He imagined his soul becoming an arm that pulled the soul and imagined another part of becoming a cutting palm that slashed the soul away. But now, he had to create some kind of force field, and he couldn't channel and imagine it. Another issue was that unlike the jamard soul, which was a soul in itself, the presence around him was a soul attack. It was not an existence that would take space and is independent, but it was a substance that affects and seeps into Dyne's soul. So even if Dyne tried to push it like before forcibly, it would continue to seep into his soul. What do I do? If the Areseru can do it, I should be able to do the basics, right? Dyne frowned. In the game, the Areseru was able to ward off the effects of the mist. Even a Areseru egg could do that. Is it the properties of the Areseru? But what is it? Dyne pondered and looked through his memories of the Areseru. He then turned his memory to the game. He recalled that when the original heroes awaken a Genesis tree, there were strong emotions involved. The feelings of each were a pure joy for Gala, quiet power for Noah, and a gentle warmth for Vaughn. With the help of the memories that Strafe allowed him to access easily, Dyne began to ponder what to do. Vaughn's warmth has always been due to his courage, Dyne recalled. That was Vaughn's warmth. This even allowed May to sense it even when Juggernaut was possessing her on the last mission of the game. Noah's silent power must have been her constant care, concern, and compassion, which was always evident based on her personality. As for Gala, it must have been his inner joy. Although he was a monk, he was very good at stand-up comedy. Is it tied to our emotions? Dyne then tried to summon his emotions. What were his emotions? What would be the source of power? Then he recalled the expressions of the people in the previous world that Strafe had. He could not help but tremble at the words they gave out, sincerely wishing Dyne to enjoy his game. At that moment, the mist's power somehow vanished as Dyne's heart gave off a strange pulse. It was for a moment, but Dyne knew he successfully repelled the mist for a split second. Chapter 28. Soul Training 2. Dyne opened his eyes as he realized the miracle of what he did. How did I do that? He could once again feel that the mist was creeping in his body once more. Soul force appears to be dependent on emotions? No, emotions are affected by the soul. But it shouldn't be that my emotions can affect and create soul power. What's going on? Dyne frowned. He then considered several possibilities. Is this like Peter Pan? I think happy thoughts and my soul can use its powers. Dyne considered. No, impossible. I can feel myself getting angrier and angrier by the moment. The sadness, the grief, the pity, jealousy, and other thoughts are slowly driving me mad. Then how did I do that? Dyne continued to ponder. It should have been impossible for him to have joy. He didn't have a Areseru. He and Tetsu were not repelling the mist but merely resisting it. As such, it would be impossible for Dyne to use joy as the constant negative thoughts would prevent them from having those positive thoughts. So I must have done something that allowed me to push the mist away. Then what was it that I did? Dyne went back to meditating and began recalling those people. But this time, the miraculous push didn't happen. Strafe was watching at the edge of his seats. Dyne's miraculous encounter was already something that he had prepared for Dyne. He even knew that the souls of the departed would bless him and allow him to sense the energies around easier. But of course, even then, it would have been a miraculous task. Strafe's advantages when he cultivated in the ways of the soul were roughly on par with Dyne's. But it took him a full year before he could mold his soul to move and affect physical objects. But for him to have the ability to create a genuine soul attack, it took him for more years. Yet now Dyne was able to repel the soul attacks of the mist for an instant. Dyne continued to think and think. How did he do that? What was the secret? What did he unconsciously do when he recalled the expressions and faces of those people who died for him to make the game? This time, no matter how he tried to picture their faces, no response was made. He didn't want to try to harness his soul once again. He could feel the breathing of Master Tetsu changing. If he did that again, he might get punched or kicked by Master Tetsu. Maybe I'm thinking incorrectly. It wasn't their faces or the memory that triggered that. It might have been me unconsciously doing something when I remembered them. But what? Dyne thought again. He then remembered the night when he sat on the Genesis tree. The contrasting emotions he felt between being so depressed and finally being under the Genesis tree prompted something that allowed him to fall into some trance. Dyne tried to get into the trance and slowly began to relax. He knew that he had to protect his emotions first. He thought back to that time in the Genesis tree and tried to copy his state. Slowly it began to happen. The soul energy in his body was now reacting from the mist. A tiny portion of his soul was rejecting the mist. It initially was allowing the mist to enter, but now some strands would negate the mist. Amazing, Strafe marveled after sensing it. Dyne maintained a meditative pose as he tried to reject the mist continually. But there was still a lot of mist that was able to enter his soul. Dyne frowned and tried to move his soul around to create a shield of energy that would protect his soul. It was awkward and difficult because Dyne was still figuring out how to move his soul in a very random way. All he could do were simple actions and movements, but something as complex as rotation was hard. Dyne kept trying to move it that he was squirming and wiggling in his body. Tetsu was getting angrier at Dyne's movements, but he constantly reminded himself that this was a test. He knew that his soul had been so affected by the mist. But Dyne was moving so much that it was as if he would roll over anytime soon. Dyne was still trying to figure out how to move his soul. He finally extended his hands out and began to twirl it as if he was mixing something invisible in the air. Yeah, that's the right stuff. Dyne finally rejoiced as he could see his soul moving. By imagining the direction in his body, he was finally able to make his soul move. Strafe was gazing at Dyne with a strange expression. The actions that Dyne was doing was so weird and bizarre, yet he could clearly see Dyne's soul moving. A portion of the soul energy that could negate the mist began to spin at the same direction as Dyne's hands. But even as Dyne moved his soul in a circular wave, the fact that only small threads of his soul were rejecting the mist energy caused only a smaller increase in the rejected mist. And these mist would soon penetrate and enter his soul after a few seconds. Dyne stopped and was panting. The movement of the soul caused him to feel weak. Tetsu was no longer in lotus position but was digging his fingers on the patch of dirt, holding on to his sanity and doing his best not to smack the wild sounds of a heaving horse that was disturbing his meditation. It's too weak. This wouldn't work. I need to make those soul threads bigger. Dyne focused once more and turned his attentions at the threads. He could see that some of the threads were disappearing and fading away except on the main thread he was keeping an eye on. And the small lingering thread of soul energy that could reject the mist started getting smaller. Why is it getting smaller? I want you to get bigger. Bigger. You hear me? Get bigger. Dyne finally shouted on the place he called the Dantian, where he could see his soul was. Of course, in Tetsu's view, Dyne was shouting at his. This enraged Tetsu all the more, and Tetsu stood up and retreated towards Rim Elm. He sought a place where he could meditate as he knew the mist had already affected him. Dyne was oblivious to all of this and panicked as the small thread was getting smaller and smaller. Dyne then reached out both hands, and it was as if he was holding between the two ends of a string. Dyne kept pulling the string out, and then he felt his soul trembling. His primitive means had worked. As Dyne kept pulling the string grew larger. Strafe was surprised. In all of his years of training in the soul and guiding others in the soul, this was the first time he witnessed something so primitive and downright embarrassing but at the same time effective. But in this act, Dyne had felt a strange piercing cry from his soul. As Dyne extended the thread out, and as it grew larger than all the previous threads that appeared combined, he felt that his body was undergoing a strange change. What's going on? Dyne was cursing as he kept pulling. It was as if a strange sensation occurred in his body that he didn't know where. It was like an itch that he could scratch. The sensation was incredibly uncomfortable to Dyne. It's the changes in your soul. You have made that soul large enough that it is affecting your body, Strafe explained. He finally explained because he had yet to know someone who could manipulate their soul as fast as Dyne did. Dyne endured the strange sensation. He took the invisible thread. He could tell that this long thread somehow repelled the mist. Dyne decided to test it out. He started to spin his hands as if he had an invisible lasso. Hiya! Hiya! Dyne shouted as he gave off several whips. Tetsu was so annoyed that he opened his eyes again and glared at Dyne, but his glare suddenly turned to amazement. He could see that a small portion of the mist around Dyne was actually retreating. Tetsu stood up and glanced at the amazing event before him. He slowly returned and approached Dyne. Too tiring, Dyne complained as he stopped lassoing his soul thread. Movement of the soul expends more than maintaining it. Try to make it a shield or a ring instead, Strafe gave his advice. Dyne tried to follow what Strafe said, and it was as if he was roping himself with something invisible. But as he did, the soul thread was not getting tied up. The two ends of the thread, which Dyne unconsciously released, caused the thread to start getting smaller. What are you doing? That's soul energy. You can't tie your own soul like that. It isn't physical, Strafe reprimanded. Well, I don't know what to do. I have to try to make a physical manifestation to make my soul maintain that energy. Dyne complained. The thread won't do. Make it bigger. Create something large enough to cover your entire soul. Strafe shook his head. Dyne took a deep breath and calmed down. Tetsu noticed that Dyne stopped with the weird movements and rested his two hands on his lap. The pointer and thumb fingers of Dyne's hand continued to remain connected. So as he sat down doing the OK hand sign on both hands, it appeared he was in a meditative state. Tetsu was curious and drew closer and approached Dyne as he could hear Dyne muttering something. In truth, Dyne was complaining, saying repeated curse words that were not common to the English language in the world of Legia. Immediately, Dyne moved as if he began crumpling paper and pulled something out like he was stretching dough. Ha! Dyne shouted as he pulled. The sudden shout startled Tetsu and caused him to stumble backward. The stunned Tetsu had the urge to kick Dyne to his face. Dyne cursed and angrily shouted as the soul remained a single thread. You're doing it wrong. You already shaped it as a thread. Compress it into a ball or something thicker that way. If you pull it, it will stretch out, Strafe observed. Truthfully, he didn't know what to do. It was the first time that he had seen soul cultivation happening like this. Dyne complained as his heart was being affected by the mist. He once again took a deep breath. All right, flatten, flatten. Become a ball. Become a booger. Dyne began to rub the thread in an attempt to make it a ball, but every time he would extend it, it returned to being a thread. More compression. Dyne took several deep breaths and was trying to ball up the thread once more. His arms kept pressing against each other, and veins started to appear on Dyne's face. Strafe observed the soul thread's status and noticed that it was starting to gather like a ball. Continue. It's working, Strafe shouted. Dyne continued to press his palms. It's working. It's working. It's working, Dyne happily cried. Tetsu was startled. He could see Dyne's ecstatic expression and drew closer and observed the palms of Dyne. Was there something forming in Dyne's palm? Dyne's continued pushing finally caused it to come out. PPPPPPRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR it come out? Dyne stopped from what he was doing to check on his butt. Pow! Dyne was knocked unconscious. Chapter 29. Training with Tetsu 1. The villagers were worried about Dyne and Tetsu, who was outside, but they were relieved when they heard the group returning. Shock and fear. Val and Juno were great as they saw an exceedingly quiet Tetsu dragged an unconscious Dyne in. Tetsu refused to answer any questions but assured the villagers that Dyne was all right. Tetsu spent the evening in front of the Genesis tree in repentance. By his side, a diligent Vaughn continued to meditate. The next day rose, and Dyne also awoke from his unconscious state. It was early in the morning. Dyne could see that the light outside was still a bit dark. What happened? You overexerted yourself and fainted. Strafe didn't have the heart to tell him what happened. Oh, all right. Why does my face hurt, though? It's Bertugo. He was so worried that he rushed back at Rim Elm and accidentally smashed you on the gate while going in. Oh, so that's what happened. I got to tell him to be more careful next time. Dyne frowned. Dyne went out and sought for Tetsu. Sorry for scaring you. I must have fallen unconscious from overexerting my soul. Dyne laughed as he scratched his head. Exactly. So that's what happened. That's good to know. Tetsu began to nod his head like a chicken eating grain. Dyne then turned and had a serious expression. Master, I think for the time being we can create a cycle. We focus on training on fighting by day and cultivating in the mist by night. For Vaughn and Uncle Val, we can have them inhale the mist inside the jars while standing near the Genesis tree. We tested one jar, but the moment we opened it, the mist scattered. The Genesis tree is too strong, Tetsu explained. Dyne was silent but then realized something. Wait, So the mist was still present in the jars before opening it, correct? Tetsu nodded. Dyne then began to walk towards the Genesis tree. Val was already there meditating. Surprisingly, Bertugo and the slime was also there. They had used the tree as a place to nap. For some reason, your two monsters decided to sleep here. It's their soul. The Genesis tree granted them a soul. And by staying here, they can actually slowly make their soul grow stronger. Dyne explained. Tetsu couldn't understand but kept silent. Dyne then turned over and patted the green slime. Hey, slimy, wake up, Dyne called out. The slime then started to move and shiver. It began to move, and by the direction of the yellowish core at its center, it looked like it was looking at Dyne. So, you didn't remove the other jars inside of Slimy here? No. We waited for you to awaken. Perhaps you could think of something that can allow us to use the mist. Ideally, I want people to be right here just below the Genesis tree. We can make them take a deep breath and meditate right under the tree. Dyne frowned. That is unlikely. The moment we open the jars, the Genesis tree immediately destroys the mist. Wait, but if the jars are closed, it still is there. Meaning the power of the Genesis tree can be limited in enclosed areas. Dyne realized it. Hey, Slimy, can you make like a long pipe? Dyne asked the slime. A pipe? Tetsu was unfamiliar with the word. The slime twisted its little head in confusion. Oh, right. Dyne then tried to communicate with his soul. The slime somehow understood him. Nice, it actually works. Dyne was happy. If his mastership over Bertugo and the slime is similar to how Rune Knights tame monsters in Brigandine, Dyne knew that he could send commands using his soul force. Strafe's spiritual form gazed with his mouth agape. Just how skilled is this man in soul cultivation? He marveled. The slime then began to twist and reshape itself. In the legend of Legia, one of the ways a slime would attack was through stretch out a part of its slime body to strike the enemy. Dyne knew that if this was possible, the slime could try to reshape itself through other means. The slime followed Dyne's soul commands, and while one of the jars was still inside its body, it created a small passageway creating a pipe-like shape. At the end of the pipe was the lid of the jar, which closed the pipe. Dyne placed the pipe near his mouth and removed the pipe. Almost immediately, he stuck his mouth into the pipe's hole and commanded the slime to ensure that no gaps were made. As soon as he did that, the slime created a gap from his arm that went all the way to the jar. Dyne took a deep breath and felt a familiar attack on his soul. Dyne immediately closed the lid, making the slime take the lid and close the jar inside him. It works, Dyne laughed. Tetsu was amazed at Dyne's ingenuity. How did you make the slime do that? Oh, it's related to the soul. I can actually communicate with the slime because it received a soul when I was blessed that night. No one else could probably do what I did. Oh, so we can't make the same connection that you do with other monsters? Tetsu asked. No. What I'm doing is something bestowed by Lord Byron. Then you can communicate like that with other monsters? Can you talk with slimes the same way you do with this one? No. They don't have a soul. The monsters out there don't have a soul, and that's why Cerus can't combine with them. The Cerus chose us instead because our soul can bond with them. This is also why Lord Byron stopped monks from bonding with Cerus. The bond could threaten it. As for Bertugo and Slimy, they got souls when Lord Byron and God Rem talked to me. Wait, you mean these monsters can combine with Cerus? Tetsu asked with a shocked expression. Monsters were always physically more powerful than humankind. Even the monks of Byron cannot entirely fight off the monster kings. If Ceru and monster combined, it would create a combination that could end the world. Probably, but it's useless with the mist around, unless… Dyne couldn't help but look towards the Genesis tree. What if Bertugo combined with a Are Ceru? Dyne couldn't help but consider this. No, that won't work. Or rather, it's very ineffective. Strafe's voice echoed. You forget. Bertugo and the other monsters have very limited mana. To put it in in-game terminology, Vaughn can eventually reach 300 mana points at higher levels. But if Bertugo had the same level, he would only have 30 or so. So generally, he can only use the strength that the Areseru bestows but not the magic. Strafe explained. Oh, bummer. Dyne sighed. Anyway, Dyne turned to Tetsu. It's a good thing we confirmed that we could do this. Starting today, we are going to have the hunters go through this. They will take deep breaths with these jars, and we tie them next to the Genesis tree. We can start with Vaughn and Val. If they show that they can withstand it, we can have them do an outdoor session. Dyne laughed. Tetsu nodded. He realized that the session last night was beneficial. When he went back and meditated under the Genesis tree, he could slowly feel the difference between two opposing forces. Yet, he could not understand or perceive it with clarity. He knows that something was going on. All right, let's reserve those jars for Vaughn and Val later. They can train at night. For now, I request Master Tetsu to help us train in combat. Dyne turned to Tetsu with a serious expression. Good, Tetsu approved, and so the two went off. They also brought Vaughn with them and rushed towards the beach area. Bertugo continued to train on the other end of the beach. Through Dyne's connection, he could tell that he was delighted with this. Why is my link with Bertugo weaker? Dyne was confused. He could tell that he couldn't communicate with Bertugo the same way he could with the slime. Think Brigandine, Strafe explained. I don't have enough rune power? Right? Who cares? I don't need to have that link with Bertugo thoroughly. He's having the time of his life. He won't dare betray the hunters or me. Dyne carefully shook his head and moved towards the beach as he observed Bertugo's fights. The hunters would laugh and cheer as they fought. There was not even a hint of discrimination against Bertugo. With the list of words that Dyne gave them, they could make simple communication with Bertugo and even started to teach Bertugo their language. On the far end of the beach was the cage which contained the jamard. It was still unconscious. Dyne had given the jamard a large amount of soul energy, and by his estimates, the jamard should be able to survive the night. Dyne intended to make the jamard's soul leak more and more to feed him with a large amount of his soul energy. Hopefully, by tonight, my soul can give Ginger a purer soul. Dyne went and met with Tetsu at the beach. All right, for now, I want to see how strong you are. Tetsu urged Dyne to attack him. He assumed a fighting pose and motioned Dyne to attack. Dyne nodded and immediately rushed to attack. Dyne was a master of Taekwondo, Muay Thai, karate, and a specialized form of martial arts that combined several disciplines. Yet despite all this, Dyne set it all aside and considered himself far weaker than Tetsu. Dyne delivered precise high kicks and sweeps, but Tetsu managed to evade all of them. But a surprised expression appeared on Tetsu's face. Dyne continued with a continuous barrage of attacks. Tetsu blocked his attacks, and it was as if the entire damage that Dyne could do was practically negated. It was then that Dyne realized it and immediately retreated. What was that? Dyne was surprised. Tetsu smiled. As expected of Dyne, you seem to have felt it. I keep forgetting that you are not a Byron monk and would not know how to use spirit. Tetsu laughed. Spirit? Dyne knew that term. In Legend of Legia, spirit was one of the commands that a player could do aside from attacking, using items, using Seru magic, and escaping. Spirit increases the overall defense of the characters, but mostly players would use it to increase their character's agility so that they could perform more attacks and hits. Legend of Legia used a bar system where each character would have a bar as a measurement for how many attacks they could deliver per turn. The higher their agility was, the longer the character's bar would be. A level 1 Vaughn would have enough bars to contain 3 attacks. Noah would have 4, and Gala would only have 2 bars worth of attacks. Dyne disregarded this information because he thought that this game mechanic would not be applied in this world. But when he heard Tetsu say spirit, he realized that he might have been wrong. Chapter 30. Training with Tetsu, 2. Spirit. Dyne frowned. Dyne, while your battle skills are very powerful, you need to harness your soul energy to create spirit. Although you have already learned how to use your soul to push and even attack, you seem to lack the ability to control your body's soul energy for physical strengthening. Tetsu explained. If you learn to use this technique, you will be able to deal with lethal blows. Your attacks were fast, precise, and continuous. While most monsters would already fall with you might, skilled enemies won't easily be defeated by it. But watch, compare the volley of attacks you've sent to me, and compare it with my simple attacks. Tetsu smiled and immediately rushed towards Dyne. Tetsu's sprint was so fast. Dyne wanted to retreat, but Tetsu was able to approach him easily and deliver a powerful punch. As Dyne couldn't evade the attack, He jumped backward to soften the impact and dodge the punch. As a trained soldier, this little trick had even saved him from getting stabbed or impaled by his enemies. But the moment the punch connects, a strange force erupted and caused Dyne to feel the fullness of the force behind the punch. Dyne was flying back and fell to the sand and rolled a few times. What was that? Dyne was inwardly shocked. His arms were in pain as he felt the strike of Tetsu. Tetsu allowed Dyne to experience pain through his punch. His pose turned to that of a wise sage and began to explain the mystery of that punch. Byron Arts focuses on using that energy that you have allowed us to strengthen our bodies. We can stabilize our steps through the strengthening of our body, wield strong energies that allow us to make explosive attacks that can breach through the enemy's defense. In effect, we actually transfer the energy behind our attack to strike the enemy. Dyne was surprised. Back before the Seru Age, Lord Byron was one of the many fighters that pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. He could fight against monsters when most humans can't. This is his legacy. There are monsters in this world that are as hard as a rock. In fact, some are made of rocks. And while the powers of a Seru that has bonded with humans are stronger than Byron's strength, the true experts of our clan can face a Seru user and match him blow by blow. Tetsu began to reveal his proud legacy. Through the teachings of Byron, we have studied how to use the arts of spirit. While your fighting styles of persistent attacks may have been harmful to creatures like the Gobu, the stronger monsters up north are more dangerous. You must have seen the mantis creatures up north as well as the ostriches on your way here. Dyne nodded. Twin tomb. Those monsters with sharp claws and had an insect-like shell. I saw the ostriches, and I honestly have been thinking of ways to tame them. Dyne answered and used his knowledge of the game to connect the dots. Correct. I imagine that the exodus of the people coming from the scattered towns around Central Drake going to Drake Castle must have caused these monsters to avoid the main roads. But your martial arts can barely harm them. You need spirit to deal a powerful blow. Are there drawbacks of using spirit? Dyne asked. He wondered if the turn-based system of Legend of Legia would appear here. Very perceptive. There is a drawback. The drawback is that we can only maintain that state for a few seconds, and you won't be able to cause your spirit to make an explosive attack. Tetsu explained. Those words may not have much meaning, but to a gamer like Dyne, who had played Legend of Legia for 4 times in his life, this sounded very familiar. So that's why they would attack like that in the game. Dyne realized it. This explains the turn-based system of Legia. They would channel their spirit and cause an explosive series of attacks. But after that, they have to recover their spirit. While they could defend, they won't be able to attack for a few seconds. Dyne continued to ponder as he clutched his arms, which was throbbing in pain. Yet despite the pain, there was a sense of excitement. How is it? As a warrior, I acknowledge the ways of how you fight. Is that how you were trained in Seoul? It is impressive, and considering your age, I'm sure that your skills could match a Byron monk. Still, since Lord Byron has blessed you, I implore you to study this. In truth, not everyone can fight like this and learn this technique. None of the hunters can. I trained Vaughn in it because he was able to copy my spirit after observing me for so long. Tetsu explained and signaled Vaughn. Vaughn moved to the center. The focus of spirit can be divided into 2 categories. Passive spirit, wherein you constantly gather the energy around you for defense, and active spirit, which is for offense. Tetsu explained. Vaughn, harness your passive spirit, Tetsu ordered. Vaughn then began to take a stance, which made him try to harness the spirit energy around him. Although Tetsu called it spirit, Dyne could see what Vaughn was trying to do was actually gathering soul energy. But this only lasted a second, and Vaughn stopped, but his breathing was heavy. Vaughn is a soul cultivator? Dyne was secretly surprised. No, it was Strafe who answered it. He is soul sensitive, but he is not soul cultivator. He has not achieved awakening. Then how can he do spirit? How can Tetsu do it? To make an analogy, it's like an amateur musician learning how to play one song. He doesn't know how to read notes, play with chords, doesn't understand its theories, but he knows how to play one song, and it's like muscle memory for them. I left a few things that allow them to dive into that stage. But without the foundation and knowledge of the soul, what they have is a half-baked and weaker legacy. Strafe explained. Oh, I get it. Dyne's expression turned serious as he could feel the strengthening power all over Vaughn's body. You've improved, Vaughn. Dyne tried to attack Vaughn once. Don't use those strange and surprising attacks that you did. Make one direct attack that Vaughn can block, Tetsu explained. Dyne nodded and rushed towards Vaughn. He did not underestimate this kid. He rushed in and delivered a powerful kick. Vaughn blocked it as a strange bluish field appeared. The impact was nullified, and Dyne was amazed. This time he concentrated his eyes to look at how Vaughn would block the attack. Very good, Vaughn. You have improved. Vaughn's expression remained unchanged. Now, I want you to attack Dyne. Dyne, normally I would teach you how to meditate, but since you already can release Byron Plam technique, which is another application of spirit, you should be able to block this. And the best way for you to grow is to receive Vaughn's attack, Tetsu explained with a serious expression. Dyne nodded. He agreed with such methods. Allow me to prepare, Dyne said. He then quickly fell into contemplation and tried to imagine creating a shield. The soul energy moved and formed a shield. Strafe was surprised. Dyne didn't need to do the embarrassing movements to make his soul energy take form anymore. Visible energy could be seen forming in front of Dyne. Tetsu was shocked. Vaughn was startled. Strafe was so envious. You mother-fragmenting son of a Byron, Strafe cursed. His growth was just too fast. The hardest part of controlling soul energy was wielding it to take forms. If Dyne could learn to harden this energy, he would be considered a soul-gathering cultivator. My master Dyne, that's not how spirit works, Tetsu interrupted. What? Dyne stopped as the energy in front of him dissipated. Right? Spirit is an energy that we contain within our bodies. What you did was create it outside your body. Although it's amazing, it's not spirit. Inside my body? Dyne frowned. He then closed his eyes and tried it. The soul energy moved around Dyne's body. Dyne tried to compress the energy in his right arm, which he intended to use to block Vaughn's attack. Go, Vaughn, Tetsu immediately ordered. Vaughn rushed towards Dyne and punched Dyne as Dyne blocked with his shoulder. Bang! Dyne was able to resist the attack, but could feel the terrifying explosion of Vaughn's fist. Dyne was pushed back and knelt down. His arms were throbbing from the strike. Drats! I failed to block it. Dyne cursed. Failed? No. You succeeded, Tetsu smiled. I succeeded? That punch was not blocked like what Vaughn and you did. What Vaughn and I did is an advanced form of spirit defense. By exploding the energy out on the exact moment an attack is made, he can negate an attack that is roughly at least within 5 times the force he can release or create, Tetsu explained. Blocking. Dyne recalled that whenever a player or enemy successfully blocks an attack in the game, the attack will do no damage to the character. But for Dyne, he was still hurt. He wanted to achieve what Vaughn did, where all of his attack force was successfully negated. The basic principle of spirit is defense. You were able to withstand that attack. Don't underestimate Vaughn. A successful punch that utilizes active spirit can break rocks, Tetsu explained. Dyne was stunned. Harnessing this power, you could create a defense that can even withstand stabbing attacks. If your Gobu attacks me with his blade, I can block it with that advanced spirit defense. But even if I don't block it and simply do what you did, that stab won't even leave a deep wound but only a shallow one. Dyne was amazed. With spirit, you can basically improve your overall defense. In terms of offense, it would even allow you to kill Serus despite their hard shells, Tetsu explained. Dyne nodded. He knew that Vaughn would be forced to fight Seru monsters even without a Ari Seru at the start of the game. And yet, Vaughn could already kill them. Wow, Strafe, you really were thorough with imitating this game, Dyne commended. I had to imitate it. Otherwise, you would be uninterested in it. Strafe laughed.